girl.
Every Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Cocktails with the Queens, hosted by Claudia Jordan.
Welcome to the Black Report on Fox Soul. This is the space where our voice is heard, and we give you the headlines and the latest in black news and views. I'm Romeo, along with CC, Kane, and Brianna.
In today's report, President of the National Urban League, Mark Morale, will join us to talk protests, economic empowerment, and Donald Trump. And we'll talk about the controversial Drew Brees. We'll talk about his comments in just a few.
Former LAPD officer Brian Bentley will also join us to give us a rare glimpse of what happens behind the shield of law enforcement.
Plus, we'll let you know how Black Lives Matter is enhancing the black agenda and what cities are defunding law enforcement and holding them accountable.
All right, it's our voice, our truth. So if you're ready, let's go.
Now, the first of 3 funeral services to celebrate the life of George Floyd was held yesterday, with many traveling from around the nation to pay their respects and stand up for justice.
So, America, we proclaim as we memorialize George Floyd, do not cooperate with evil, protest against evil. Join the young people in the streets protesting against the evil, the inhumane, the torture that they witnessed on that video. We cannot cooperate with evil. We cannot cooperate with injustice. We cannot cooperate with torture. Because George Floyd deserved better than that. We all deserve better than that. His family deserved better than that. His children deserve better than that.
What happened to Floyd happens every day in this country, in education, in health services, and in every area of American life. It's time for us to stand up in George's name and say, get your knee off our necks.
Wow. Now, joining us to discuss what's next is National Urban League President Mark Morale. Welcome to the Black Report, Mr. Morale.
Hey, good to be with you. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you. Now, my first question to you is, the Urban League movement recently proposed specific recommendations for police reform and accountability. Can you tell us what they are exactly?
Yeah, thank you for having me. And this is so important. I'm so glad you asked the question because police reform has to, if you will, play out at the national level, at the congressional level, and it's also got to play out at every local level in America. So at the national level, we'd like to see a number of things. First of all, we want to see chokeholds completely banned and a national, if you will, use of force policy put in place, which would create a standard by which every police department would have to follow with respect to how and when officers are authorized to use force. Secondly, the federal law that is used today, it's in the federal criminal code, that it is the law that a U.S. attorney can use to prosecute a police officer when they commit an act of police brutality. The standard, which says that it's got to be, willful in terms of to gain a conviction, willful, if you will, denial of someone's constitutional rights on the account of race, needs to be changed. It needs to be changed to something such as reckless. The standard is one of the highest standards of criminal law, and it has stood in the way of justice. Right. The Justice Department sort of hid behind that standard in not prosecuting the officer that put the chokehold that cost Eric Garner his life. That's number 2. Number 3, we need, if you will, a system through which police officers cannot resign or be fired from a job in one jurisdiction for corruption or brutality or misconduct and just go down the road across state lines and be hired in another police jurisdiction. A national database, if you will. We also, I believe, need a standard of accreditation, or a system of accreditation for police departments, which says they've got to meet certain national standards if they're going to be eligible for federal money. At the local level, training, hiring, psychological testing, the disciplinary system, all have to be overhauled. This is a moment for police transformation to change the very nature of policing in the 21st century. Now is the time. Now that people have risen, now that people are woke, we've got to make sure that this is not a moment for a conversation or a study or a task force or a commission, but for action. So the final thing I'll say, and I'd encourage you all to keep a close eye on this.
Okay.
I expect that there'll be legislation introduced in the United States House very soon, which would put in front of the House of Representatives a comprehensive, if you will, set of police reform legislation.
Yes.
We're going to have to get behind that legislation. We're going to have to demand its passage in the House and the Senate. We need law changes. Protests, advocacy have to be focused on demanding real change.
Real change. Now, we are dealing with two pandemics, COVID-19 and racism. Can you tell us how the protests across the nation and income equality are related?
So the protests across the nation are powerful. They're powerful because they've been spontaneous, they've been organic, they've been the multicultural nature of them, the multi-generational nature of them, the sense that people are saying enough is enough. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I want real and substantial change. Has really brought a great deal of hope and enthusiasm to me in the face of a very, very difficult situation. However, when you talk about economics, I think you hear people crying out that this economy has not worked well for them. People crying out saying, when I work so hard, I still don't earn enough money.
Right.
Still don't earn enough money to make ends meet. Crying out saying, you put a plan in place called the Paycheck Protection Program, and then you allow large businesses to hijack a small business program. Fix that. Enough is enough. So what do we need? We need a national living wage law. We need a basic law that allows people to live with dignity when they work. We need that national living wage to be indexed so as inflation rises, it indeed will rise. We need to look at increased ways to support people that want to go to community college, technical schools, and four-year colleges, so they don't have to go into 25 or 30 years of debt in order to do it. So people that want to improve themselves. And we need a national government that's going to enforce the nation's civil rights laws. At the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, at the Department of Justice, all across the government for the last 3.5 years, they've treated the civil rights laws as though they didn't exist. And those civil rights laws are the legacy of our parents and grandparents. They're the legacy of those who fought in the 50s and 60s. They demanded, they pushed, and they architected real change in the law. At this moment in time, we want those laws enforced. In this moment in time, we want real changes that help us undo institutional and structural racism.
Wow. Now, I got to ask you this. I just noticed New Orleans Saints helmet.
Right. We're looking at that.
We're looking at, and that caught my attention. And, of course, we all know what Drew Brees said just a couple of days ago, okay? I know how the world feels about it. He said it. He doubled down on it. And then he retracted and started apologizing. What are your thoughts on the Drew Brees?
Well, so I'm such a diehard New Orleans Saints fan.
Yes.
That I had a chance as a little boy to attend the first game they ever played.
Oh, wow.
And I was there when Dempsey kicked his 63-yard field goal.
Wow.
And I was a fan when we wore bags and called ourselves the Aints. And, of course, then when we won the Super Bowl. So I come to respect Drew Brees, but I called him out.
Okay.
His comments were thoughtless. They were insensitive. And it's positive that he walked it back. He has some things to learn.
Okay.
And one thing you have to learn is that genuflecting is a sign of respect. It's not a sign of disrespect. And it's an appropriate sign of protest. And I think What he should do is he should stand with his teammates. He's a great quarterback.
Right.
But black receivers like Marcus Colston and Michael Thomas have made him great. His team is a majority African-American team. You know, he should have said, you know, I'm talking to my teammates and we're going to be united on this front, as opposed to trying to turn the issue into something about his relatives in World War II. No one that takes a knee is disrespecting any soldier who fought in any war.
Not at all.
Our relatives and our family members fought too.
Yes.
And then returned to a segregated America. So we can't let people conflate, twist, turn, deflect, distract these issues. So I still respect the fact that he was man enough to come back and apologize. But clearly, he's got some things to learn. He's got to understand the experiences of the men he plays with in a profound way.
Yeah, he needs to. Maybe he can learn a little bit more from his teammates. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Morale, before we let you go, what's the Urban League's call to action? And where can folks go to get involved with the Urban League?
So when we began this year, our call to action was one that we must register, we must vote, we must push back on voter suppression. We must embrace the power that democracy affords us due to the struggles and the work that's been done. Number two, we've got to make sure we're counted in the census. But in this period of time, because things have changed so dramatically, our call to action is now that we must work for transformative justice.
Yes.
We must work for justice when it comes to health, justice when it comes to the economy, justice when it comes to the criminal justice system, justice when it comes to the police system. And what justice means is that this is a moment for transformation.
Is there a website that they can go to? Mr. Morale, is there a website?
NUL, so let's say at NUL.org, the National Urban League has our Main Street Marshall Plan, which is a comprehensive economic empowerment plan that we're working to update and expand. The National Urban League has its 21st century policing plan, which incorporates ideas you asked about and we talked about early on with respect to the measures that need to be taken to reform policing. We're in the process now of updating those plans, bringing them forward a year or two to 2020 so that there'll be a blueprint for people who want to work on justice and who want to work at the local level. I ask all who are activists online, activists in the streets, activists in the community to remember, we want changes in policy and law.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Not just changes in understanding and a conversation.
Now, Mr. Morale, one more time. What was the website? Just in case, what was the website if people didn't get it?
NUL.org.
NUL.org.
And let me encourage people to follow us on Twitter.
Yes.
At Nat Urban League, our Facebook and Instagram page. I'm doing Facebook Lives twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday at 10 a.m. Of course, they're available to you where we're addressing and discussing and talking about these issues. You can sign up at our website for our newsletter called Remarks at NUL.org. We want everyone to be a part of the conversation.
And we sure
will.
We
want everyone to be able to be empowered, to be forceful, informed, intelligent, and proactive advocates.
Yes, and we will do so. Thank you, Mr. Morale, so much for joining us. You are definitely welcome anytime, okay?
All right. Black Lives Matter and the American Civil Liberties Union has filed suit against President Donald Trump and his administration on Thursday, alleging their civil rights and First Amendment rights were violated after peaceful protests were forced out of Lafayette Square so Trump could take photos in front of a nearby church.
Wow. Yeah.
Look at this. He can't even hold that Bible.
That Bible's not even his.
I'm surprised it didn't burn up in flames in his hand. Now, the lawsuit also names Attorney General William Barr and claims the administration committed a conspiracy to deprive them of their civil rights and protections.
Black Lives Matter and ACLU are asking for a jury trial in the case according to the suit filed in the U.S. District Court for Washington, D.C. The groups are also asking for a judge to grant relief, issuing an injunction to stop the administration from continued use of force against protesters. Now, Black Lives Matter also played a significant role in the hashtag defund police campaign this week, persuading Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti to cut the police department budget by $100 to $150 million after activists rallied outside of his home.
They pulled up to that man, though.
And sometimes, you know what? Sometimes it takes them going to your home.
Yeah.
For you to make a difference and
It's
for you to
necessary.
notice. Yeah, because we're tired of this. We're tired of people protesting in peace, and these officers are using police brutality. We are seeing it too damn much now.
Yep, so you're the mayor, do something about it. We're knocking on your door and telling you. Now, the movement to defund police is happening in New York, Minneapolis, Dallas, Philadelphia, Nashville, and other cities. So this is the change we want to see. A couple weeks ago, we saw people showing up to state capitals with automatic assault rifles because they wanted to get a haircut in the midst of a pandemic, and nothing happened to them.
Nothing. No hands were put on them at all.
So let's be better.
Well, the Florida Police Department has launched an internal investigation after video surfaced on a social media showing a Sarasota police officer kneeling on a black man's neck during the arrest. In the nearly 90-second cell phone video taken by a bystander during the May 18th incident, 3 officers can be seen attempting to take a male individual into custody.
Oh,
Again?
wow.
Really?
Again.
Look at that.
But how
It's
many
all
times
coming
do we
out.
have to see this? We've been seeing videos like this all over the last 3 weeks.
Why
and they
is this
continue.
okay?
Look at this.
Why
3 on
is it continuing?
Wow.
3 on 1. 3
Yeah.
on 1 to take down one dude who's handcuffed.
And once he's contained, you still have to use that kind of force? It makes no sense at all. Now, one of the 2 officers is seen kneeling on the head of the man's neck, which is totally out of pocket if you ask me. They got to change it.
They definitely got to change it. We need to change it. We need to change now.
Yeah,
ASAP.
it needs to become a thing where excessive force needs to result in your termination immediately. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. No investigations need to be
Right.
launched.
I
Or
don't
how
want to
about
see a
banning
suspension.
a knee,
I want to see
period,
fired.
on your body, on a person's body. How about banning it altogether? 'Cause
Correct.
At this
Immediate
point, it's
action
just
should be
taking
taken.
full advantage. I get so frustrated saying this again.
That's true. Yeah.
Now, the mayor of Compton, Asia Brown, and the Compton City Council have called for the immediate removal of a LA sheriff that was filmed using excessive force. You know, the incident happened on May 31st.
Yeah.
I saw this video. It made me so angry.
Yeah, I saw it too.
And if you notice, the guy he's looking around to see if he's getting filmed.
Wow.
The
look
mayor
at
and
this.
the Compton
What?
City Council,
Just
yep.
cowards.
He's kneeing him in the ribs?
Yeah, and he looked around to make sure he wasn't getting filmed. You saw that.
Wow.
It's like a little kid trying to get away with something. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing?
Exactly. So, listen, Mayor Asia Brown and the Compton City Council, they released the following statement. Our top priority is ensuring the safety of our residents. When the video surfaced, city leadership immediately called for a swift investigation. It is our expectation that all deputies that are placed in service for our city, paid taxpayers, will provide our residents with the basic dignity and human rights that we deserve.
Now, joining us to discuss law enforcement behavior is retired LAPD officer and author of One Time, the Story of South Central LA Police Officer in Honor Without Integrity is Brian Bentley. Thank you for joining us, Brian.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on here.
Thank you. Now, my first question for you is, why do cops think they can get away with abusive behavior?
Well, cops don't think they can get away with abusive behavior. They know they can. They practice it. It's not something by chance. It's like a secret recipe that's been passed on for generations, and it's a fail-proof system that has been working for generations. And I'll give you a quick example. Police officers are trained to bypass your civil rights, and they practice it, they rehearse it. At my station, the watch commander always kept a clipboard, and on that clipboard it had a number of police reports, and on those police reports they tried to get the ones that were very vague, where the suspect was a male black between 5'5", 6'2", between 18 to 29 years old, and they kept these reports in the office so that police officers had probable cause to pull someone over. When a police officer stops you and says, "Hey, you fit the description," you know, in your mind you don't, but you do. You will fit a description by the time you get to that police station.
Wow.
Now, can you talk to us about what qualified immunity is?
Well, you know, with my dealings with the police department, you know, the way that I explain it is that police officers have the legal right to accidentally murder you.
Wow.
You know, your life to the police department is, you know, I equate it to if you go to the grocery store and the clerk puts your eggs at the bottom of the bag and breaks all your eggs, they don't get fired. They get trained. And it's the same thing with your life with a police officer. If they accidentally murder you, they don't go to jail, prison. They just get trained. They just get retrained. So they have the legal right. It's very disturbing to kill you by accident.
Wow.
And you have to prove that, they woke up in the morning and that was their intention, was to go out and kill somebody. If you can't really prove that, then you don't have first degree murder. You don't have something like what we have now, a third degree or a second degree, because there's no proof that what was in that person's mind before they went out and did that deed. If you're absent of a text message or some type of witness who can say that was your intent, you're allowed to kill somebody by accident.
Wow. Qualified immunity. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more about that.
Now, do you think the protests and the new push to defund police will help reform law enforcement?
Well, I'm pretty sure it will help reform law enforcement. It may bring the crime rate down. But I can tell you one thing it won't do. It will not stop police brutality. Police brutality will always be there. Some police officers cannot help it. It's like being addicted to cigarettes and alcohol. They cannot control themselves. And you can see it. I mean, police officers they know ahead of time that if they're convicted of a crime, they will go to prison, they'll lose their pension, their family, go to prison, be raped in prison. They know all these consequences, but they still do it, and they do it with cameras everywhere on their body.
That's so discouraging to hear.
I know. That's hard.
Stores. I mean, you have cameras on stores, people holding cell phones, cameras on their body, and they still do it.
Right. Now,
and they have no choice. I mean, to them, that's what they go out there and they do, and they live for it every day. That's what they wake up for, and then that's what their motivation for going to the job.
And seeing this every day, Brian, I got to ask you, have you ever worked with a racist cop?
My training officer was a racist cop, and let me tell you, my first day on the job, my training officer pulled me aside and said, "Hey, look, I'm not here to train you. I'm here to fire you. I don't think that's wrong on the job. Blacks, women, you guys are only on the job because of affirmative action, and my job is to get rid of you, not to train you, not to keep you on the job."
Wow.
I went and told my captain, who was black, by the way, that my partner was racist, and he looked at me and said, "I've been on the job for 35 years. You don't think I know that?" He said, "When I came on the job for the first 5 years, my name was Nigger. It wasn't officer.
Are you serious?
It was Nigger." He goes, "So what you have to deal with is nothing compared to what I had to deal with. So get the hell out of my office."
Wow. Now, do you ever speak up when you see misconduct?
A good partner. Well, here's this how it goes. If you're a good partner, someone has to. And naturally, you may get into situations where emotions may run high, and someone has to be level-headed.
Right.
So if you're a good partner, you will calm a person down. You'll tell a person, "Hey, stop. Don't do that. Take a step back." But here's the thing: the way law enforcement works is different than any other job. In any other job, if I make a complaint against you for misconduct, they'll investigate it. If they don't find anything, then that's pretty much the end of it. In law enforcement, if you make a mistake, and if I say you're a racist, but I cannot prove it, then I lied to a supervisor, and then I get fired. If I can't prove the misconduct that I'm telling you, that I'm reporting, I get fired.
Well, Brian, I'm so sorry that you even had to deal with that. That's just simply incredible. This conversation has been so amazing. We will continue our conversation with Brian on Monday's episode of The Black Report.
As we continue to answer the question, what is the Black agenda? Joining us to discuss the power of Black millennials and their role in the movement and agenda is co-founder of the Black Millennial Convention, Leah Webb. Welcome to the Black Report, Leah.
Yes.
Thank you for having me.
All right, tell us about the Black Millennial Convention.
So the Black Millennial Convention, we started in 2018, and we were inspired by the original National Black Political Convention that was held in Gary, Indiana in 1972. And that convention came at a time similar to the times we find ourselves in now, where there have been a lot of changes happening both in our national community and then in the Black community. So this was on the heels of the assassinations of both Dr. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the passage of the Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act. And so when we came together, we were brought together by my good brother and friend, Dr. Wes Bellamy, former vice mayor and city councilman in Charlottesville. He reached out to myself. I'm also a former elected here in New York. Our good brother, State Representative Joel Jones, other activists, organizers, and leaders around what can we do as Black millennials embarking upon the experiences that we have been having, most certainly in our community, facing issues around police brutality, voting suppression, issues around healthcare access, student loan debt. What could we do as leaders to address these issues that disproportionately affect our community as Black folks? So we came together in 2018. There were over 300 of us from across the country. At that point, it was we covered about 19 states. And we had folks who were from the labor movement, community organizers, educators, folks in the media, elected officials, former elected officials, folks in sports, you name it. And we came around and coalesced around an agenda that uplifts things such as improving economic outcomes, making sure we have access to health care, making sure that we have clean water in our community.
Now, Leah, I have a question for you, Leah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Can you please tell us about the Road to Equity Tour? Like, can you talk about that?
Yes. So this year, unfortunately, COVID-19 had different plans for all of us. So this year, we actually from the beginning, our work has been focused around equity because we feel that equality isn't enough. Equity really pushes us in a direction towards liberation, and how we define equity is not just simply giving everybody the same thing. It's a recognition of the systemic processes that intentionally oppress our folks. So with that in mind, we launched the Road to Equity Tour. And so we organized regional convenings in different cities across the country with an opportunity to do several things. One, support our millennial leaders on the ground, having them identify within our policy issue areas, what does that look like for them in their community? So for instance, in Houston, Texas, there's been a lot of issues and across Texas around voting rights and active voting suppression. So what can we do as leaders to address that? We also were in Memphis, Tennessee, where a lot of our leaders there have been really taking on the mantle of addressing environmental issues. One of our partners is Black Millennials for Flint. And so how do we as millennials address issues around the environment that disproportionately affect our community?
Now, Leah, how can someone get involved with the Black Millennial Convention?
So there's several ways. We're very active on social media. So you can follow us on IG, Twitter, at BMC Movement. Our website is blackmillennialconvention.com. We are actually going to be kicking off this Monday our new virtual campaign called BMC Movement Mondays. And that is an opportunity for Black millennials across the country to not only hear from experts that look like us, who are sharing actual practices that people can do right now, kind of move past a lot of the trying to discern, what to do and how to do it, actually giving people strategies they can implement right now to address issues in their communities.
Loving that. Well, Leah, I know we didn't have a lot of time with you today. Definitely got to get you back on, but thank you so much for joining us on the Black Report.
Thank you, Leah.
Be safe.
Thank you for having us.
All right, be safe.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Soulmates, please leave us with your thoughts, your comments. You can go to the Black Report at foxso.tv. Thank you so much for tuning in. But before we go, today is Breonna Taylor's 27th, it would have been her 27th birthday. She was murdered 84 days ago, and every single one of the officers involved still roam free. Let's just take a moment to remember and honor Breonna Taylor.
Now, until then, be safe and be well.
Up next, the Book of Sean with Dr. Sean McNeil.
I like sunshine.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Book of Sean. I'm so glad you decided to join me on a Friday. You all know how much I love Friday. Oh, there's my Friday then. Oh, wait. I love Friday, and it's Friday. We made it to the end of a week together, me and you, and it's been a hell of a week in America, hasn't it? It's been a week. A lot has happened. A lot of death, a lot of consternation, a lot of sadness, but also a lot of hope and resistance and joy and love. Love showed up this week. Yes, it did. It was hiding in the cracks and the crevices, but it was there. We made it to the end of this very difficult week for our nation, but I think the nation will be the better because of it. This week will go down in history as one of the greatest weeks for the demonstration of freedom and democratic values in the history of our country. And look, me and you, we made it together. Back together on the Book of Sean. Here we are tonight. Tonight, if you wanted to feel bad, this ain't the place. I'm telling you, tonight, we are going to inspire you. You're going to be moved. You're going to be inspired. You're going to be ready for life when this is over. So I'm telling you, tonight's show is all about lifting us up, because white supremacy and all types of craziness trust me, if you're black in this country this week, you've been moody all week. You've been moody all week, but tonight we're going to try to balance you out, bring you back to the middle, raise you up just a little higher so you can go back out and fight a good fight and win a good victory. My guests tonight will have remarkable stories that are going to impress you, that are going to make you smile and get that warm, fuzzy feeling I get whenever I talk about love and pizza. Anyway, I crack myself up. The hell with everybody else. I make myself laugh. So listen, before I bring on my first guest, we heard that Meghan Markle made a commencement speech this week for a high school, virtually, of course. And in that speech, she made it clear that she supports Black Lives Matter. She supports the movement and what it stands for and believes that Black Lives Matter is working. All the movements really are working. All the black ones are working for the betterment of the entire world. And I bring up Meghan Markle because I'm reminded of something Reverend Sharpton said yesterday in his sermon for George Floyd. He said that even when you rise up to be a prominent black person, white supremacy still has its knee on your neck. And remember, Meghan Markle married Prince Harry and became one of the princesses, or whatever you call the duchess of whatever she is. And she was met with extreme bigotry and racism in England, so much so that she and her husband had to leave the country and move to America. That's how bad the racism in the press was. That's how much they hounded her. Here she is, a member of the royal family, and she can't escape it. And here you and I are just everyday people. So we can't escape it either. So shout out to Meghan Markle for standing up and making it clear where she stands and that she believes that equal protection under the law is the birthright of citizenship in America. How about that? On a light note, because I'm trying to lift you up today. I'm not trying to make you mad. On a light note, I want to tell you about a young girl. She's an amazing young girl. Her name is Cameron Johnson. Cameron Johnson, who lives in Minneapolis, a 9-year-old girl. A 9-year-old girl decided she would pull her friends together to make love bracelets to support local Minneapolis charities in honor of George Floyd. And this thing is blown up. Celebrities and athletes and prominent politicians are all flocking to her to get one of these bracelets. All of the proceeds will go to local Minneapolis charities in honor of George Floyd in the Black community. So this marvelous 9-year-old girl, Cameron Johnson, I want to celebrate you tonight and tell you how special, how wonderful you are. At 9 years old, all I cared about was the Super Friends, the Justice League, and Honeycomb cereal. I didn't care about nothing with justice. But here you are, light years ahead of where I was when I was your age. And I can only imagine where you will be when you get to where I am. God bless you, my dear sister, and to your family that supports you. We need more young women and women and men and young boys like you. Tonight, I tip my hat and I salute you for your great work and your great concern. Cameron Johnson, remember that name? She's going to do big things, and I want to live to see it. All right, let me bring on my first guest tonight. We're going to talk about something very interesting, very near and dear to me, by the way. We're going to talk about what it means to put a family together. He has a remarkable story, and I dare not delay him any longer. Welcome to the program, adoption advocate, the one and only Laterris Whitfield. Laterris, how are you, my friend?
What's going on? How you doing, Dr. Sean?
I am doing well, man. I'm doing well. You doing well?
Yeah, thank you for having me on your show, man. Your show is
See,
amazing.
that wall behind you is just killing it. All of that. All of that's marvelous.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. After the show, we're going to talk about you letting me move in.
Come on. I'm at my production studio. I'm at Whitfield Films at my studio. So.
Oh, you got a studio. See, I need a studio.
Yeah, I have a studio.
We're gonna talk about that after the show. So listen, I want to begin. I want to narrate your story in a very particular way. So I want to begin with a large question before I shrink it down to your actual journey. Here it is. Laterris, what makes a family a family?
What makes a family is based on love. I believe that love, support, and knowing that you have a place to go to whenever you're facing any type of situation. I believe that that's the root and the foundation of what makes a family a family.
Yeah, and of course, let me tell you, you're speaking my language every day of the week and twice on Sunday. But can I not push you, but can I invite you to expand on that? Because when you say love, what do you mean by that? What kind of love? What is the temperament rather, in the substance of that love that makes a family?
It's called unconditional love. I believe that strong agape, unconditional love that, when I was growing up, I mean, I made some choices in my life that my mom didn't abandon me for. She just said, hey, that's my baby. And that's the power of family, is when you look at that loved one, that sibling, that son, that mother, that father, and you say, hey, we family. And no matter what we come up against, we're going to go through it together and not separately. So that's
no, I love that. I love that. I'll since you told a little mini story, I'll tell you a mini story.
Go ahead and talk to me.
So my sons are both grown. I have grown sons, 26, 25, and I still call them Pumpkin, and they hate it.
I imagine so. I'm on their side on that one.
When they're around their friends, they're like, will you stop doing that? And I'm like, no. And the reason I don't stop doing it is because I started calling them that to remind me that I have a very special relationship with them. No matter how upset I get, no matter how much stupid things that they do, I don't get to talk to them or treat them the way I would treat people I don't know. They have a very sacred place, and I have to treat them in a very exalted way. So I put that name on them to remind me, not for them.
It's for you.
You know what I'm saying? That's good, right?
Yeah, and that's the power and authority and the privilege that you have. You raise them, you have a choice in what you decide to call them. But they know what you love, don't they?
Come on, let's fist bump. Come on, give me that.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go. See, I need my sons to watch this show so they understand I'm still running this. I'm still in control. So listen, my friend, I asked you generally about family, and don't get into the story yet. Stay a little broad, because you mentioned that love is a part. Unconditional love is the necessary ingredient rather for the creation of the family. And I agree with that. But it makes me want to ask you, was your family a blended family, or was it more of a so-called traditional family setting?
No, it was a blended family. My mom had my brothers, we don't have the same dad. And both of my brothers, my older brothers, both had separate or different dads. And then me and my younger two sisters, we had the same father. And so I grew up with a father present in my household, but I always say that he was present yet absent. He had this unique ability of being present and absent like a magician. It was quite interesting growing up in that household.
Can you elaborate on that? Because I think you're saying something that a lot of people can relate to. Please elaborate on that.
I'm gonna go ahead and touch on it. So my father, he would, I always felt like my dad had a different family out there. Still haven't been able to prove that yet, but my dad would literally go to work, come home from work, change, go right back out in the streets, and then we wouldn't see him again until the next morning. And that was just, that became my norm my whole entire life. That's what it was. And then as I when I turned 18 years old, I got a call from he was about 20 something years old. And he said, hey, may I speak to Dwight? And I said, yeah, may I ask who's calling? But he's not here. They said his son. And I was like, okay, what in the world just happened? So I found out I had an older brother when I was 18. A couple of years later, I found out that I had an older sister and another older brother. And so that's a whole different story that I don't want to go down that rabbit trail right now. But it was a lot. Let's just say it's a lot, because I felt like I was my dad's only son. And to find out that I had two older brothers, well, he wasn't present in my life, but to know that I had two older brothers really took me aback.
No, first, thank you for sharing that. I know that's a little outside of what we agreed to talk to you about. But let me tell you why I asked, so you understand what my intentions were. I'm always fascinated by people who have done what you have done, who found a way to make love the mantra and the center of their lives, and have used that love to bend other people into their circle of affection and confidence.
Yes.
And I'm a firm believer that you don't love like that unless you've been through something.
Yes,
if you come up in a traditional, mother, father, two siblings, a dog. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Yeah, but it's just rare.
When you've been through something, your love capacity goes up a few notches.
Yes, totally. And that's exactly what happened. And I made a decree in my life to be more for the kids that I bring into my life, be more for them than what my father was for me.
There it is.
That was a decree I made at a young age.
Yeah, there it is. Now everything you're about to say, I'm actually good at this job.
Yeah, you're good at this.
Everything you're about to say now needs to be heard in that context. Because now I want you to really take us into this. So I'm gonna give you a very basic question, and I'm gonna let that question do its work on you. You ready?
Go ahead.
So what happened in 2015?
2015, my nephew at the age of 7 was placed in foster care due to a drug addiction from my sister. And I had a decision to make to either let him stay in the system or make my life a little bit uncomfortable and go get him out the system and start the process of fostering him in hopes that his father would take the responsibility and step up to the plate and finally be the father that he was supposed to be.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Before you keep going, tell us how he got in the system so people understand the dynamics there.
All right, so my nephew got placed in the system due to a drug addiction from my younger sister.
Okay.
And so she had went up to the school, and she still don't know who called or what happened or whatnot. All she knew that she got a phone call from CPS. They came and did a wellness visit and tested her, and she tested positive for a whole lot of drugs. And so they said, hey, we're going to give you an opportunity. We want you to, we're going to give you 30 days, and we're going to come back and test your levels. And when they came back 30 days later, my nephew, the one who I adopted, which he carries a lot of guilt from this moment, but there was a knock on the door from CPS. He answered the door, and when they came in, they asked my sister, hey, we need to test you again. She said, listen, I did some cocaine last night, so hey, y'all can go ahead and do whatever y'all need to do. And so they made the phone call and said, we're going to have to remove the kids from your house. And that's what happened.
So why does your nephew feel guilty about that?
Because he was the one that answered the door. He felt like he was the one that was responsible for CPS coming into the house. See, I think it's a 7-year-old mind here. And so he felt like, and I've been working with him through this throughout the years, but sometimes he'll go back and say that. He was like, had I never opened the door, Uncle Terry, he calls me Uncle Terry, had I never opened the door, CPS would have never came in. I was like, trust me, they were coming. I said, your mom shares the total responsibility for what happened. You had nothing to do with that. And so you need to walk in that freedom.
Yeah, I'm so glad you are a good dad. You're an excellent father. I'm so glad you say that to him, because there's so many, not just kids, Lateris.
Yes.
Even last night, I was talking to some folks who just needed to hear that it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You did not make a mistake, and you are not the mistake that was made.
Totally.
And that, I think children, adults, hell, me. Sometimes you just need to hear, it ain't your fault, Dr. Sean. It just ain't. Now the pizza's your fault, but everything else ain't. So listen.
Those extra slices of pizza, huh?
Oh, let's not. Like you said earlier, that's a whole other show. I'm gonna need prayer and deliverance. So listen, this happened. So this happened 5 years ago, right?
Yes.
5 years ago. Did you have any other children?
Yeah, I have a biological daughter who, she was in college at the time. Now she's 24 years old. But yeah, it's like literally me starting all over again. I was happy to get her off to college, and I was like, great. I have full custody of her when she was 16 years old. And when she went out to college, I said, hey, I'm free. This is great. And then I take on the responsibility of this young boy who really, truly changed my life. He was a blessing into my life that truly changed the trajectory of my life and gave me a different purpose and a different level of advocacy for kids. And so I realized it was all a part of God's plan.
How old was he?
7.
He was 7. And you started to answer the question that I was going to ask you next, rather, and that is, how did this experience and just stick with the nephew right now. How did the experience of adding him into your family circle, how did it affect you? What did it do to you?
Well, it really taught me, you got to think I've always only experience I had was raising a daughter. Raising a daughter, as you know, raising sons is a totally different perspective, a whole different level of conversations. And it really, I feel like raising him taught me a whole lot more about me. It taught me some of the things that I wish I would have heard as a young male growing up in this society. And so it opened up the doors for me to start having that dialogue and that conversation with him. And to know that I felt like he was holding a lot of fears in, a lot of insecurities, all that type of stuff. And to watch that, it was like, you know what, this is what I wish my daddy would have did. This was a conversation I wish my father would have had with me. So it allowed me to correct the wrongs that were done to me and extend it to him and make it right.
That's a powerful answer, man. Very powerful answer. I can relate to that. I've never raised a daughter, so I have no idea what that's like. But from what I can tell, I don't think I want to. I think I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna let you be a girl dad. There you go.
I'll be a girl dad.
So your story gets even more interesting because now I'm not sure if the same thing if this happens in the same year. But a friend of yours, not the same year, right?
Yeah, it was the same year, 2015.
So wow. So tell me, here's the question. Tell me what else happened in 2015.
2015, I went through a divorce. So December, I nicknamed that the death of December. And so in December, I went through a divorce on December the 29th. The second week of December, I lost my best friend. He died. Got hit running from the police and ran across the freeway. It was all in the newspaper after trying to do whatever he does. And then my nephew, so I had a conversation with his son. We were at the funeral home and I said, hey, listen, I promise to be in your life. I'm gonna be in your life and I'm gonna pick up where your father left off. And in saying that to him, though I had good intentions, God convicted my heart. He said, how are you gonna be there for his kid and you're not even there for your nephew? Your nephew is in foster care right now. And you're going to be there for his kid. And I was like, oh, wow. Okay. I felt that conviction. And so I said, all right. So I had to rechannel my feelings, my emotions, my purpose. I called CPS and said, listen, I need my nephew here with us on Christmas. And they were like, well, sir, it doesn't work like that. I said, listen, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, I need my nephew here. I said, I can't take too many more losses. I can't take too many more losses. I need him with me. So they said, okay, well, I'll put you in contact with the foster parent. Y'all work that out. Contacted the foster parent. She welcomed the much needed break and said, and at that time he had been in foster care for 7 months. And so they said, all right, meet me at the McDonald's, met him, exchanged, had him. And then we were taking a family portrait with a little cell phone, taking a little selfie. And he just started breaking down. And I was like, what's wrong? And he just ran into my office. And so I went and followed him. I said, what's wrong? He said, I don't want to go back there. And I said, you think you're about to go there? And I said, no, we got 4 more hours left for the evening. He was like, I said, just take the picture. And he said, I don't want to go back there, Uncle Terry. I said, I promise you in 30 days, you'll be back living with me. I said, so can we just have a good evening? He was like, yes. And so 30 days later, almost to the day, on January the 31st, they placed him in my house under kinship foster care. And that started the process of me becoming a licensed foster parent and ultimately adopting him.
Wow. That's impressive, man. That's yeah. Hold on, let me tip my hat. Let me tip my hat, because let me tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. And I mean, there's, you know, any man should, but any man can raise his own son.
Yes,
because he sees himself in the boy. So 100%. What he's drawn to is really a narcissism, right?
Yes.
But it takes a hell of a man to raise another man's son.
Yeah.
Into which he can see none of his biological reflection.
Yeah.
And the way that you did it is absolutely amazing, man. I wanna, wow.
It was a big struggle. I mean, like the main process was, my whole intention wasn't to adopt him. I had two options. My sister was gonna kick drugs and be the mother she was supposed to be, or his father was gonna step up. So I started mentoring his father, had him go through all the parenting classes that CPS recommended, and got him all the way to the point where the judge, on my approval, allowed the child to be placed in his home. He stayed with him about 3 months. So it happened about December. Mid-February, he called me up and said, I can't do this. I can't be a full-time dad. And he said, I think he's best with you. And so at that moment, CPS said, hey, you know, when you place him with him, your rights are going to be terminated and the mother's rights are going to be terminated. He said, I'm good. I know he's in good hands. I believe he'll be in better hands with the terrorists. And that's what happened. And I was like, oh my God, like I didn't really want to do that, but I said there was no other option. So I said, I'm gonna step up. And
Laterris, I got to take a break, but let me amend my statement. Not only does it take a hell of a man to raise another man's child, it takes a hell of a man to admit that he's not able to raise his own.
And that's what I told him.
Shout out to whoever his dad was, at least knew that and put his son in the right hands. I got to take a break, but people are tweeting about you already tonight, Laterris. Katrina Stratford says, I think I want to be a foster parent. There are so many little black babies going through the system that need homes, loving homes. Hashtag black adoption. Hashtag the Book of Sean. Hashtag, I'll be right back.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
I like sunshine and rain.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm talking to Laterris Whitfield, who has already impressed me with the depth of his heart and his wisdom, his ability to love and raise Black boys and to make them his son. He already had a daughter, and now he's adopted his nephew, brought him into the house. Now, that would already be a remarkable story. That would be a reason for a parade. You know what I'm saying? That would be a reason for him to get one of them bracelets I talked about earlier. But the story doesn't stop there, because he went out after his best friend died. Again, this is in 2015 as well. He made a promise to his best friend's son that he would take care of him and make him a part of his family. And Laterris, you did that.
Yeah. So this is another kid. So the other kid that you're talking about happened in 2018.
Right.
So that was on a Wednesday's Child special. They had me come mentor this young boy for a Wednesday's Child special.
Oh,
and I adopted my nephew.
I'm confused, Laterris. You got your nephew?
Yeah.
Who else?
My nephew, and then the young guy I adopted.
Right.
So
who's the son of your best friend, right?
Yeah, the son. No, that was a totally different.
Oh, that's totally different. Got it. Okay, I got it. All right.
Yeah, he had his mama. I abandoned that mission. I said, you know what? I need to take care of my own.
Got it. Okay,
So
keep
then
going.
after that, I told God when I adopted my nephew on National Day of Adoption, I said, hey, listen, I'll be willing to adopt another kid again, but he'll have to be 16 years old. Because a lot of kids that are aging out of the system, they don't have any type of parental support and structure. And so I said, God, I'll be willing to adopt a kid, but he have to be 16. I want to be more of a mentor in his life. But I thought that I'd be remarried before I made that leap. And so they called me up to be a sponsor for a Wednesday's Child episode, for a Wednesday's Child shoot. And those kids that are on Wednesday's Child are those kids that are a little bit more challenging to be adopted because they deal with a lot of different mental illness or different situations like that. And so they introduced me to this young guy. On Wednesday's Child, they give a kid an opportunity to go do whatever they want to do. They can go meet the Cowboys, go meet the Mavericks, go to the fair, whatever. This young boy said he wanted to feed the homeless. And in that, they knew that I did a whole lot of stuff with the homeless. I had a web series that would go out and do random acts of kindness for the homeless. And so they connected he and I together. We went out and fed the homeless. And in the conclusion of the taping, I said, is there anything you would like to say to my homeless friends before we leave? He said, would they mind if I prayed for them? And in that prayer, we were all in tears. The news reporter, the camera guy, we were all in tears. And God spoke to me at that moment. He said, that's your son. And then at the conclusion of the prayer, the CPS worker turned to me and said, when you gonna get your son? And I was like, oh my God, like I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready to be going down this road again so soon, because this was in 2018. And I just started that process to get my recertification for adoption and fostering, and end up ultimately adopting him this past November on National Adoption Day. And they placed him in my house on July the 8th, his 16th birthday. So it's just God's omniscience and omnipotence. And I just watched it just totally unfold and had me totally in tears to see the promises of God unfold.
Wow. That's my new favorite thing to do. Wow. Oh my goodness. What? That's a hell of a story, man.
That's what happened, man.
Wow, that's touching, you know?
That's what happened.
I'm sitting here imagining, what you must have felt like. Well, let me ask, what did you feel like when you realized you were when you realized, okay, this is my son? I get the warm, fuzzy feelings first.
Yeah.
Were there any other feeling? Because Dr. Sean would have had some other feelings.
Well, no, I had a whole lot of feelings, a lot of emotions. Because
no.
And truthfully, that's what I felt. I was like, hold on, I wasn't ready for this, And God reminded me of a prayer that I prayed years ago that said, my life is not my own. And it's a song. And I said, I give myself away. We don't really know what that truly means until we've been called to the carpet on it. And God reminded me of that. He said, remember. And another thing, I would see a whole lot of stuff about Black Lives Matter. And it said, Lateris, if Black lives really matter, what are you doing to help save a Black life? These are so many kids that's in the foster care system that are growing up without a Black father, And I said, you know what? Okay, I'll do it. And when I tell you, this young guy has gone from being in special ed, dealing with mental illness and bipolar disorder and all that, to being a thriving A/B honor roll student his first year with me, been totally removed out of special ed in his new school. They said, we don't see a need for him to be here. He's excelling in school. He's one of the leaders in his classroom. Just an exceptional young man.
What changed?
But it showed me the power of love.
Well, there's my answer. As I was going to say, well, what? Tell us the secret sauce for all the parents out there that need a transformation in their children, that want their children to be different and better and have the journey that this young man had. Say it again so everybody can hear it again.
The power of love. And let me not leave off prayer, because I've done a lot of praying and fasting and laying hands on them. And I lay hands on them, pray for them. I cast out all these
holy hands
on them. Huh?
You mean holy hands, right? Not boxing.
Oh, holy hands. And sometimes I put them other hands on them. I put both of them on them, spare the rod, spoil the child. I'm still a Black father now. He tried to test me the first time he came to my house. And I said, hey, you're not about to run my house. It's not about to go down like that. But then, so I had to, put him a little chokehold, glory to God, and everything.
A little chokehold, glory to God.
Glory to God. Give God some praise all about that chokehold. Amen, somebody. But that's my homie though. So he's thriving. You know, he's thriving with his YouTube gaming channel. He's been delving into video production and doing all that. And he's just a remarkable young man. And for Mother's Day, he and I put together this video to tell his mom that he still loves her and that he forgives her. And the mom commented on the YouTube video talking about how proud she was of him and all that. And, you know, he hasn't been in touch with his mom in about 6 years. And so that was a very huge testimony because she finally accepted his new life, his new placement.
Yeah, and for everybody watching who feels some type of way about the chokehold, you obviously are not raising a black teenage boy, clearly. Because
exactly.
If you were, you'd understand.
You would understand.
Yeah, so I don't want to hear no tweets, no texts about none of that. So I put you in one of them. Anyway, listen to Terrence, I got your back, bro. I got your back. So let's talk about black people and adoption, because I'm trying to figure out why more black people don't adopt black children. What do you think it is?
Because they got their own kids to take care of. You know, you got to think when you start dealing with the reality of the situation, a lot of African-American women are raising their kids on their own. So they're struggling just trying to raise being quote unquote mom and dad to the kids that they gave birth to. Now bringing a whole nother kid into the mix that's dealing with a lot of different issues. And then you bring that into their family structure and they can, I mean, foster kids will shift the household a lot. But I'm telling you, it's so worth it. It's so worth it. I mean, and you can be involved on several different levels, from just fostering to adoption to doing respite care to even being a CASA worker where you're just a mentor to these kids. So you can get in on a high level or even a small monthly level, just going to go visit them once a month for a couple hours.
No, I get what you're saying, but I still want to challenge black families to do what black people have always done.
Yes.
I understand we got to raise our own kids. I got that. But black families have always had a nephew or a cousin or a neighbor's kid, because we understood the significance that nobody else was going to take care of our kids.
Yes.
My point to you is there was a time, and I could be speaking from nostalgia or from ignorance, but my sense is there was a time when black people were less willing to turn our kids over to the system.
Yeah. But the truth be told, and that still exists. So a lot of times those people, they never get the round of applause because they just took the neighbor's kid in and they're raising the kid as their own. They don't become a part of the system, or you won't even know that exists. Because I have friends right now who have not officially adopted a kid, but they're raising that kid and been raising them for years. They just haven't went through the proper procedure and adopt. Because a lot of times they just don't even know how to even go about that. They look at it as being too expensive to take place. But if a kid actually gets into the system, then CPS actually covers the adoption fees. At least that's what they do here in Texas. They'll cover the whole adoption. A lot of people just don't know that.
Tell me, before I change gears altogether, tell me what are some of the qualifications you think a person needs to have to be a qualified adoptive or foster parent?
You would have to be 100% willing to never give up on that kid, because when you adopt a kid, they say you can't give them back, but legally you can put the kid back in the system. And I've heard the heartbreaking stories of people doing that. But you can't re-traumatize a kid by getting them out the system and giving up on them and sending them back. One of the kids that I mentor right now that's in foster care, he was about to get placed and placed for permanency. And then the little boy wet the bed and the mom was like, oh, I can't deal with this, and sent them back. And they don't realize that kid suffers from a lot of emotional trauma. And brilliant kid, smart kid, but the mom gave up on him. So you have to have unconditional love that doesn't give up on that kid. And you need to treat that kid the way that you would treat your own child. And I mean, exactly like you would. Yeah. And I told Armani when he first was placed with me, he said, Dad, because he called me Dad the very first day, broke me down to tears. Do you understand me? And he said, Dad, if you ever get mad at me, are you going to send me back to the hospital? And the hospital is where, when kids have a lot of mental issues and trauma, that the mom or the foster parent will get upset and send them to the actual state hospital, and they'll spend a couple of days there. And I said, no, I didn't send my own child to no hospital. I'm not sending you there. And even when he did stuff that made me upset or would cut himself and all that, he did that about one spell. And I was like, no, we're gonna talk through this. Let's have a conversation. Why are you cutting yourself? And he was just like, I just gotta feel pain. I just don't like myself. And I did everything to build him up. Now he has such confidence. He's looking good. He's dressing good, hair fly, feeling good about himself. But it's that love. Love can really change somebody. And so you just have to have unconditional love. Unconditional love. Don't give up.
You just gotta have unconditional love.
Yeah, that's all you got to have. Just a little bit.
It's just that simple. But I love
it's that simple.
I love the answer because I think you're right. I think if you do not see that kid as yours,
you're gonna give up.
Then don't touch them. Leave them where they are.
Leave them where they are.
You're gonna re-traumatize and hurt that kid in a way that would have never happened had you had your stuff together. How about that?
Exactly. And I told Armani, I said,
go ahead.
I said, there's nothing you can do to make me give up on you. I said, you are my child. I'm never gonna give up on you. I don't care what you do. I mean, it's just we're gonna get into it. We're gonna box and we're gonna be friends. Like I love you. And when I brought him, and the other thing about it is that it's out of my obedience to God. God told me that if I were to give him back or abandon him, I would literally be disobeying the call of God over my life. And I'm just not willing to do that.
All right, listen, I'm running out of time. So I got to get at least two more things there.
Come on.
You're raising black sons at a time when being black is a very, and male, or black anything,
yes,
is a very precarious way of being in the world. Give me a concise response to this. But what are you saying to your black sons about being black in this world?
I'm telling them not to ignore reality. Don't walk around here with rose-colored glasses on. Understand that you are a threat just by the color of your skin, and you have to be 10 times greater, smarter, wiser, more respectful than your white counterparts. And that God has given you purpose and destiny in your life, and respect authority, because I teach them to respect authority. That's why it starts at home. If they don't respect me, they're not going to respect the police officer. So I'm teaching them all those things.
You know, so let's go to your series on Vimeo. You have a series on Vimeo called Home Blessed Life. Is that right?
Yes.
Home Blessed Life. Give me 30 seconds on that because I got 4 minutes left. What does that name mean, and why name it that?
Well, it was about the homeless. So I would go out and do random acts of kindness for the homeless. And I said that they're not homeless, they're blessed. I always look for the blessing in whatever situation that I find myself in and others are in. And so I said, if you change the perspective and how you look at your situation, you're not homeless, you're home blessed, because you still have life and you still have the opportunity to change the trajectory of your life.
You have a very gregarious heart. Your capacity for generosity and giving are extreme. I mean, I've met a lot of generous people, but you have a very extreme.
I love people.
Yeah.
I love people. I love learning about people. I love spending time with people. I just love people. I get a lot of information, a lot of knowledge just sitting down, breaking bread and talking to people. And homeless, they have some amazing and powerful stories. Amazing. And if we are honest with ourselves, if we had a string of bad luck that happened consecutively over a long period of time, every one of us would be homeless.
Absolutely. And some of us were. Now, listen, I'm changing subjects. I want to get to your podcast because this name is interesting. You have a podcast called Dear Future Wifey.
Yeah.
Yes. And what is that about, Latarius? Go ahead.
So as I go on my journey to find Mrs. Whitfield, I said that
you want to get married again?
Huh?
You want to be married again?
Oh, yeah. I think marriage is the greatest institution that God blessed us with. I believe that there's power in unity. So I'm ready to get it right the second time around. And so Dear Future Wifey, I opened up, it's a journey where I discover, uncover, and recover love. And so as I began to deep dive into what love is and what I've been taught love is, and then unteach myself what love is and try to find out what it is and what commitment means. And again, that unconditional love, and finding out about that, then in hopes at the end of that journey, I'll be able to say I do to an amazing woman. So I'm just taking the viewers and listeners on this journey. I'll talk to people that are from all different walks of life. Those that have been married for 30 plus years, those that may not ever want to get married again, want to have that conversation with people. Those that dealing with people that are homosexual lifestyles. I just want to understand what love is and what it means to different people.
That's interesting. Very interesting. Very, so very interesting. You are a very interesting guy. And while I've had you on the Book of Sean, don't ever try to invite me to dear future wifey, because I ain't coming. I'm telling you right now.
Why you ain't coming?
No, we're not even gonna have that conversation either. But I ain't coming. All right, don't be like Dr. Sean. You my homie. Come on over. No, I'll come on home blessed like. I ain't coming on no future wifey.
You ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna be able to do it.
It's the devil. God ain't in there. Mr. Terrence Whitfield, you are a giant of a man. Let me tell you something, sir. Here's what I believe. Most men will never bear fruit. Some men will sprout leaves, but every man was born with a seed. And you, sir, have taken the seed that you were given and you have reproduced in amazing ways. I have to admit that I'm rarely impressed with people as it relates to their generosity and their heart and their giving, but you have succeeded in that tonight. What a remarkable story of adoption and love. And everybody around the world, every Black person in America should stop tonight and honor you for loving Black boys and Black girls enough to make a home for them. Wow.
Amen.
That's all I can say.
Amen. Thank you. I appreciate that so much, Dr. Sean.
No, it's my honor. You got to come back on, okay?
I definitely will. When this COVID changes, we can actually get to that beautiful studio you got.
I promise there's room for you in the studio. I promise. Everybody, the Terrence Whitfield, unfortunately, he's got to go, but I'll be right back.
It all can get so out of control. Sometimes you can lose your faith, you can lose your mind, lose your grip, get stripped of your pride till you don't know how you're gonna stay alive. Hey, hey, I got you. Hey, hey, I got you. I'll be there to stop the bleeding. I'll be there to start the healing. I will give you what you need, and I'll be right there. I got you back. I got you.
I'm gonna mash your head.
Quarantine Cook-Off, hosted by Ricky Smiley.
It is against state law in Alabama to have your cornbread and swear. You will get 25 to life.
Who will we take on next? Stream it live every Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Okay, are you ready for this, Alabama? I'm going to use my bacon grease.
Oh.
To mix in my cornbread.
Stream it live on foxsoul.tv.
See, I'm gonna write that down.
This Monday night, Cocktails with the Queens, hosted by Claudia Jordan.
Who's most likely to be in an open relationship? Run that drink.
Vivica A. Fox, Lisa Ray, and Selena Johnson.
This is why you have to love Lisa Ray, because she right now makes us all feel like we're on vacation. Not the poses, girl.
Every Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Cocktails with the Queens, hosted by Claudia Jordan.
We don't just dish celebrity news, we become celebrity news.
Drew Barrymore, she's friends with Cameron Diaz, so she probably was like,
You know, I think you should put wildflowers somewhere in the name.
Not that twisted, no, I cannot! Dish with us, the most entertaining celebrity news, period.
Catch Dish Nation every weeknight, right here on Fox Soul.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. I got more for you. Always got more for you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, yes, yes. So we talked about Black people and adoption and the creation of families. And Lateris took us into that very inspirational place where you create a family out of unconditional love. My next story is equally fascinating. This is the story I couldn't wait to talk about because I've never talked to anybody like this. Welcome to the program, my dear brother Al Boogie Roberson.
How you doing? How you doing, Dr. Sean?
Robertson, right?
Robertson.
I don't know why the hell I keep thinking Roberson.
Some people say Roberson, but it's Robertson. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So should I call you Al or Boogie?
Whichever one you like. Or put both of them together and call me Al Boogie.
Al, see, I was gonna say that. I was gonna say, how about I call you Al Boogie?
That's what they call me.
Listen, man, I'm cutting to the chase with you because I've been wanting to ask you this question all afternoon. I have never met a black drag racer ever in my life. I didn't know there was such a. So here's my question: Why? How does a black kid or a black man get into drag racing?
Well, Dr. Sean, actually, there's a lot of black drag racers.
Really?
Yeah, it's not a small number. It's a lot of them out here. I mean, like really. You know, I started at a very young age, and I started watching some guys. But in drag racing, it's a big family. I mean, it's a widespread family.
You mean professional? Because I know the guys on the street. You know, where I grew up in Queens on the South Conduit, I used to drag race down the Conduit. But you're talking about professional drag racing.
Oh yeah.
I know this.
Oh yeah. And I used to be on the Conduit also. I've done the Conduit too.
See?
Yeah, I knew all about the Conduit, Springfield Boulevard. That's what it's
Okay, Al.
All about it. I knew all about it.
You are certified with me now because you have. Yeah. You have. How do you know that?
Nassau Expressway, baby.
Wow. Okay, get back to the story. So there are a bunch of black drag racers.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean, it's more than I can put on one or two hands. I mean, they're all across the world.
So how did you start though?
I started out when I was about 12. My father, between my father and my stepfather, one was building cars and one was building cars and let me drive the car. My stepfather was allowed to let me drive. And at 12 years old, man, I got my first win. So it's addicting. I mean, you have to understand, like, drag racing and dealing with muscle cars is an addictive situation. I mean, you just don't understand what comes behind it. It's just like, I was hearing Terrence talk about his sister situation. Well, that's what drag racing is, the same thing. It's just it's hard to explain that feeling that it gives you of the enjoyment.
Well, what's interesting? This is why I was so interested in talking to you, why I'm fascinated by it, because I can't relate to none of this. I don't want to be in no car going over, 90 miles per hour. I'm saying sit down. I'm into calm down and get me there safely. So I'm not an adrenaline junkie. I can't. I don't want to go nothing. Matter of fact, a few weeks ago I was in a Tesla, and they wanted to tell me how fast the Tesla go. I said, "Let me tell you something. You ain't never getting me back in here again. God don't want this for my life."
Right. So I've been game for it.
So let me ask you this, because you had a very defining moment that almost cost you your career. And I want to make sure that we talk about this, because here's where your story goes from being an addictive passion, right? Speed, adrenaline, all of that, to really testing your commitment. Tell everybody what happened that almost ended your career.
Well, in 1990, the accident.
Yeah.
Before it was cars, it was bikes. I was racing bikes. Cars for me was just like, you buy a Mustang or something, you fix it up, turn a couple of bolts and spin a couple of tires. But bikes was where I was putting all my money at, all the drag racing bikes. I mean, things happen for a reason. That's why I don't argue about the choices or the hand that I get dealt, because we have no control of our next second, no control. And that day, April 5th, 1998, everything happened like it wasn't even playing. I mean, like I didn't even have no idea even to bring the bike out that day, and I did. My mom called and asked me, she was like, she wanted to go to her sister's house. I was like, cool, I'm gonna ride the bike. I was gonna get in the car and changed my mind last second, got in the bike. And 6 o'clock that afternoon, a lady turns out in front of me and a friend of mine, and I wake up, it's about 2 months later. 2 months later. Yeah.
Wow.
She turned in front of us. She hit both of us. We T-boned her. We turned her upside down, and they killed Noah right on the spot. And me, I was just like, when I wake up, they done buried him, and I got tubes everywhere. Can't talk, can't do anything, can't move. right arm is, I don't know anything about my right arm at the time. My legs are jacked up, I'm just all banded like a mummy. So I go right into tears. And my father tells me, he's like, "You've been in an accident." And in my, I'm thinking it just happened because I don't remember it, and they said that with all the anesthesia that I wouldn't probably remember the accident. And I just looked at him, with tears in my eyes. And he just started explaining, he said, "You've been in a coma for a good while. And, they buried Noah, this, that, and the third. He said, it wasn't your fault. Somebody turned in front of y'all." And man, I mean, just like, and right at that moment, I'm thinking about what happens from here out. I got trucks, tractor trucks. I drive trucks. I got trucks. So I'm like, I can't drive no truck like this. I can't ride a bike no more. You know what I mean? And it was a test. I mean, then couldn't walk. I didn't find out the couldn't walk part until about maybe a week later, because it crushed my pelvis and my hip. It dislocated my hip completely off my body. So they had to go in and put screws and all that. They had to put me back together. And I mean, I guess like the hardest part of it all, probably the first 2 weeks, was learning how to just sit up, laying flat. And I mean, just when you wake up to all these surprises, when I used to be in the gym working out, I was a bike rider. When you ride a bike, you used to like look good. You want to flex a little bit, and now all that's gone. So it's like, what do? You know what I'm saying? I look at all the flowers and the balloons, and I'm like,
so what did you do? That's a great question. You asked a better question than the one I could come up with. I'm gonna make you the host and the guest. So, so what did you do? You're there. It happened.
It started from the doctor telling me that I would never walk again, and I would never have any kids. I had a son at the time. I had a son of twins, and he told me I would never have any more kids. So, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna listen to you. I don't know if I'm gonna accept it, but I'm gonna listen to you. He tells me, and they moved me out in the ICU that I was in when I first came back conscious. The nurse could only have 2 patients per 8-hour shift. That's how bad I was. And so, you downgrade as you go. And I finally worked my way to a room, maybe about a month later. And I just told her, I said, "Listen, man, I'm going home. I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna walk." Doctor, I know he looked at me like, "Yeah, I've heard it before, but I don't want to, make you feel bad." But no matter what he say, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna walk.
Yes,
and,
sir.
It just, I mean, I have my uncle.
Al, stop for a second, because you got. I'm jumping in.
Come on.
I'm jumping in because I just want to, because what you're saying is very important, and to you, it's your story, it's your life. To us, this is the first time we're hearing this. And very few people have ever heard anything like this. That somebody in a bike accident woke up 2 months later in a coma, right? And have to totally learn how to sit up again. But what you're saying right now is powerful to me, because you had to, it was your force of will. The scriptures say, as a man thinketh, so is he. And your force of will, because I asked you, what did you do, right? And you're telling me that basically you willed yourself out of a hospital bed.
Yeah. Well, it was like I had to walk up 3 sets of steps. And the doctor told me, he said, "If you can never walk up these 3, he brought him in my room. He said, "If you can never walk up these 3 sets of steps, I'll sign your release for you to go home." And maybe 2 weeks later, he was signing that release. But those 3 sets of steps look real easy. It's so hard. So hard. I mean, it's even just come up off the bed, to turn to the side, just to bend with my pelvis, and then stand up to try to walk up 3 steps. It was the hardest thing ever in life that I've had to try to accomplish.
And you did it because you wanted to do it. You did it because you believed that you could, and you did it because you didn't want to give up. Is that right?
Right. I couldn't give up. That's where my challenges started, that moment. Even after that, when I got home, he sent me home, a couple of weeks later, sent me home. Then I couldn't even use the bathroom. Like, my parents had to put me on the toilet, had to put me in the tub. I couldn't do anything, nothing. I couldn't even sleep in a bed. I had to sleep on the couch, in an upright position. It was just, and then to be in a wheelchair, I got a wheelchair in the house and couldn't walk. I couldn't walk at all. So, during the daytime, like in the mornings, they would wheel me out on the front porch.
So when did you know that you were getting better, significantly better?
It took about a good year.
Took a year to get better. Stop right there. Stop. For everybody watching this show, I want you to hear that. I want you to receive that, and I want you to drink it. It took them a year to get better. And I want all of us who are watching this show tonight to realize whatever we're working on is going to take some time. And that's not just personally, that's also America. Just because we're marching and protesting and demanding change, it ain't going to happen in a week or a month or 6 months from now. If it takes a man a year to get better from falling off a bike in an accident, it's going to take it some time for a nation to get better, after we have demanded what we want it to be. Some say we've been here 400 years. I got it. But real change takes time. That's my point. And you manifest that in your body. So let me change gears now, because you did something that I would not have done. First of all, I wouldn't have got on the bike. Let's just start there.
Right.
Let's start there. I ain't getting on the bike. Nobody in my life can get me on a motorcycle.
Right.
Nobody. You did something that I would not have done. And that is you went back to racing.
Right.
Al Boogie, are you high?
I've done it. Listen, I haven't got back on the bike. I rode a bike one time since then, and that was on the back. And I was like, this ain't, because I could have got one fixed up.
That's even worse.
Well, for one, out of that accident, it came from, like I said, my hip was dislocated and all that, but my right arm.
Yeah.
I couldn't, there was no use for it.
So why did you go back to racing? That's what I want to know. What drew you back to it?
You tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna show you I can.
So you're just stubborn.
And it's just like, really, even with the driving the truck, I had to go back to try to start doing all that again. I had to learn how to do all that in a different manner. It's one, you don't understand like the challenges that I get met with, but I don't let people know that it's a challenge for me. I just get it done. Get it done. I'm like, it's another one for the books. So it's not been easy. It's not been easy, not one bit at all. And it's just like, I see people all the time, you don't realize how thankful you are when you got all your limbs working. You just
How's
don't.
your arm? How's your arm?
Well, the feeling came down. I didn't have no feeling for years. But, with therapy, what therapy I could get done, I got it back to right about here, but I still can't do all this and, get back in the punching bag again. So it's a challenge. And then when I drive a car like I drive, woo. So, it's like trying to grab a gorilla.
So you are back to drag racing as we speak.
Oh yeah, bigger and better than ever.
I'm gonna give you my number when this show's over, because I need to talk to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to diagnose whether or not you are insanely courageous or just insane.
And you are a doctor, so you know the difference.
Or just insane. But the kind of bravery is what I'm trying to tap into. I'm being comedic, but that type of bravery to go back to the thing you failed at, to go back to the thing that hurt you, to go back to the scene of the disaster, and to pick back up in the ruins and the wreckage and the ruins of what almost killed you is an amazing thing to do. I don't want to lose sight of that in my joking.
Right.
Most people can't do that. Exhibit A.
Right.
If I got into an accident on a bike in a race, I'm never racing again. I'm not.
Well, we weren't racing though. Had we been racing, it would have never happened. We was like, it's
Al Boogie. I don't care what I was doing. I'm not doing anything. My point is this: you have that rare blend of bravery and insanity that makes you admirable, because and sometimes you need both of that to win when your back is up against the wall.
I'm gonna give you a quick thing to think about.
Okay.
Everybody. You have a car, right?
I do.
Okay. It's this theory that I have.
I gotta drive when the show's over. Don't be putting no hexes on me.
Okay. With all that has went on, some of it, some people see it as a negative part of life. It wasn't negative, it was just what it was meant to be. It was written to be that way. So if you go out to your car right now and you want everything positive in your life to be polished, okay, it sounds good. But if you ain't been through some negative or some kind of trials and tribulation, you're not gonna know the difference, right? So your car, you unhook your negative post, try to start your car up, see if it works. It's not gonna work. You need that negative in your life to make that positive work to be successful. Then you fire your car when you hook that negative post back up. So it don't bother me with the things that I've been through. I just take it and I use it for a stepping stone and strength.
No, that's rich. Okay. I received that. I received that as a very credible way to go back and to engage in what. And the other thing is you love it. And I told a young man this once. I said, there's some dreams you can't let go of. They have to let you go.
That's right.
They have to let you go. Listen, man, I'm out of time. Let me ask you one more question. I'm gonna get in trouble. Give me like a real short answer. Yes or no answer to this question. You know, in The Alchemist, the main character is looking for his treasure. Here's my question: have you found your treasure?
No.
You got to come back and let's talk about that answer. I gotta go. Gotta go. Al Boogie, everybody. Al Boogie Robertson on Robertson. Why the hell do I keep saying Robertson? Al Boogie Robertson on the show tonight. We thank God for him, for his life, and that he made it out. Woo! Anyhow, let me tell you something. It's Friday. Have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Fight, fight, fight. But don't forget to love. Stay tuned for the Claudia Out Loud with Claudia Jordan is on after me. She's always amazing, always saying something special and remarkable. I'll see you on Monday, everybody. Be good to each other. I love you.
And I can't change, even if I tried, even if I wanted to. My love, my love, my love, she keeps me warm. 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 She keeps me warm.
We are neighbors and best friends.
I love my sister.
My heart doesn't see race. Love is love.
Our family is no less than any other family.
Fox Soul presents Chatter.
Now listen, they had to give us an hour because we all talk too long.
5 women of faith, keeping it real.
Maybe you can teach us a little move or something with our arms.
Let's work and one. And pull it down and give me face and what?
Every Thursday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific.
Let's go on tour. Ladies of Faith on tour.
Stream it live on foxsoul.tv.
We're pouring up the drama all season 21.
Catch Divorce Court every weeknight right here on Fox Soul.
We don't just dish celebrity news, we become celebrity news.
Drew Barrymore, she's friends with Cameron Diaz, so she probably was like,
You know, I think you should put wildflowers somewhere in the name.
I cannot! Dish with us, the most entertaining celebrity news, period.
Catch Dish Nation every weeknight right here on Fox Soul.
Hey guys, and happy Friday. It's your girl Claudia Jordan. I'm coming to you live, but instead of being in the studio, I'm still bringing you the show from home because we're still all about that quarantine and lockdown life. Now, for decades, Black men in this country have been made to feel like their lives have no value. They face oppression, being stereotyped, and are bombarded with negative images from the media that continue to show the evolution of social injustice in America. Tonight, I'm talking to a group of Black men who, outside of creating a buzz in Hollywood, are here to shed some light on how Black men are viewed in America. Please welcome Jamie Calica, Barry Brewer Jr., and Jamel McWilliams. Hello, fellas, and thank you for joining me today.
What's up, what's up, what's up?
What's going on? Thanks for having me.
So, how are y'all getting along with this quarantine life? You're all doing your thing and got a nice little fan base, good looking brothers on. I'm sure you got people knocking on your doors and you can't even go out and enjoy the fruits of your labor.
For me, it's been the first couple of weeks were a bit difficult. The adjustment from, go, and whether it be work, auditions, just being able to have that normalcy of going to a restaurant if you felt like. So the first couple of weeks, I was angry. It was misplaced anger, but I was angry. And then I adjusted and I started, I gave my brain that break that I think it really, really needed, and working out twice a day. Luckily, I have a little gym in my garage in my house. And so after the first couple of weeks, I've adjusted pretty well, thankfully.
So you were angry. Okay, that's interesting.
I was.
Yeah. Well, I was the opposite, complete opposite. For a couple of weeks, I was actually excited to have some time. I've been traveling, I've been touring a lot. So I was actually happy to have some time to just woosah. I wasn't happy, obviously the conditions, but a quick little woosah. I did not work out for the first couple months. The most I worked out was I kept eating more and more and more. That is my truth. I stand beside it. I got a lot of work to do to try to get myself back.
How much weight did you gain, Jamal?
I mean, listen, we don't talk numbers. We don't even pay attention.
Okay, got it.
But it's definitely numbers. It's pounds. It's pounds. But listen, you know what I'm saying? I love myself in all shapes and sizes of me. Damn that. I need to get my ass back out and work out.
Thanks for keeping it 100, because you never really hear guys say that. So thank you. Always women. We're always one complaining. So because we feel like y'all have superpowers. Y'all can eat whatever you want. You work out and do one sit up and you got abs. So
I mean, the snapback game is strong. Yeah, I will say that. But I still got to put in the work. And we went from quarantine where I was like, yeah, I got some time. I'm gonna just eat. I'm just chill. And then everything that's been happening now. So my focus has not been on jumping back out there and getting in my 2 days. But salute to you, brother. You ready to jump out there?
How about you, Barry?
I've definitely gained some weight. I've gained about 20 pounds for sure. It's a lot. Don't judge me, Jamie. Don't be looking at me.
Right. We all feel Jamie got a whole judgy eye. He like.
Because I'm used to playing. I usually play ball. I do some cardio and push-ups. Is what I'm used to doing, like 3 to 4 times a week. So that's my cardio. That's how I keep burning my fat. So after the gym shut down, you know where to go and you can't be around people. It's kind of like you got to do regular workouts. So, but for me, I've just been focusing on what I can control. So I'm really on this. So I've been writing scripts. I do music as well. So I built a studio, start producing. I dropped a record, an album out.
Okay.
Oh, congrats.
Online. So I did. Yeah, it's called Conquer Goliath. Go check that out. But yeah, I just been doing what I can, like still trying to stay in focus of what I'm trying to accomplish, and using this time wisely is what I try to utilize it to. I'm a big believer in focus on what you can control, and what you can't control, don't give it energy, because it's not going to help anyway.
So you were able to still remain creative and be inspired. Jamie and Jamel, how about you two? Had this stifled your creativity because it's like a lack of stimulus, right? You're not outside, you're not seeing people, it's you. You have a lot of time to just look inward. So how has it been for you two?
Yeah, from a creative perspective, it's I wouldn't say stifled, but it was definitely muted. Because I was so accustomed to, like I said, whether it be work or reading scripts and whatnot for auditions, when that came to a halt instantly, that one area that I was so accustomed to keeping me busy was just gone. But I was able to find the positive in the fact that because I had been going so hard for so long, I was like, I'll take this break. I'll take this brain break. Mm-hmm. And for the first probably month and a half, I didn't even read for fun. I didn't read any play. I just wanted the brain to charge back up, because I've been blessed to go from movie to movie to show to movie to show. And and you're memorizing lines every day, creating these characters. So for me, while I did miss work, I welcomed a little bit of a break to kind of just charge up mentally and physically. So after, like I said, the first couple of weeks, I adjusted, and I was cool with having this little forced break. But I'm ready to get back to work now. Don't get it twisted. Like I'm
ready to get
I'm
back
out here.
in it.
I'm bored. I'm ready to get to work. But
Right.
yeah.
Jamel?
I was blessed to still pretty much maintain work as an artistic director, choreographer. I work with John Legend, and he has a new project that we were planning before the pandemic to let out. And so actually creatively, it just challenged me creatively to figure out how to do what we would have typically done in a dance studio for productions, et cetera, et cetera. Now everybody got to do it from their home, but luckily I come from a background where I also direct music videos. So essentially a lot of my quarantine content just really pulled on, a lot of the creative realms that I've been in and opportunities that I've had before. So I was able to flex that muscle where I haven't had time to really sit down and like direct a music video. Pretty much all of these performances were scripting them out as if they were music videos. So literally like paper editing them, going through each take of every dancer and John, and like going, literally picking out what is the best moment and putting them all together to create a piece that hopefully was impactful, so I've been able to maintain. And then I also work with Janelle Monáe, and she had a performance for Verizon, which was super dope. That was it was honoring small businesses. And so again, just trying to find different ways to be creative and still present performances.
Those are amazing people. I love Janelle Monáe and Chrissy and John and the things that they're doing, giving back. I used to work with Chrissy.
Yeah.
Deal or No Deal, a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anchor Girls. And I just love how vocal and how they use their platform and put their money where their mouth is. So
Absolutely. I've been so blessed, man. My entire career, I've just been aligned with artists. So I work with Lizzo, Janelle Monáe, and John Legend currently. And literally all three of these artists are artists that are really clear in their messaging, really sound in their messaging. And I've just been thankful. So I've been charged with the responsibility as a creative and a co-creator with them to really just make sure the messaging still gets out there while we're still in quarantine. You know what I mean? So it's been fun though. I got to flex some other muscles other than just dancing in the joint. On my computer, like.
All three of you are doing fantastic things. And first we had quarantine, and then we went right from quarantine to lockdown and all this unrest across America. How does it feel that even with all the things that you've accomplished, there'll be some people, especially with seeing this issue with the police, that will just view you as a threat because you're a Black man? What is it like to be a Black man in this climate? I know that's a really broad question, but whatever that means to you, like, how do y'all feel on the daily? Do you feel you're protected because of the business, or do you feel nervous? Do you feel scared? Do you feel worried? Do you feel like that could be you on the ground sometimes? How do y'all feel?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I actually tweeted this just the other day. I grew up in Toronto and then moved to Vancouver, and I moved to Los Angeles last February. And my mom's biggest fear wasn't for my mental health if I didn't book work. It wasn't for me going to a club and get into a fight. Her number one fear was the police for me. And I tweeted that, and I was like, most people can't comprehend how ridiculous that is for a parent to fear for their child's safety from the police. So yeah, while people always think Canadians are like the most friendly people in the world, and we can be, racism exists here without a doubt. But that was actually one of my biggest considerations, like moving to LA, and I drive a nice whip, and there are many nights where I'd be afraid to just kind of like drive home from spot A just to get back to the house, get pulled over in my car for absolutely no reason, and it could go tragically wrong. So that's that's based on the fact that I've been pulled over countless times in my life for just a DWB, driving while Black. And with everything as hot as it is in the States, especially compared to that of Canada, it was definitely a concern of mine and my mom's when I made that move. So I know it's kept me, especially the fact that I'm an outsider. It's kept me, straighter, if you will. Like I'm not talking back to anybody. Like I keep my head down, but it's definitely a real thing. It's a real concern.
Is that a ridiculous thing that as a grown man you can't talk back and you can't get sassy, and you see white men screaming on cops, daring them to do something, nothing happens.
Yeah,
you gotta be like,
that's crazy to me. Especially like my first degree is in criminology, right? Like so my background, I know a lot when it comes to say the criminal justice system, the motor vehicle act, and so on and so forth. And there's been many times where I've been pulled over myself, and I'll say like, listen, like why was I pulled over? Like you're supposed to tell me. Much like if you arrest me, you have to read me my Miranda rights, you have to let me know why. And like Tupac said, like the cops, they're the modern day mafia, and they'll just ignore the rules, and that's the scary part. Because if I get pulled over and you tell me the why and so on and so forth, and it's reasonable, then cool. I don't have to get hot. I don't have to get tight and want to speak back. You know what I mean? But oftentimes it's just get out of the car, they're smashing windows, and you're scared. You're scared of the people that are there to protect you, and that's the hard part.
Yeah. Barry or Jamel? Black man.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I was raised by a Black mother who absolutely instilled in me to speak and be vocal, but absolutely made sure that I was clear and I understood that what my Black skin represents to a lot of people. And unfortunately, and I didn't just experience this here in America. Like I said, I've been fortunate to tour around the world, and I've been in situations around the world where I'm just like, really? Like, the same segregation that I'm feeling or discrimination that I'm feeling, here, I'm feeling over there. I've been in situations where here working, and this is my we might be in a great arena, and I come in with my flow, being myself, like you said, Claudia, like, you know what I'm saying? Why can't I be me? Where I'm from, this is cool. This is how we flow. This is how I talk. I might have my hat backwards, like I might even have my hood on that day, right? And I can but I'm the boss in this space right now. I'm running this performance that's happening, that's bringing all of these thousands of people out. And literally, there are times where I can't even get backstage because they're literally stopping me, because instantly they're like, oh, no. You got to go around to the entrance that way. And I'm like, hold on, no. And I have to pull out my working pass. Still.
That's like on some Dorothy Dandridge 1940.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? Like,
and I'm the director of this show right now. Like, without me, this performance wouldn't be put on right now.
So how does that make you feel? Is it like is it rage? You have to always bite your tongue?
No, I don't have to always bite my tongue. I do use my better judgment at times. Unfortunately, that's what it has to be. So there are times when I've been in the car and I have to bite my tongue because a cop has pulled us over, and I've had maybe a homie who's white who's in the back, or I even had a homie who was Black, but this was in New York, he was from Long Island, and we got pulled over, and I grew up in Harlem, between Harlem and DC, so there's certain things I just know I just probably can't say, but he's like, the same thing with you, Jamie, he's like, why are you pulling us over? You got to do it. And I'm looking, I'm like, bro, chill out. You got to chill out. And the reality is what you're seeing manifest outside right now. And the reason why it was important for me to get out and protest, it's important for me to get out and speak, particularly right now, is because, yes, it became rage that I had to suppress myself, suppress my rights. In school, I also took legal class and understood my rights, but understood also that in those situations, me trying to sit here and go back and forth with this cop about what are my rights could be the difference between whether I make it back home to talk to my mom or not. And so in that split second, I'm thinking about her, I'm thinking about my little brothers, I'm thinking about so many others that I have to keep in mind in that moment. And so, yes, right now, people are raging. because it's been we've had to suppress this for so long, and look at it in the face, and just keep it moving. And at this point, we're tired of keeping it moving.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well said, Barry.
Yes. Well, man, just listening to everybody, it just brings back memories of what I've been through in my years with the police. I've honestly, sadly, I was in the same situation as the late George Floyd, and I was just fortunate to live and to be. I had the cop with his knee on my neck, and the other cop had his knee on my legs, sustaining me in Van Nuys, California, where I.
Was there a reason? What were they detaining you?
It was never a reason. It was because I was communicating my rights and asking was I being detained? And they told me to shut up and stand there, and I turned to walk away because I wasn't being detained because they didn't answer my question.
Right.
They went to grab me across my neck, flip me over. I'm trying to hold my own without having to swing. I've had guns pulled dead in my face, pulling up to me in a car with the gun in my face, asking me where I'm going. I've been pulled over at gunpoint with all my kids and my girl in the car in front of my house. I've been in it, and I got the receipts to prove it, right?
How does it feel as a man? Because it's like, I feel like they like to challenge a Black man's manhood, right? Like do it in front of family and kids and girl, and they try to test you, right? Because they know we have a lot of pride and ego, and we're big on respect, right? I feel like they try to press those buttons with Black men, especially to get a reaction, so they can therefore have a reason to hurt.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Terrence
They
Howard
do.
and Crash. Terrence Howard and
power. Yeah, it's a power tripping thing. It's a power tripping thing. It definitely was a pride thing for me. And I just want to say this. You saying, what do you feel? I felt frustration. I felt anger. I felt, I never felt scared. Because where I come from, I'm from the south side of Chicago. Unfortunately, death was never something I feared once I became a teenager because of the times that I lived in. But I was frustrated and I was angry. And I felt helpless as it relates to being understood. I felt helpless into these people who have jurisdiction over me not being sensitive to me and my circumstances and just treating me a certain way based on what they perceived because of what I was driving or how I looked or the color of my skin. And unfortunately, I've learned the hard way, not biting my tongue, speaking up for myself, trying to take the other levels of getting it. But I want to say this, as I share my frustration and my anger, that as I've grown as a young man, I understood what can I do to truly make a difference in that world and change that narrative? How can I make life better for my son and his children? That what can I do today? Because I used to be ready to lose it all. And I had to understand that I got to be here to truly do my part to make life better for my son so that prayerfully my son don't have to endure what I had to go through with the police. And so I'm trying to use this more so than using my aggression and my frustration and trying to channel that frustration and anger to be more intentional about how can I make a difference for the world? You know what I mean? Like, what can I do right now, right here with the tools I have to make life better? So I try to capitalize and put my energy on that instead of my frustration. That's why I have to sometimes unplug from all that's going on. They playing the George Floyd, and I'm not ever being insensitive to that, but that's not new for me. That wasn't upright. That didn't bring anything new to my life. Yep. That wasn't like, oh my God, for me, that was just another day. That was just that was just a very normal day for me. In my life as a Black man, I've seen that day in, day out since I was 5 years old. So for me, that wasn't no uproar. So to see everybody out here doing all of that, to me, I'm like, that's been there. That's not new. That's not new. That's been there. So I pray that you have that same energy months from now when his death is kind of just still stuck with his family and ain't no more cameras around and what's going on, because that same hatred and that same brutality still exists and everybody wasn't able to get it on camera. So I pray that we keep that same energy and all of everybody that's about it. I pray that we stay about it. I pray that we stay on this situation, because there's a lot of people who ain't had no video camera to show their deaths. There's a lot of people that don't got nobody to speak up and put their name in lights for them to know that they died for something bigger than just being Black and just, you know what I'm saying? So that's my frustration. Do you know what I mean? Like it just, I want to make a difference. I'm tired of talking about the problem. I want to change it. I want life to be better for my children and yours and our families. And so I want to do my part with whatever platform I have or whatever resources I got. I want to make a difference. I want my kids to, hey, I need you in that position of power. We need to come with our resources and, hey, you're going to sit in that seat. We're going to push you. We're going to put all our resources together. You're going to sit in the seat of power so that the people in power need to change so that they can care about the people down here. And until that changes, we'll be sitting here protesting until we blue in the face.
Yep.
You know, it's easy with all that, you know, you're experiencing and we all have our stories to lose hope. And, you know, I would watch movies, like, you know, they bombard us with slave movies, right? I watch the movies and you see like the scenarios where the black man is like, he's tied up and he has to witness them ravage his woman and take the kids away. And just thinking about the hopelessness, you know? And it's like, it's not to that extreme now, but we do have to sit there sometimes and take it until we change the people that are in power. Do you all feel, you know, a sense of hopelessness, or does this empower you more when you see these things? Does it make you ever want to give up, or does it make you be like, nah, F that, we gonna fight this? Because it would be understandable. We're constantly shown losing the fight, the officers get off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I don't never want to give
optimistic is, it's amazing that we can still be so optimistic as a people.
We have to be.
Yeah.
We have to be though, Claudia. Can I say this? I'm sorry. We have to be, to see the progression that we've gotten to thus far. You know what I mean? To look at our leaders from the past, like the Martin Luther Kings and the Malcolm X and all of these people who's helped us get thus far. We ain't nowhere near where we need to be, but we're further along. So I'm grateful for that to give us some inspiration. You know what I mean? To keep going, because if you give up, I mean, in my heart, there's no way I can give up. I can't afford to give up. I can't afford to quit. For the slaves and for the people that was taken from kings and queens over here and became slaves who struggled through it to get to this point, for me to have the freedoms, the freedoms I have at this point, I owe it to them, and I owe it to my future to never give up and to continue to look and be optimistic. Because the moment you give up and just accept it, whether it be anger and just go out there and try to do whatever you can do in evil, you know, try to be evil back with them, that's not going to produce any results either. So I don't ever want to give up, and I don't ever want to lose sight and be optimistic, because I believe in God, and I believe that God sees what's going on, and I believe he's empowered me and you and everybody else to continue to believe and put our brains together and our energy and our frustrations and our anger and use it for good to make things better.
We're going to take a quick break. Before we go, I want to read one comment from the viewers that are watching live in the Fox Soul on the YouTube channel. 7 Bambi 19 says, what happened to handcuffing someone and sitting them on the curb or the back of the police car if the cop feels threatened? Think about that. We're going to speak more about this when we come back right here and Out Loud on Fox Soul. Welcome back to Fox Soul. We are in the middle of a very spirited conversation with these young brothers, Barry Brewer, Jamie Calica, and Jamel McWilliams. So before we went to break, I just mentioned, the comment from the viewers about, whatever happened to handcuffing a suspect and having them on the curb or keeping them in the backseat of the police car. And the cops just go from 0 to 60, 0 to 100.
0 to 100.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, my opinion
130.
on that point blank is simple. It's the fact that there's been a complete and utter lack of consequence. If you give these people that have a racist bone in their body the type of power and then freedom and then no consequence to their actions, you're going to see that escalation, and that's exactly what's happened. We've gone from, you might have detained me for, say, ultimately no reason or what you deemed to be reasonable, and you handcuffed me, sat me on the curb, put me in the cop car, whatever it may be, to that getting to be a little rough up, to a couple clouts, cuffed, backseat, to knees on necks, to murder. They've been held to such a low standard by way of being held accountable that these people that have this hatred in their heart, they're going to act on it. And it's progressed. We could really map out the progression from the question of being handcuffed, what happened to being handcuffed and just sat on the curb, to where we are today. And it's really the lack of consequence. And I think that if we don't see jail time or appropriate consequences for those 4 cops that killed George, I'm scared to see what happens. I'm scared to see what happens in America. I'm scared to see what happens around the world, because these people need to be held accountable. And without that accountability in our justice system, there's no real chance of change.
Very well said, Jamel.
Yeah, accountability. That's it. I mean, again, we're at a place where we have police policing police, and it's like, huh? You know what I mean? There are no checks and balances at all within this mob, and it's set up like that. That's why you look at even what we're fighting on. That's why we're fighting for defund the police here in LA, and we're fighting for actual structural change, complete restructure of
fundamental change.
Change, because we already know that it was systematically set up for a certain thing to keep the animals that they refer to us and see us as, and it's still there. It's still ingrained in the culture there. So of course there's zero checks and balances, there's zero accountability. And so now, particularly as we've progressed as a people, now it's, let's put them back down to where they need to be. But I think that it's just gotten to a place now where, like Jamie said, I really, 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 really hope that, justice is served this time around, because I just think that we are just, we're done. We're done with that. And to Barry's point before, no, I too have not lost hope in this movement, in our ability to overcome this. And I'm just holding. I got a glimmer of hope that this is all happening from God. I am too spiritual. I just had a prayer session, a prayer circle here in LA the other day. I said, protest and pray. You know what I mean? Because not only are we at a physical war, but we're at a spiritual war right now. And I do believe that within everything, you have to tear things down to build it back up. I was talking to a friend the other day, and he gave the analogy of, in order to even build muscle, you have to tear the muscle before you can build the muscle. And I do believe that that's what's happening. We need a complete restructure of this policing. Look at this, even when it's peaceful protests, even when you got an old 75-year-old man just trying to come talk, you don't even have the human decency to respect him as an elder who might be even trying to just have a conversation. Was he really a threat?
He was returning a helmet that one of the police officers drew off.
Oh, and the crazy thing, I'm gonna throw my phone.
The boldness of these people.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, this is no consequences. I was watching, and they were doing a whole rundown of the last 10 years, right? And remember Walter Scott, who was pulled over for a tail light, who ran from the police? Instead of doing his police work and trying to run his fat ass after him, he shot him in the back. He got convicted, but not for murder. He got convicted for violating his civil rights. Jordan Davis, the 17-year-old who, was in the car with the loud music, the white man who wasn't a cop, that just felt like he could just fire off shots into a car full of kids. He didn't get convicted of murder for Jordan Davis. He was convicted of attempted murder for the kids that survived. Like, it's so blatantly disrespectful that this whole thing has to be burnt to the ground. And I don't mean literally burning everything.
Right, of course, yeah.
I can't wait to get to the point where we like, can you believe that they used to get away with this shit? Because now they're finally being held accountable with life sentences. And I love the mom of Ahmaud Arbery who said, I want the death penalty. Like, ain't no I get tired of us praying for our enemies. I'm done with all of that. I'm sorry. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to sound negative or pejorative, especially with everything that Jamel and Barry have said. But I said this to a friend the other day. I was having this conversation, and I said, everybody that is older than about 8 needs to die before this is going to change. Because, I mean, listen, I know how that sounds. I heard the second I said it, I heard it. But if you really break it down, if you really think about it, to Barry's credit, I'm with you. However, are things that different now than they were 20 years ago when Tupac was talking about this? Or Michael Jackson made the song, "They Don't Really Care About Us." That was 92. Like, are they that different now? I beg to say no. And until everybody that could maybe have a racist parent, uncle, grandparent is dead, and we are only teaching our youth that are still young enough and impressionable enough that we could teach them not to see color, to not to live in a world of racism and hate. I don't know. Like, I don't know that this changes with the broad strokes that we hope for until basically everybody that's been alive is dead. Like, you look at all the jokes the comics make about what's his name, the duck hunter dude that was 75 and he made the homophobic comments, or the owner of the Clippers and so on and so forth. You're like, oh, the joke is, well, what did you expect? Like, when this guy was 8, he had literal slaves that worked at his house. So at 80 years old, like, what did you think they thought, as Bill Burr would say? And while we joke that, there's truth to that. And I'm not saying I want everybody to die tomorrow, but, I think that it's really going to take, while the protesting needs to happen, fundamental change needs to happen to policy, overhauling the police force and government. It is going to take some time for some of these people that are still living in households that think these thoughts. And, you have a president that's in the White House right now that is promoting and giving power to these people that were, for years, we got to a point that at the minimum, they were quiet. You know what I mean? The racists at the minimum kept it at their dinner table. And now they've been given the power and freedom to be out here like it were the 60s again, the 70s. And it's really unfortunate that a lot of progress that is made has been eroded in 3.5 years. And I feel like the battle is uphill. And while it's worth it, I feel like there's still a lot of work to be done. And some of these elders need to just go.
There was a guy at the rally. He was a Indian man. And he said that his parents told him, if you go to the protest today, do not bother coming home. And he said, okay, I won't be coming home. And he left his parents. His parents want nothing to do with him because he's protesting on behalf of Black people. So I understand what you're saying. I know it's shocking, but I understand.
Can I comment?
Please.
Yes. First of all, Jamie, you're off and hilarious. Everybody from 8, that's us, off. Like, all of us.
We gotta die.
Nah, no.
I don't have to die.
I have that to yourself.
You can die. I'm not.
Yeah, I got things to do.
Let me say this, because I do agree that there is a perspective that we haven't progressed, and this time that the president that we have in office and the uproar of things, and to see things, to say, have we? That question, I respect it and totally understand. But the truth of the matter is, we have progressed. Now, how that looks is not maybe what we thought it was. Is it an inch? Is it a centimeter further? However big it is, but we have progressed. You and I are able to go places that we weren't able to go back in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
You and I are able to have some of the luxuries that we have today that we couldn't have in the 60s and 70s, that they couldn't have. We are able to do some things and make some moves and put our children in educational systems that we couldn't put them in early on. We have some of the financial stability that we didn't have back then. So to that point, we have progressed. Now, as it relates to those people having those positions of power, the issue is not that they die, but it's that the people who care gets in those positions, because those positions have been held by those families for years and years and years. And the reason why is because those people in those positions point out to their grandchildren or their children, say, you're going to take my seat. And they give the resources to put them in position to take over. And then all of the teachings that they gave them, there's none of us competing for those seats. So therefore, the mentality of way back then still rumbles today in the Congress, because they are very intentional about the people that they're pulling their resources to give to have those seats after they pass along, so that the power structure remains intact. So I think what we should do strategically is start to be clear on what those seats are, and to prepare and put our resources to make our kids, no, baby, I'm sorry, you can't be a hooper, you can't play basketball. No, you're going to be a congressman. No, you're going to be this. This is what you're going to be. That's what they do to their kids. No, we need, no, I know you like that. I know you're good. You can
no more rappers. Everybody don't have bars. Okay?
Right.
Only the exceptional ones. Okay.
Right.
Get out the studio. You're wasting studio time. Hey, we gotta take a quick break, and when we come back, we have a few things we have to talk about, including today being what would have been Breonna Taylor's 27th birthday, yet her killers are still at large. We'll be back with more right after the break.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Welcome back to the show. I love this conversation with these Black kings. I'm going to call y'all kings, okay? Give me your flowers while you're here and your crown. Now, Jamel, I know you want to jump in.
Yeah, man. I just got to speak to my brother. I got to speak to my brother, Jamie, because again, and for anybody out there, we do have to hold on to hope. And the only way we can hold on to hope, first of all, we just can't think that we all need to die, because then we all just going to die. But secondly, we do have to see, even if like Barry was saying, it's the smallest progress, but look at versus the 60s, we actually, the allyship that's happening, the unity that's happening around the world. The world is now unified around this Black Lives Matter movement right now. The world is finally saying, F that, Black Lives Matter and racism is a no. We're not doing it. We're not about it. Like Claudia, I have a personal case of a homie who she spoke out about it, and her family has disowned her. We saw the little girl that's been going around viral lately. Did y'all see the little white girl where she was really combating her family, and she was like, you know, that I just saw something where her family has taken her phone away and they are like shutting her down, you know. But it's happening, and it's happening also in the younger generation. It's that the youth are rising up. The youth are fired up right now. You know, I mean, I guess we all considering whatever, maybe we're all in the youth, but so yes, I get it. It's the ideal of changing like a Donald Trump, changing these 70-year-old white men who have profited and lived off their privilege. They don't know anything else. And so what does that scared person do? They're going to try to stay and keep this as the norm. But it's just not happening. You got Keisha Bottoms in Atlanta, and you got Muriel in DC, who just did the most epic thing of Black Lives Matter headed to the White House. You have to walk on that. And then I saw something today.
It was the most petty and beautiful thing I've
at the same goddamn time. Give it to me, Black Queen. Give it to me. I loved it. But look at you. But look what you have as a result of that. You know what I mean? And that's on the mayoral level. So if we stay in this fight and we continue to strategically, like Barry said, get the right people in there, we're gonna win this thing, man. We're gonna overturn this thing. But we gotta stay in the fight, and it's all around. You know, we need the healers, we need the artists, we need the philosophers, we need everybody, and then we need those who are going to get in the judicial system and really make that type of legislative change. Like, we need it all, but we can do it all. And I think that right now we have this momentum, and we got to stay on this momentum, brother. So I know you might be like, oh, don't single me out, but I got to single you out because I love you, and I need you to make sure that you're out there also advocating the same thing, because we have to hold on to this hope.
We've never had allies like now, though. It is amazing to see.
It's beautiful.
It's about time. And if anybody who's been discouraged from voting, if you are so turned off by the presidential election, I get it.
Yes.
But if you need any more proof as to why you should vote, the brother that was just put to be ahead of the case in Minneapolis, Keith Ellison, a Black man, we have to vote to keep people like that around. We need the judges. We need district attorneys. We need all those kinds of people. And Black people, we gotta, like you said earlier, Barry, we cannot just encourage our sons to be hoopers and just to be in the entertainment business. Not that that is not impactful, because it is, but when we start getting people that are making moves, you know, legislatively, can't really mess with that. You know what I mean? That's gonna impact change for the long haul. So what do y'all think about peacefully protesting? Do you think that it took us rising up the way that we have and things getting a little bit out of pocket to make this change come about? Or do you think we would have gotten the same results if we'd have continued to protest the way we've been protesting for decades?
If I may speak on protesting, I always fear this honest response about protesting. I think protesting is to make the world aware of what's going on. So for that, I understand, because protesting is not just about trying to get the people who don't care about you to then empathize with you, but I think it's also a movement to get maybe people that's not as educated or understanding other cultures to see what the issues are so that they can come and be a part of the movement. So for that type of protesting, I think it makes sense, because initially I didn't think it made sense to talk to a person who already knows your disposition and who cares less and don't empathize with anything about you. So, but to make a statement so that the others and people that may not necessarily be us can understand what's going on around us, because I think that it's important for African Americans and minorities who's been in this situation for so long to understand that there's people out there that don't know their privilege. You know what I mean? The Indian little boy, the family that the mother and father that can't relate to our struggle, and that little boy is like, no, they are me and I'm them. It may not be me right now, but it may be me tomorrow, and I would want them to speak up for me. So why wouldn't I go say something for them? And so I just think that peaceful protesting can do that too. I think that as long as we understand what is to do, to just implore and educate other people of the issue at hand, but as it relates to really making a difference that with the powers that be, I don't truly believe that's effective, me personally.
Okay, Jamie, I want to ask you, a judge ruled that there's enough evidence to try all 3 suspects of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Do you believe his family will get justice?
I hope so. You know, the criminal justice system operates on precedent, and what a lot of these judges, they'll base their decisions on previous judges' decisions. And I 2 days ago was having this conversation. One of the hardest things is creating new precedent for a judge that's presiding over a case that is, you know, turbulent, if you will. So a lot of times they're bound by precedent. This judge found this decision, so therefore the cases are so similar that I too will rule the way precedent did. And I think it's going to take some strong judges that are able to say break precedent or create new precedent to say, listen, the facts of this case warrant this decision. And you know, like everybody here today is saying, we have to remain hopeful, and I remain hopeful. I remain hopeful that justice will be served in these cases that are pretty open and shut. It's pretty open and shut when someone is murdered, regardless of who does it, whether it be a police officer or a civilian. And all I hope is that, you know, we can start setting some new precedent within our judicial system with these judges that aren't afraid to go against, say, previous ruling. Because if they live by previous ruling, we're never going to get the justice that these people that have been slain, you know, on the street that they deserve. So I'm gonna go with yeah. You know, to erase let's murder everybody that's older than 8 years old. I'm gonna say yes. I think that justice we had. I'm gonna remain positive.
Great point.
You know, I have to, as Jamel said, I have to be positive, and I'm going to be positive.
Okay.
Look at that. We're making change already.
Look at
There it is. Look at it.
Y'all
Give it up. Give it up. Give it up.
We only have 10 minutes left. I want to ask you a couple more questions and also talk about your careers. Now, Jamel, I want to ask you, what advice you have for non-Black people that want to be allies? Because it seems like it's all the trend nowadays. So what advice, how can they help us? And if you have any advice for them.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I have had a number of allies reach out to me and ask me what to do. And initially, I was trying to be of guidance. And then I realized I actually want to turn it back on you. I think that if you genuinely want to be an ally, then you go out and you do the research, go educate yourself, go learn, go read some books. There are plenty of books there, you know, and now people have given you tons of book lists that you can look, that you can read. And to be honest with you, there's just actually so much already here in society that you get to see yourself, that you can educate yourself. So that's one, go educate yourself. And then two, I would like to provoke every ally and potential ally to literally get on the front line somewhere. So either be on the front line in your corporation, be on the front line of the protest, be on the front line somewhere where you are literally educating yourself, and then you're speaking out and putting action behind that. I'm good on the I'm just here for you text. I don't need you to just be here for me. I'm good on the post. Black Lives Matters, that we get it. We know, the world knows now. What are you doing? What have you taken the initiative to do? What responsibility are you taking to take accountability for these actions that your ancestors have done before now?
Very good words. Listen, we spent 52 minutes talking about this, and you, brother, said some fantastic things. And now I want to shed a little light on y'all's careers, because you're doing fantastic things. Jamie, you're starring in Tyler Perry's new series, Ruthless. What can you tell us about the show and your character?
Yeah, it's man, working with Mr. P is amazing. I play a character named Brian Rollins, an FBI agent that goes into this small town undercover to basically find out if an agent from the FBI that went undercover into this cult called the Rakadushis, led by a man that's called the Highest, who has proclaimed himself as the second coming of Christ. What they're really doing is they're trafficking children in drugs. So our guy that went in, we lost touch with him. So the head of the FBI comes to me and says, "Listen, Brian, like you're our top guy. We need you to go figure out, have we lost him, or is he so deep cover that he just can't communicate with us?" And new episodes every single Thursday, BET Plus, and it's doing fantastically. Last night was episode 12, and if the viewers, if you haven't watched it, please, you can get BET Plus for both Ruthless and Bruh. For 7 days for free. You could binge the first like 12 episodes right now, and I'm confident that you're gonna stick with us because it's completely unlike anything else Tyler Perry's done. It's dark, it's gritty, and I really think cult with sex and drugs. Like I think that people.
Sounds like a fun Friday night to me.
That's what I'm saying. Add a little bit of wine to that, and you good.
Thank you so much. We're definitely gonna check that out. Now, Barry, you're throwing in another one of Tyler Perry's series, Bruh. How did you land that opportunity?
Well, just going through the regular process of auditioning. I'm a stand-up comic, and so I do sketches and stand-up and so forth. And after I was blessed to go through the different steps to book it, I found out that he saw something of mine and me and my counterparts that we do sketches together, and gave us an opportunity to audition for the show. And I just went through the different steps and 3 different auditions, and he thought that I was great for the job and gave me the job, and it was just a blessing and a dream come true, definitely. And it's just been a great journey working with Mr. Tyler Perry for sure. And shout out to my boy Jamie. Ruthless. Our shows kind of tape one after the other, so we kind of made a family with both shows. So yeah, it was just a dope and a great community, and to see Black people in entertainment cheering each other on, not fighting for the same role, and not even caring about the same role, but just happy to see someone else that looks like you doing well, going after their dreams and seeing their dreams come true is what Tyler Perry Studios was for me. And meeting this young man over here. And it's been such a pleasure talking to Jamil as well. So it's been
I love what Tyler Perry has done, creating so many opportunities because it's less of that competition. I've interviewed several people from most of his shows, and it's the same kind of vibe because it's not 1 or 2 roles. You're all fighting for the same role. So there's anger. There's just like positivity because, oh, you got a show? I got a show? We got a show? Like, I love it.
You got a car? I get a car.
You got a show. You got a show.
Yeah. Funny enough, I auditioned for Bruh first. And it was that tape that that Kim Coleman liked. So when Ruthless actually came up, I was shooting this a movie that I have coming up, Tales, executive produced by Spike Lee. I was shooting in Winnipeg. I got back to Vancouver. They wanted to see me in the room. They had been auditioning for Brian for like months, much like, Barry just said, he had, 3 rounds, audition, callback, test, so on and so forth. They had been looking for Brian for some time, and they wanted to see me in the room, and I was in Vancouver because it was my mom's birthday coming up, October 30th. So they said, yo, throw it on the tape. We need it by tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. So I did it at like midnight the night before, got it in, and a couple of days later, got the offer on my mom's birthday, October 30th. 31st, didn't hear. November 1st, got the word, I booked it. November 2nd, they negotiate the contract, all the information. November 3rd is my birthday, which was a Sunday. I partied from day to night. Almost missed my driver for my 6 o'clock flight. Was on a plane on November 4th to Atlanta at 6 o'clock in the morning, and got to work on the Tuesday, the 5th. So it all happened for me within 4 days off of the tape, which is amazing.
Meant to be.
Yeah.
Meant to be.
Yeah.
All right. Jamel, you work with many of the biggest names in Hollywood as a director. How did you get your start?
My start, so I'm an artistic director, choreographer, and I actually started as a dancer first.
You can dance? I can't dance.
Yeah, I could do a little thing, a little something. A little bit. I mean, I may have traveled the world a few times doing it.
A few times, okay.
A few times. Black man, come on, excellent. Yeah, so that's how I got my start, and I'm so thankful. And actually, my first major choreography job was with Alicia Keys, a Black woman. And then since then, Black women have paved the way and just really given me space And so actually, I just want to take a second. I know, Claudia, you were there, and then we kind of hijacked the rest of it. But Breonna Taylor, today is her birthday. I just want to make sure that everybody remembers that her killers are still out there. And it is important that the same way we have fought for everybody else, all Black Lives Matter, we need to make sure that we are keeping the pressure out there, keeping the pressure on. Breonna Taylor deserves it. And we will, baby girl, we love you. We are so sorry that this has had to happen for you, but we will get justice in your name.
Thank you so much for bringing the attention back to Breonna Taylor, because we've been talking about so many things, and I definitely want to disrespect her. And again, today would be her 27th birthday. She was a frontline worker, helping people that are sick with COVID, risking her life, and to be murdered in cold blood like that by the police. We have to get justice for that. And we cannot forget.
No, we can't.
Yes, definitely.
Brothers, this has been a great conversation. I have a minute left, so can y'all quickly shout out your social media so people can follow your amazing careers and keep up with all you're doing?
Definitely. I'm Barry Brewer Jr. on all platforms. Barry with an A, Jr., JR, Barry Brewer Jr. Thank you so much, Claudia, for having me on. It's been such a pleasure. Jamil, Jamie, thank you so much for
Salud, my guy. Salud. I'm Jamie M. Calica. Everywhere it's Jaime, like the Spanish spelling Jaime, Jaime Calica. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Please get at me. I'm one of those people that like to engage. So if you message me, I will say what's cracking back. So get at me anytime. And Claudia, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for being here.
Jamel, lovely to meet you, man. Barry's my dude.
Yes, sir.
Jamel, it's lovely to meet you, man.
Likewise. And I am Jamel McWilliams, J-E-M-E-L. Not J-A, J-E-M-E-L, McWilliams, MC Williams on everything. Holla at me. Let's do this. Let's keep going. Claudia, Queen, we appreciate you. We lift you up. Thank you for this platform. Thank you for allowing us to come here and share. Brothers, fellow kings, we need each other. Let's make sure we stay out there doing the work. You know, whatever the work is, we got to just do it.
Yes.
I just want to say to all the people that are racist, if you're over here sneaking around watching Fox Soul and you have these misconceptions and stereotypes about Black men, these are 3 Black men right here that will prove everything you were brought up to think was true is wrong. These are brothers that are articulate, intelligent, talented, compassionate, and out here making it happen. Then I look up at handouts, they just want to be treated fairly. So with that, I'd like to thank Jamie Gallagher, Barry Brewer Jr., and Jamel McWilliams for joining us tonight on Fox Soul for this spirited conversation. Brothers, be safe out there, and we are going to be watching out for all 3 of you stars, okay? Thank you for watching us on the Fox Soul TV mobile app. Stick around for the Mike and Donnie show up next. Y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you back here on Monday.
It all can get so out of control. Sometimes you can lose your faith, you can lose your mind, lose your grip, get stripped of your pride till you don't know how you're gonna stay alive. Hey, hey, I got you. Hey, hey, I got you. I'll be there to stop the bleeding. I'll be there to start the healing. I will give you what you need, and I'll be right there. I got you back. I got you.
This Man Crush Monday.
You're sweating already. Seeing is believing.
You're so sexy.
Because we've got daytime's hottest house. Michael Mueller, Lauren St. Victor, Donnell Turner, and Galen Gehring are here.
Plus a surprise for our real fam.
Here we go!
On The Real.
Catch The Real at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 3:30 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Soul.
This Monday night, Cocktails with the Queens, hosted by Claudia Jordan.
Who's most likely to be in an open relationship? Run that drink.
Vivica A. Fox, Lisa Ray, and Selena Johnson.
This is why you have to love Lisa Ray, because she right now makes us all feel like we're on vacation. Not the poses, girl.
Every Monday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Cocktails with the Queens, hosted by Claudia Jordan. Fox Soul presents Chatter.
Now listen, they had to give us an hour because we all talk too long.
5 women of faith, keeping it real.
Maybe you can teach us a little move or something with our arms. Let's work and one. And pull it down and give me face and what?
Every Thursday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific.
Let's go on tour! Ladies of Faith on tour.
Stream it live on foxsoul.tv.
I like sunshine and rain.
It is Friday. Might as well finish up the week strong on the Mike and Donnie show for some real talk. I'm Mike Hill, hanging out with my partner as always, Mr. Donnie Harrell, my co-host. What's going on, Donnie?
Oh, man, beautiful day. Happy to be alive, man. You know, shoot, it's feeling good out here, man. We got 2 fabulous hosts. Fabulous guests on here today. Super producer, incredible actor, man. We're going to have some fun today. We're going to be lit, and we're going to go out with a bang this Friday, man.
Absolutely. Getting ready for a great weekend as well. It's been a tough week, but we got through it, and we're going to keep the energy going and the passion going so we can complete our mission of true equality and good entertainment that's out there as well, giving you that information. Good show, as you just mentioned tonight, man, talking about our progress in life in the world of entertainment. 2 veterans who have carved out great careers here to help us talk about it, and I'm so happy to have them in on the show tonight. Let's welcome in actor Harry Lennox Dresser and writer-producer Bentley Kyle Evans. He's so almondy. Almondy.
The hell that means, Mike? He's so awful. What that mean? What he's saying, Billy? I don't understand. What he's saying, man? Teach me.
Pause. Yeah, let me explain. So I'm glad you asked that question, Donnie, because you know, Bentley is one of the creators of the Martin Show. He's a showrunner on the Martin Show, right? And I watch Martin all the time. So Bentley actually came on there as an actor one time, and he played a character that was a little feminine. And he was looking at Martin. He was calling him, he's so almondy. He's so.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
Right.
People come up to you and say that anytime, Bentley?
Hey, listen, it's a compliment to me because I guess it's like I'm not aging or something because they still recognize me from that. I'm like, I still look like that? But they still do, man, especially in the airport.
Yeah, you guys still look the same, man. Bentley, of course, you're the creator of the Jamie Foxx Show, and also on Martin there, you had a couple of acting roles as well. But we know this man right now. The first time he came on the scene, Harry Lennox, he was Dresser. Remember Dresser back in the 5 Heartbeats?
What? That was my man. Dresser can dance his ass off until the old man got away and told him he wasn't shit.
That's something you have to take. If it's Harold Nicholas telling you that, you have to take that one.
No, man, you did an outstanding job of that. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show. But I understand, hey, June's a special month for both of you guys, man. So hopefully, you know, you did the right thing for your ladies. You know, both of you guys got anniversaries coming up.
Yeah, mine is in a couple of days. And I don't know what to do because I don't know if there's any hotels open, if we can fly. I don't know what's going on because of the conditions that's taking place. But we'll figure out something.
I'm gonna tell you what to do, Billy, man. Cook her a nice dinner, man. Lay out some roses, man. Get some nice champagne, man, and just chill, man. She'll love that. If you cook her some dinner and you lay out the roses, man, you do a good job, player.
That's what I'm talking about.
Daddy, you a mess, boy. I can already tell, boy, you a mess.
You already know. You already know.
Just that. I'm gonna do
That's
just
the West
that.
Side Fly guy. Harry, you getting any tips? You need any tips from Donnie yourself?
I could take some tips. Yeah, I'll take it.
You got something for Harry too, Donnie?
Harry been. I was on there and I heard Harry been married for 26 years. You been?
No, that's
Bentley.
No. Okay, so how long you been married? Harry?
11. He'll be 11.
Harry, I've been married for it'll be 11 on June 27th.
So Bentley is doing an incredible job being married for 26 years, and Harry, you on a good track too. So don't worry about nothing. Do the same thing with your lady. Lay out some roses. Give some Dom Perignon, some Cristal or something. You know what I mean? Make up that bed. Throw the files on the bed and make passionate love to her, player. That's all you got to do.
Okay.
Hey, man. Don't just make love to her. Make passionate love. Passionate. I know we're a bit older, but you still got to find that passion somewhere. You know what I mean? Even if you don't need it, might need slip that blue pill in there. I'm just saying. Look, we don't necessarily need it, but sometimes it can be helpful if you want to get that 18, 19, 20-year-old. You know what I'm saying? You know, back in the day, make them go back.
What would be awesome? I mean, you know, Donnie's passing out advice. If he has some extra pills.
Hey, Harry, I don't need them yet, man. Hey, Harry, my little green drink right here is all I need, brother. This green drink.
He got that vitamins. Got that vibrance. Man, hey, look, you might have an excuse this year, though, man, because even though we're going through everything else in this world, we're still going through this coronavirus, man. So restaurants ain't necessarily open. So even if you don't take her out for dinner, you kind of got a built-in excuse, don't you think, Harry?
Yeah, I do. I wish we were in LA because, you know, I'm a pretty good grill man. But, we live in New York City, and, you know, we can't really grill there. But there's something we could figure it out. The restaurants, of course, are still delivering and things like that. But New York is supposed to open up, they said, on the first phase on June 8th. So I don't know if these protests or what have you, I don't want to, you know, put the cart before the horse. I know we're getting all that. But I don't know if that will be part of things that are opening up with the restaurant thing. Probably not. So, but soon.
Well, just in time, Billy. I mean, but, you know, I don't know if you want to be one of them test cases going out there on the 11th. I'm just saying, you know.
I'm gonna hold tight on that. You know what I mean? I think there should be some others that let us know how they did, how they fared.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? No, sir. I will not be the one.
That's what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, you go out there, you come back in 2 weeks, let me check your temperature, then we'll go back out there. That's what we're gonna do. We can check the temperature 2 weeks, literally and figuratively, man. But you're on the road right now, though, Harry. Like you doing a road trip?
Yeah, we're doing a road trip. We've been very careful. I got my neck gaiter here somewhere. You know, I keep this thing, by the way, and I'm not plugging anything, but this is from Buckethead. But you put this around your neck, and it's really cool. And so we've been very conscientious about it. We've been to Richmond, where they're about to tear down those statues or put them away. Atlanta, Houston, New Orleans, and now we're in Chicago.
Oh, nice. That's a nice, just got in the car and just decided to just go, right?
Yes, to see some family. We were stir crazy. New York being an epicenter, we really were on lockdown for real. So I might go out a couple times a week to the park to get some exercise and go to the grocery store, but that's it. So we couldn't take it anymore, literally. And my wife said, you know, why don't we go and see some family and some friends? And so we did that. And it's really cool. We like a good road trip, which is a kind of a thing that's a thing of the past. I love to get in the car and see this beautiful country of ours because it's a really great way to do it.
I do too. I'm with you. We got a lot in common, Harry. My wife's from Houston too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
North end, on the north side.
You had to think like, hold on, what side now? Wait a minute.
We've been in the same group at the same time is the question, Bentley. You might be married to the same girl.
Oh, no. Wouldn't that be fun? That'll be
right
on the Mike and Donnie show. And you said Chicago. Donnie, look at him for a second. See, when he said Chicago, then this text just came in, this message just came in from one of our viewers, KT Lloyd, and made me think, I'm like, he does look like Barack Obama a little bit. Harry Lennox, it was the first time you met Barack Obama. Is it true you gave him swag? That's what somebody was asking. Did you give Barack Obama some swag?
I don't, you know, people always say, and this is my response is always, you know, Barack Obama looks like me. It sounds like me. The 5 Heartbeats came out way before. Yeah. But that said, no, I knew him. We were friendly in Chicago. He was here. You know, I think he had just come here to do some law work at a civil rights law firm. And literally, I was walking into a Walgreens to get some beer. And this guy said, Lennox. And I turned around. I'd been hearing about this guy that reminded everybody of me. And I was like, and I knew it was Obama. So I said, Obama. And so we knew each other for a long time here. But he's originally, I think, from Hawaii and Indonesia. So. But no, I couldn't teach him. People put that stuff out on the internet that I trained him to be president. But that would kind of suppose that I had been the president before. And I hadn't. So no, I didn't give him any swag. He's a very smart man. I think his voice right now is, you know, sorely needed. He might be one of the very few people that can kind of pull together some things right now. I hope that that he could use that pulpit to do something that can actually be a lasting change. But yeah, we knew each other. Used to hang out a little bit in Hyde Park and other places.
Oh, what you mean new? I mean, you don't still have his phone number?
No. It might be on somebody's list or something if I had his number now.
Hey, speaking of Obama bringing us together, man, that kind of brings us to what's going on in the world tonight, and that's my question of the night. And I want to keep it positive. So, do you feel encouraged by the state of the world right now, from where we were a week and a half ago to where we are now, where you see everybody's coming together? Or do you still are you concerned or about the same when it comes to the state of racial equality in this country? Let's start it off with you, Bentley.
I mean, to a certain extent, I think the answer, if this were a multiple choice question, I would answer D, which is all of the above. So on a certain level, I have been waiting for this all my life, where people are really listening. And I just have to say, I don't think it's really the kind of peaceful protesting, we shall overcome stuff that gets people's attention. Sadly, it's because of people really realizing that something is at stake. Yeah. And that's, if it's the looting or the rioting or the violence or the what have you, that actually, it's always worked. It works now in terms of getting people's attention. Until people are suffering with you. You were talking about passion. I studied to be a priest, so if you'll just give me.
Go ahead. Wow.
Passion. Not a preacher. I studied to be a Catholic priest.
Okay. Well, so we don't have to take up a collection then. That's what you mean.
That's right. No,
you gotta pass around the tray. Okay. Okay.
Catholics have all the money already. They don't really need to.
Okay. That's true.
But that said, passion means suffer. And compassion means to suffer with someone. And so when I think people are feeling that they have something at stake in this too, positive or negative, it really is the first time that this has happened in my lifetime, where people are like, oh, damn, this is for real. If we don't do something, they might burn this whole thing down.
Right.
Because that's what it's come to. People like to talk about the whole all men are created equal and these things, but it goes further in the Declaration of Independence to say, when government is destructive of these ends, in terms of people being governed by their consent, it says they have the right to alter or to abolish it and to establish a new government. So that's really, I think, what the order of the day is. So I am cautiously optimistic that this is different. It feels different. I think everybody probably on this feels the same way, that it's different this time a little bit.
It does. Ben, how about you?
You know what? I have to concur, man. I look at it like this. In the 92 was 91, 92 riots that took place when the Rodney King situation happened. I mean, I was a much younger man, so I was out in the streets, right? And I was out there, and I was probably a part of some of that looting and stuff like that. I have to admit that. And there was some good deals on the street, so I partook in some of that too. But
you and Donnie was together.
Here. But now I looked at this situation as a whole different situation. I looked at it like this. I think we may have finally touched on getting to the great equalizer. I feel like with all of these different races coming together and feeling the guilt and feeling like these people do have a problem, and I feel like we're finally starting to hit the apex of what the whole thing was about in the first place. I don't know if this is going to be the last time that people get out and riot and burn stuff down, but I do feel like we're getting a lot closer. I feel like the purpose of integration in the first place may finally be taking place. I feel like it may finally have gelled together, because I live in Encino and I know all the nice stores, the CVS's and the Gelsons, and they're all boarded up because this time Black people said, no, we're not going to do it in our neighborhoods. We're going to go out to Beverly Hills. We're going to Century City. We're going out here and we're going downtown to all the nice, pretty buildings. And we're going to make a statement this time. And I was glad that they did that. I'm not for, the rioting and tearing stuff. The looting. But in this particular situation, it may have been just the thing that was needed in order to really get the attention of the government, and so that they can really understand what we're dealing with. I mean, all lives matter. We know that. But Black lives are the ones that are on fire, so we deserve the water.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Go
Donnie.
on. Keep it on. Go on. Go on. Yeah, I said just like this. I totally agree with Ben Lee. You know, it's like a bully. You know, everybody hates a bully. When you keep getting bullied, you know, I don't care if you don't even like the dude that's getting bullied. If you keep seeing a dude getting bullied, you're gonna be like, excuse my French, dude, mess with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everybody is saying, like, you know, the world is seeing, people are tired of seeing Black people getting bullied, and white, brown, Asian came out and said, yo, leave them people alone. You know what I'm saying? We see what you guys are doing to the Black people. And now people are tired all over the world. You know what I mean? Now they understand what we've been going through. You get what I'm saying? So like I said, I'm on a positive note. I love seeing all people come together. I hope we keep this moving alive. But number one, we got to get out and vote, you know what I'm saying, and make sure that we change these laws on the lower level. You get what I'm saying? And get those crooked mayors, you know what I mean, those crooked state senators, all of them out of office quick, because that's the only way at the lower level it's going to change for the Black community.
Now, I love what y'all said. I mean, it's one thing to have the pressure on them. It's more important to keep the pressure on them, to keep them staying uncomfortable, to keep them on their toes. But I am, like Harry said, I'm cautiously optimistic as well, because I still know this country, because I don't want us to forget, because we go through a news cycle and then it takes our attention somewhere else. We need to keep our attention on this matter, no matter what, until we get true equality in this country. But once again, you see everybody coming together as one, Black, white, different, gay, straight, around the world, and it is awakened people. So the fact that that's happening, I'm loving it. And the energy, as Donnie always talks about, of the young people that's getting involved as well.
That's
the
right.
Young people, my kids, Bentley, understand your daughter wrote a poem about it. I mean, it's like to see the young people standing up and basically saying this is not right and we're going to do something about it. That makes me feel good about the future.
Me too.
Yeah, because in '92, like Benny said, we was out there riding, doing our thing, man. We didn't have those type of people that was that's out right now. So it looks beautiful, looks good that I love to see the young people doing what they're doing. Because we was out there, we was just tearing up some things in our neighborhood. They have went to other people, the neighborhood that we should have been going to, Bentley, and tearing that shit up. And they are out there doing what they should be doing. And I love it, man. Trust me, I love it.
I do too. They're going to be the game changers. This generation they're not playing, man. They're not taking no BS. They are basically saying, no, you are going to accept people for who they are and what they are. And we are going to be one united front, and everybody's going to have a voice. And I respect that. You know what I mean? They are not playing around. My daughter has corrected me so many times, and my son too, on my politically correctness, getting me to where I shouldn't say certain things that I don't understand. And so now I understand a lot more, and I'm looking at the young generation to basically, teach me, to move into the future, how we're going to move into the future on how we judge people, how we deal with people, how we talk about people, and more importantly, how we respect people.
Yeah, and Harry, I love the kids with the good young energy, because like you said, our kids, we can teach. I want to have more kids on this show with us. We can teach them something. They can definitely teach us something. Absolutely. Because some of the things they be saying, the lingo they got, I'm like, what did you just say? I don't even understand. You know what I'm saying? So we need more people. We need to, young and old, we really need to engage with each other so we can understand each other and we can guide them and they can teach us. You feel me?
It's been, yes, I do. I think it's been very interesting this time. I have talked to, I used to be a school teacher, and then I was, in this industry. Bentley probably knows a little bit about this too. I've got so many people have come to me and said, man, we don't feel that your generation, I'm older, I think, than you guys. I'm 55, so I don't want to,
I'm 53.
You're pretty okay. So
I'm not in my fives yet, but I feel you. I understand.
Well, you'll be there. You'll be there.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I'm praying. It's a Black man in this country. Yes, I want to be there.
God will. My money's on you. But I would say that I have folks, or I've heard directly from actors in the industry that said, man, you guys don't mentor us. And I remember coming up, we had mentors, that great generation and people in the 60s. They actually really were some great artists, people like Harry Belafonte, and of course a lot of other people. That said, I think there had been a disconnect between the guys, you and me, Bentley, in our group, and at least what the 30s, 20s people feel in terms of a common cause, something that will come together. And I think that for no other reason that this, and to some extent, I'm gonna just go ahead and put this out here. I don't think this would be happening if Hillary Clinton were the president or if Barack Obama were still the president.
You're right.
I think it is because Donald Trump is in everybody agrees for whatever reason that, that we have a common uniting thing. And I think that this is really more than anything a way to reunite, reconnect these generations, Donnie, that had before not really found something that they could agree on. I mean, there was all that, for example, we got kind of sidetracked with all this Me Too stuff, important issue, but that completely diverted the conversations that had been going on about the police brutality and the rest of it. And then, of course, the COVID thing happened. So I am glad that the conversation is refocused on this. This is America's original sin in many ways, outside of the, largely exterminated group of Native Americans and so forth. But I think everybody can agree on this. I don't think it's going away until actual changes are happening. This is really kind of cool. You guys some of you in LA. I heard that the mayor, who I know, Eric Garcetti, is diverting, and the city council agreed to put like $150 million from the police budget into the people, because they don't do a damn lot for us in the first place.
Right.
And this is something, my brother was a cop for 30 years, Illinois State Police. I happen to work with a group called the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. They've been very vocal this time, but cops, black and white, people, black and white, Asian, all of these things that you're talking about, Donnie, can agree on this. And so for no other reason than that, I happen to be looking at the silver lining of Donald Trump having been the president.
Yeah, that's interesting, and that's very, I think it's insightful, because I think without Barack Obama, you don't have President Trump, to be honest with you, because without Barack Obama being there, then all these people who believe in Trump wouldn't have come out to vote for him. So it's a cycle. And you look at it, it looks like a negative, but it could turn out to be a positive. That's why when people say, I wish 2020 wasn't around, wish we could go to 2021, 2020 might turn out to be one of the, not best years, but one of the most important years in the history of our lifetime, or of this country, to be quite honest with you, because of everything that's happening right now. But we'll see how it works out. But before we go to a break, one of the things that I have also seen is that it ain't just black people right now that's saying Black Lives Matter. White people, everybody, the NFL, corporations are now coming out and saying, because that was almost taboo if you said that. Now they're saying Black Lives Matter. And to me, that makes a huge statement. I don't know about you guys, but it makes a statement to me.
Let me say this, Mike. I want to say that people don't understand the power of God. God, I'm a very spiritual person. God works in mysterious ways. You know what I'm saying? And that coronavirus could have sparked everybody staying in the house, and everybody tired, and we got out, and this happened, and a powder keg, it just exploded. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know the power of God, what's going on, and we don't know what's going to go on. You know what I'm saying? But what we're seeing right now is biblical. It's going to change, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to turn to a preacher, but the power of God is something else, brother. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Okay. All right. Hey, ain't no wrong with being a preacher, man. Bring him home, bro. Bring him home. Like I said, we ain't passing around the offering plate tonight because we ain't got that money. But at the same time, we appreciate the word, my man. All right. We still got a lot more to get into. We're going to get into the careers of these great guys, Harry and Bentley, in just a second. You're watching the Mike and Donnie show right here on Fox Soul.
We are tired of mourning. We are tired of suffering. And we are tired of waiting. Experts predict that the Black female vote will be central to the 2020 presidential elections. The truth is in the numbers, but the voice is in you. Imagine if we use our collective voice to create a collective powerhouse. Black women have always been at the forefront of lifting our voices to vote. In this very moment, we can change the history of this nation. Let us not forget that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. You see us, but now it's time for you to hear us. I'm Ivy Coco, your Miss Black California USA 2020. Queens are lifting our voices to vote. Join us and let's rise up.
I like sunshine and rain.
Back on the Mike and Donnie show, Mike Hill with Donnie Harrell having a great conversation with Bentley Kyle Evans and Harry Lennox, talking about religion, talking about equality in the world, and talking about their great careers. But before we move on, because you asked Donnie off air, had he gone to a seminary? And Donnie studied a lot of religions. He's very spiritual. But you actually said you wanted to actually be a priest, Harry?
Yeah, I did. There are days when I wish that I had actually gone on, but I think I made the right decision. But yeah, I studied to be a Dominican priest. At the time, it was the largest high school seminary where I went here in Chicago in the world. Pope John Paul II came and visited in 1979. I played in the band for him. And these are the Dominican order until just now with Pope Francis is the first Jesuit Pope that we've ever had. But the Dominicans, which is called the Ordo Predicatorum, means the order of the preachers. And until now, we had all of that going. And but I still have great love for the cloth. I'm now a Kojic member. But for a time, I studied with the Nation of Islam, and so I like Donnie, and like the great master of the Catholic priests, Aquinas. He said, "Beware of the man of only one book, Beware of that person." We should all study religions because I think that there's something that we can all agree on, and it really motivates us to be active and to show our faith. My Bible says there are three great things: faith, hope, and love. Mm-hmm. Greatest of these is love, which is the act of doing something to show your faith.
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
I love
I
it.
used to do a little storefront preaching.
You did, Ben? You didn't have that sign up that said the world is ending.
Well, I just know it's a non-profit organization, so it makes sense.
He's the Church of Kanye.
Really want to keep them coins in his pocket from all them TV shows he be getting from all that money. Come on, Billy.
There it is.
I know it, man. You got to do what you got to do out here in Hollywood. Hey, it appears both of y'all got y'all breaks from Robert Townsend.
Wow, I didn't know that about Harry. I mean, of course, I knew Harry, from 5 Heartbeats, but I didn't know that was his actual break. That was
his big break. I think that was his second film, right? Yeah, that's the one everybody knows about.
Yeah, no, I met Robert. I'm 18 years old. I'm at a junior college. Things aren't going so good. I'm probably not going to graduate with an AA. So I know my strengths. College is not for everyone. So a friend of mine who was breaking into the field, he introduces me to Robert. We go over to Robert's house, and it's a true story. We go over to Rob's house. He's living up in this apartment off of Wilshire. We go knock on his door. Robert comes to the door. He's got a towel around him. He just got out the shower, and he's looking at us like, "Who the hell are y'all, and what do you want?" So I said, "Hey, man, we here to sign up for Hollywood." We thought it was just, you go sign up for Hollywood, right? So Robert said, "That's not how it goes, fellas. If you guys want to work with me on this Hollywood Shuffle thing that I'm doing, be at my house tomorrow, bring a dozen donuts, and I'll know you're serious. Be here at 6 a.m. I was there at 5:45. And Robert was my mentor. I wanted to be like Robert. My mother got tired of me mentioning Robert's name. Well, Robert said this. Well, Robert said we're going to go over here. Everything was about Robert and then Keenan. And I fell in love with these guys. They were my big brothers in the game. And Robert asked me what I wanted to do. And I told him I didn't know. And I said, I want to be like you. And he said, well, you can start out as an actor. And I tried that. I got in SAG through Hollywood Shuffle. And it gave me several opportunities. I got out there and I auditioned and I got several roles. But I knew acting wasn't really my calling because I never felt comfortable in front of the camera. I could fake it, but I never felt the love for it like that. So I knew that I wanted to be behind the scenes. And when I read the script cover to cover for Hollywood Shuffle, I fell in love. I said, this is what I got to do for the rest of my life. I didn't even know that actors had scripts. I just thought that they came up with the words themselves. I had no idea.
Oh, wow. I just thought it was improv. That's great, man. That's a great story right there, man. I applaud you first and foremost for going out and just making that move. But I got to give Robert Townsend some love for not just slamming the door in your face and actually giving you that opportunity as well. So you got to give Robert Townsend that love. What was it like for you? Because everybody remembers, once again, I know it's your second film, Harry, but, you know, Five Heartbeats is a classic even 30 years later.
Yeah, it's true. I was teaching school at the time. You know, I was a public school teacher here in Chicago for several years, teaching music. And they gave me a half day. And unlike Bentley, Robert didn't answer the door, you know, in a towel. I went to the audition butt-ass naked. And right now, I'm just kidding.
Oh, shit. Okay.
No, that said, you know, I didn't even audition. He just sat us down in a room, and I think you might have seen, you know,
the making
of
the documentary.
Like, and as you know, he just talked to us, and that was really cool. That was the first time that ever happened to me, where I didn't have anything to prepare and go in and do all of my Shakespearean, you know, all of that. He just was interested in the fact that I was teaching school, and he was like, "There's something about this dude." Originally, it was supposed to be David Allen Greer that was going to play Dressler.
Right.
And it's crazy because Keenan was supposed to play JT.
Right.
And Live in Color got picked up, and so everybody who was going to do the Five Heartbeats wound up, you know, not everybody wound up doing in Live in Color, and it gave us an opportunity. Really, people like Leon and me, at least, and maybe even Tico. It gave us the opportunity to, you know, to be in that movie, which really introduced me to Black America. So I had been doing stuff, you know, other movies, some TV stuff, a bunch of theater. I really was just going to be a theatrical actor, because when I was coming up, if you wanted to be serious about acting, you were a stage actor. And you were doing August Wilson, and you were doing Shakespeare and stuff like that. But but you know, Robert put me on the map with Black America, and I will be forever grateful for that.
And we are grateful that you're a part of Black America, bro, because you
do
outstanding work, and including on the Blacklist right now. Ben, I'm gonna tell you, bro, this show came on back in the 90s, and still to this day. I talked about Martin in the beginning. I go turn on my television to BET, MTV, whatever is on. If Martin's on, I gotta see what episode it is. I have to. I mean, after all this time, why do you think that show, even though you've seen every episode about 20, 25 times, why do you still think it resonates to this day?
I think because it came from a very real place. At the time, you know, it was a changing of the guards as far as the hip hop era was being introduced to the world, right? And I think that we were young, and we wanted our voice heard. So the popular show that was on television at the time, for especially for Black people, was The Cosby Show. And A Different World had made its way to television as well. But when we came, Martin himself wanted his specific voice heard. He was the first person that came through the door to say, "What's up?" I mean, it was like we wanted America to see this young group of people, meaning the cast, that were great friends. We were the Black friends of the Black Seinfeld, that were, you know, he was in a monogamous relationship with Gina. And we actually told real stories that really came out of our lives. And I think that Martin himself, being the terrific, fantastic performer he is, he just went for his. Every time I ask him, you know, what were you thinking, man? What were you thinking back then? He said, I was just trying to make people laugh, man. I just was giving it from the soul. And in the writing, Martin was executive producer of the show starting out. So he demanded that we gave him material that he could really dig into. So he was definitely the forefront of the show. And Martin, regular blue collar cat from the East Coast that basically wanted to really make it in Hollywood. And that attitude was the attitude that he brought to work every day. And so we as writers, we felt like we have to step up, because if you gave Martin something that was whack, he was gonna let you know. So it made you get your game up. Every time you stepped to him with a new script, you knew it had to be at that level to where he would respect it and be able to really take a character and breathe life into it.
Speaking of new script, we're gonna get a reboot. We heard rumors that they might be coming back. I'm just saying, give us something.
You know what? I can't really say. I would say this. I don't think so. Martin and I have had several conversations about it. Other cast members as well. And it's like, Tommy's no longer with us. And so it may change the trajectory of what the show could be. And also, the show was a classic. We didn't know it was going to be a classic at the time. We were just kids having a good time, hanging out on the Universal lot like wild kids, riding around on golf carts, but we were putting in the work. And so we didn't know what it was going to end up being, but it just ended up hitting in such a way. It was the perfect storm. And so I think that sometimes when you mess with a classic, you could possibly destroy it. So I think it's better left where it is, in my personal opinion.
Hey, Billy, I totally agree with you, because when you mess with a classic Isley Brothers record or a Marvin Gaye record, man, you don't. Some people don't supposed to mess with that. And Martin is a classic, and I don't think it should be messed with. Man, you did a fabulous job, the whole cast, man, and I salute you, brother. Because that right there, that gives us still joy to this day, brother. You know what I'm saying? So
thank you. I still laugh myself when I watch it. It's like I was never there. It's incredible.
And I love the Jamie Foxx show too. Somebody wants to know. So Queen wants to know. So nobody wants to change the battery in their smoke detector, huh?
That's hilarious. And here's the funny thing. I'm gonna go ahead and say that is me.
That's you.
I'm here too.
You hear it. And T wants to know Harry, where's the brother who played Choir Boy? It's Tico Wells, right?
Tico Wells.
Yeah. Tico Wells. He's out in he's in LA, and he still does, obviously whenever he gets cast, he does work, but he's the most healthy guy I've ever met. Originally, Tico's out of Baltimore, Maryland, but he's like Donnie. He drinks those green fluorescent shakes, with like kale and alfalfa and all that stuff. So you would love this guy. You should get him on the air.
Hey, Harry said something. He slipped it in. I heard it. Harry, you said you was a music school teacher. Did you just say that?
Yes, I taught at the Chicago public school system for 8 years. My sister was a teacher and principal for 30 years, Chicago public school system.
Ooh. So you sang, Harry? You know what I mean? Because you got that voice like Barry White and all that, man. What type of what did you teach, Barry? Harry? I
taught if I could really sing, I would be doing Broadway right now. But I have one of those like James Earl Jones voices. It's not bad to listen to if I'm talking. But when I start singing, it's awful. I mostly play. I play.
Okay, all right. You can play. All right.
You got that quiet storm thing going on, baby. That deep voice.
I bet you Harry can hit some notes though. He can hit that nice like this. Dang, he can hit that if he wants to.
He can hit that though.
Hey, Bentley. Hey, if you guys do bring back the Martin show, I could fill in for Tommy Ford. I loved him. He was great. So once my show is off, if you guys will have me and you guys want to bring that back, I'm your guy.
Are you kidding me? We'd love to have you. Shoot.
But you got a job, Harry. You got a job.
I've got 2 jobs. I work on. I do the Blacklist. I'm a regular, not every week, but I do guest star stuff on a Showtime show called Billions.
Yeah, I think we heard of it. Black man working in Hollywood, man. Brother making it. You know what? We're going to talk more about that. We're going to go deeper, talking about actually getting your own and creating your own as well. One more break. We'll be right back on the Mike and Donnie Show.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
I like sunshine and rain.
Mike Hill, Donnie Hero back on the Mike and Donnie show, talking to Harry Lennox and Bentley Kyle Evans, talking about acting in Hollywood. Now, Harry, we know you was in the 5 Heartbeats, but I just found that you was almost in the 5 Heartbeats.
Well, I mean, after Robert finished Hollywood Shuffle, it was like he did the Robert Townsend Partners in Crime, and I worked on there, so I thought that I was at least a shoo-in for at least an extra role in the 5 Heartbeats. And I went up to the Palladium, and Robert told me, I'm going to put you in. I'm going to put you on one of these scenes. And wardrobe never got back to me. They couldn't find a suit that fit. So I'm a little salty at Rob for that. Rob, when I see you, we got problems.
Ben, you tall dude like me. I'm 6'2". I think you're about 6'4", 6'5", right?
6'5", yeah.
6'5", and Harry, you're tall yourself, right? Can that be a detriment sometimes, being too tall for certain roles? Because I've actually been told that by an agent.
I think so. I mean, there have been obviously some tall actors who've taken lead role. People, Clint Eastwood is tall, for example. James Arness, who played Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke, one of my favorite shows. He's tall. But normally, it can be a detriment, I think, just because the women in it are usually a lot smaller. And, just in terms of they use, on Bentley, they use the old, we don't have anything that can fit you routine.
Right. No, Mike, when I auditioned, when I was doing the acting thing, I got all the basketball auditions. That's all I got. You know what I mean? But I have seen, like Will Smith is about 6'2". He's tall, and Tom Selleck, and there are some, but I think I agree with Harry. It could be a detriment.
The agent was telling me, because most of the actors are really short, 5'8", 5'9", then you just look like a giant among them, unless you get one of the leading roles out there, man.
Is that what they were telling you, Mike?
That's the excuse they was giving me. They was probably doing the same thing that Robert was doing to Bentley, just making an excuse. No, you're too tall.
Right.
You're too tall for this role, man. But obviously, we was talking to, I can't remember, was it Jason, the guy that was on American Soul, and he was talking about colorism that actually happens still with some of the roles, where some people don't think because he's light-skinned brother that he's not tough enough for certain roles, or he gets certain roles. Harry, have you ever experienced anything like that?
Well, yeah, I think so, a little bit. I mean, because I have a deep voice, and because, I think that I've gotten away with it a little bit more than most people who are light-skinned. But yeah, there's, I think, some colorism, when they want somebody black. There was a movie, excuse me, called Far From Heaven, and Dennis Haysbert and me were up for that lead role. It was with Julia, the redhead. I can't remember her name.
Julia Roberts?
No, I can't. Anyway. There was this great movie, and the dude named Todd Haynes was like, you're a great actor, but I think we need somebody darker, just because it would make the point of you being with this white lady in the movie, which was controversial, set in the 50s, a little stronger than if you're light skinned. And so, I believe that if for certain roles it works against me, and then for certain roles it actually works in my favor. But I think that Hollywood in general prefers their men darker and their women lighter in general.
Ben, you agree with that? Okay.
I would agree. I think that's been my my experience as well. I definitely agree with that.
Hey, Billy, I want to ask you and Harry a question. When people audition, do the directors and the executive producer and the producer already know who they want, and it's just protocol to have people come in and audition?
Sometimes. Yeah. No. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Sometimes, like, say for instance, you may put out a call with your casting director, and then all of a sudden Harry Lennox says he's going to do the role. Well, we've already got audition, we've already set up the audition, so people are coming in and reading anyway. But, to be fair to them, we always look at them for other roles. But definitely it happens all the time.
Harry, have you ever gone in for a part that you just knew you knew you killed that audition, you didn't get it? And if so, what part was it, and who got the part?
There was maybe the closest thing that came to that was I had played Malcolm X for 10 years in a play called The Meeting.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was really cool. You know, I played Malcolm X, and it's a fictional meeting between Malcolm and Martin a week before Malcolm's death. That is to say, Valentine's Day, 1965. And when they did the Ali piece with Will Smith, Michael Mann was directed, and he's an asshole. But I was auditioning for that. He's an asshole. I'll say it again. Michael Mann, please listen. But that said, I thought that they should have cast me in, and I was actually salty that I even had to audition for that, because I was sort of famous, you know, in some parts of the country for having played that part. And so I didn't get that one. So that was the one time where I felt that I might get it. And of course, when they did the Spike Lee movie, of course, Denzel Washington's name is much bigger, but you know, Denzel Washington is a dark-skinned man compared to Malcolm X. And I actually really believe that colorism in life is important. There have been traditionally the most radical jive-talking brothers have usually been on the lighter skin side. People like Adam Clayton Powell, people like Menachem Stark, people like Elijah Muhammad, you know, who really was the leader of the Nation of Islam, not Malcolm X, but that's it. God bless them both. But that said, I think that we have a little bit more currency sometimes to speak truth to power, just because the society as a whole seems to, you know, accept it a little bit more. Even if you look at the president of the United States, I don't think if Barack Obama were a dark-skinned man saying the same thing, doing the same things, I don't think they would have voted for him. I think so. I think sometimes it gives you a kind of spook that sat by the door position where you can actually bring about, you know, more truth telling in that situation. So it has worked, as I say, in my favor, and sometimes to my detriment.
That's a really interesting point right there. Hey, well, the world appears ready to change from all perspectives, you know, but how do you think it's going to change for us if it continues to go this way when it comes to the entertainment business? Do you see there being any change of how people, executives in the entertainment business view Black people, Ben?
Yeah, I do. I believe that, again, like I said, that this may be the great equalizer. This may be something that's going to wake up people and get them to understand that we got to abolish racism. We got to get rid of that shit. I mean, racism, I said shit, because you can't cuss. You can curse. Yeah. You got to get rid of that, man. I mean, it's old. We're tired of it. It's, you know, we've been out of slavery for over 150 years. Get over it. It's time for them to recognize that people are people and stop, you know, get rid of the prejudiceness. You got to get rid of all that stuff, right? And I'm a true advocate for that, man. I stand for peace. And I think that it is going to change the way that these executives are looking at people. I mean, I'm loving to see all the great interracial couples that they're putting on commercials, mostly commercials, not a lot of series, but you see it a lot in these commercials and stuff like that, which is giving me the idea that they are definitely taking notice of the world and how it's changing, how it's evolving, and they're looking, you know, art imitates life, right? So like all the Black neighborhoods, especially in LA, they're all being integrated. The white people are moving into the Black neighborhoods now. So again, art imitates life. I think that they're going to start to look at this thing and say, hey, look, you know what? We have to give Black people more opportunities. And that's what I'm about, man. You know, I employ a lot of Black people, right? And I try to give them opportunities. And that's not to knock any other race, because I love all people and I'll give anybody opportunity that I can. But I gotta say, you know, I'm looking out for my people, and that's the reality.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I give you mad respect for that. I think things are changing, because when it came to that, the things that used to be taboo, like the interracial couples, whatever, the sponsors sometimes would pull out because people would be bitching and complaining about that. But now that the sponsors seem to be on point when it comes to racial equality, maybe they won't have a reason, or they won't have the excuse to pull out or whatever. So they get pressure from the other side or whatnot, because then they'll look like hypocrites. But I got to give both you guys a lot of credit, because you're creating your own as well. And like Harry, you got your own production company, and of course, Ben, you got your own studio, which I've been to, which is incredible, man. I just love it. When you have it yourself, like the Tyler Perrys of the world or whatnot, you know, is there more pressure on you to make sure you create that type of good content, or is it easier for you because now you get you're free to do whatever you want to?
You want to go first, Harry?
Yeah, I'll jump. I mean, I think we'll probably agree, Bentley. So right. I think again, all of the above. It is more pressure because you are responsible for the content. You know, it's very interesting. I think that, you know, Tyler Perry almost had it or tried to get his own network, but you got to come up with 24 hours of program on that. So, so that's kind of hard to do. But with increased responsibility comes increased power. So you can't have one without the other. So that said, it gives you more freedom, obviously, but it also obligates you to and creates pressure, therefore, because you actually are responsible. You're the person, in many cases, signing the check. You're the person that has to take the risk, and that's always going to put you in a kind of line of fire. But it's worth it. I think that, you know, honestly, the world in entertainment was changing anyway, and more than the whole Black Lives Matters thing, the COVID thing is really shaking things up in a certain way and is now forcing everybody's hand. So the same internet that can play a Disney movie can play a Bentley Kyle Evans movie, Harry Lennox movie, a Donnie and Mike movie. So that said, I think that it was going to move that way. This is probably going to wind up being a good thing, because we're going to run out of content unless we can start shooting again very soon. But we're going to need investment and all kinds of other participation in order to make these viable.
I love it. But here's the thing too, Ben, like the pressure part is like brothers want to be like you own your own thing, you shoot your own, you want to promote Black people. You know, Black people want to hook up. Like, oh, you ain't gonna hook me up, you ain't gonna do that for me, Ben. You ain't gonna come on, bruh. What's up with that?
Let me speak on it. Hold on, Billy. Hold on. Let me speak on
that. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
Let me tell you, I hate that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because if you go there and you support that the other race, you know what I mean? You don't go to Gucci and ask them for the hookup. You don't go to Louis Vuitton and ask them for the hookup. If you my partner, if you my friend, you gonna come in my restaurant and you gonna come with my staff and you gonna pay because you want to see me feed my family. So we have to stop all that talk about the hookup. No, we shouldn't be trying to get no hookup. We need to support our people. That's the only way we gonna rise, by supporting and putting that cash out our pocket and giving it to our people, man. That's it.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that, man. I mean, you definitely have those. Everybody wants a favor, and you know it happens all the time. It happened today, as a matter of fact. I got a call, but you know the pressure is that the pressure still remains on us as independents, because we still have to get distribution. So just because you have your studio, your sound stage and whatever, if you have the money to invest, or you're savvy enough to get an investor, that's great. But still, you must have distribution in order to get your stuff exhibited to the world. And that's still a challenge for us. And like I said, I'm not trying to just do Black content. All my content is going to have somebody Black in it, though. I can guarantee you that. But it's still a lot of pressure on us, because there's not that many outlets that exhibit, you know, Black content. You got BET, Bounce, TV One, maybe OWN,
Fox Soul,
and what's that?
Fox Soul,
of course, Fox Soul. Number one, you say the best for last.
Yes.
Okay, let's be very clear here.
Yeah, absolutely.
but that's about it, you know. And it's like, if you look at your channels, there's hundreds of other channels that are for other people. And so therefore, that's still the challenge. Also, as an independent, because you're taking the risk, you know, some days I might have to clean up the bathroom. You know what I mean? Because I have to take pride in what I have. I have to lock up the studio some nights when I stay late and the security's gone. But those are the things that you have to do. It feels like you're grassroots, you're in it, and I love every minute of it, man.
I love it. I love it. We got about 2 minutes left, but I want to get into your future projects. And I know you're doing the Blacklist. You got all these jobs on Billions and Hair. But I'm understanding we might be seeing another black superhero if this cut comes out, this DC Cup.
No, listen, there's been a bunch of internet buzz. And I spoke to my man recently, Zack Snyder, who I think is a visionary director.
Great director.
We don't give him love like he deserves, but he did put it out there that it was his intention in the Justice League to reveal that Calvin Swanwick, my guy, is actually Martian Manhunter. And so I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm all in if it does. And that would be wonderful. And I think it's really those kind of micro victories. People talk about micro regressions this time, but I think micro victories in the right place can do a lot. Just like we're talking about in these social things where the uprisings happen and so forth. But I think that if something like that happens, imagine how empowering that would be, even just for me, but for people to see multiple black superheroes.
Not just the Black Panther, man. There's a lot of black superheroes out there. I mean, we need more of that, man.
And I got to tell Billy something, because my child mother hit me this morning talking about, tell Billy, when he gonna get grown folks picked up. You know what I mean? So she hit me, and I wasn't gonna say it, Billy, because I keep my things on the wrap.
I know who you're talking about.
To ask Billy when he gonna get grown folks picked up.
Well,
I'm talking about, Billy.
Yep.
I do. It's on right now. It's on the UMC streaming network. I don't know if they're going to pick up another season of it. It was fun. We did 13 episodes. I love Grown Folks. It's one of my favorite sitcoms that I've been a part of. But I don't know if they're going to move any further with it. So we'll see. You got to tell her to call UMC. Tell them that they want they want to see more, man.
Yeah.
I mean. But UMC is a viable streaming platform. As a matter of fact, I have another show that I just sold to them with MC Light. Me and Light are getting ready to hit you guys with something that's special.
I heard competition to find a co-star. You're actually going on the road to find the co-star as well. I like that.
We are.
Like
doing a big worldwide talent search.
That'll be awesome, man. Hey, Harry, Bent, such a great pleasure, man. Honor to talk to both of you guys here. Appreciate your time hanging out with us here tonight. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Great fun. Thank you for having us, guys.
Thank you.
Come on,
Harry, I'll be in touch with you, man.
Okay, great.
And Ben, I'm about to call you in a minute.
Okay.
I need a favor.
All right.
I need a hookup.
You got
Harry,
it.
Ben, thanks so much for your time.
Hey, Billy, don't give me no hookup. Make me pay for it, man. We got to feed our kids, man.
We neighbors, man. I need a hookup.
That's right.
That's another edition, another week of the
Mike and Dottie Show
on Fox Soul. We will see you again on Monday. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. The Tammy McLeay Show is coming up next.
And I can't change, even if I tried, even if I wanted to. My love, she keeps me warm. 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 She keeps me warm.
We are neighbors and best friends.
I love my sister.
My heart doesn't see race. Love is love.
Our family is no less than any other family.
We don't just dish celebrity news, we become celebrity news.
Drew Barrymore, she's friends with Cameron Diaz, so she probably was like,
I think you should put wildflowers somewhere in the name.
That's what I said. No, I cannot. Dish with us, the most entertaining celebrity news, period.
Catch Dish Nation every weeknight right here on Fox Soul.
We're pouring up the drama all season 21.
Catch Divorce Court every weeknight right here on Fox Soul.
This Man Crush Monday.
You're sweating already. Seeing is believing.
You're so sexy.
Because we've got Daytime's Hottest House. Michael Mueller, Lawrence St. Victor, Donnell Turner, and Galen Gehring are here.
Plus a surprise for our real fam.
Here we go!
On The Real.
Catch The Real at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 3:30 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Soul.
Show on Fox Soul.
8 minutes and 46 seconds. You have 8 minutes and 46 seconds. 8 minutes and 46 seconds to keep your promise, America. You have 8 minutes and 46 seconds left because we have given you over 400 years of millions of dead ancestors to build your country. You have 8 minutes and 46 seconds because we have given you millions of dead Black brothers and fathers and uncles and sons to build your businesses, toil your farms, serve your food, and kneel to you at every turn. And now you got a problem with it. You have 8 minutes and 46 seconds because it took us the 1921 Black Wall Street Massacre, is what I call it. It took us the 1943 Harlem Riots. It took us the 1965 Selma March and the 1968 Martin Luther King Jr. assassination and the 1965 assassination of Malcolm X and the 1955 bus boycotts and the 1960 sit-ins and the dead Trayvons and the dead Philandos and the dead Ahmads and the dead Sandras and the dead Briannas and the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that you gave George. We are now giving you back. You have 8 minutes and 46 seconds to keep your promise to us, America. And that's being real generous because that's 8 minutes and 46 seconds too long. Sincerely, Black America. Welcome to the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul. Look, we've had a lot happen. And we've had a lot of reactions, and we've actually had a lot of execution in laws since the protests have been going on all of this week. So I thought we'd end our week on the Tammy Mac Late Show on Fox Soul with spoken word. How y'all feeling out there? Little spoken word always heals you, and it always brings attention to the very thing that needs to have a light shined on it. So tonight, I welcome Alexander James, LaQuisha Starr Harvey, Joelle Leon, Keisha K. Brooklyn Burns, and October Blue. Hey, everybody.
Hey there, Tammy.
Hey.
How you doing?
LaQuisha, did I say your name right or wrong?
You did not, but I'm okay with it. It's LaQuisha.
Thank you, LaQuisha. I was like, I felt like I said LaQuisha, and I'm like, I know her name ain't LaQuisha.
It has a Q. It has a Q.
Okay, so I know everything has been going on, and this is what spoken word artists live for. Social consciousness. I mean, if I've ever met a spoken word artist, if I've ever been a spoken word artist, we all have written pieces about what the climate, the political climate is at that point in time. So can each one of you speak to that real quick before we get into your spoken word pieces? I'll start with you, LaKeisha.
Which Keisha?
Well, I'm gonna call Keisha K. Brooklyn.
Okay.
So I'm talking to LaKeisha right now.
Got it. I'm ready.
Okay. So how do you feel about the political climate right now? What's your thoughts?
I'm very torn, and I'm very hurt. I'm very angry. I'm very frustrated. Not just at the injustice that we face as a people, but there are also different dynamics to how racism affects us, the different layers and the different dynamics. And it's really disheartening.
Okay, Brooklyn, what about you?
You know,
I'm traumatized. And I felt the trauma before. And it's not like this is something new, but this trauma hit different. And to where I kind of wanted to hide from it. So I've been forcing myself to face it and to face the possibility of my husband walking out and maybe not coming back, and having to keep having these talks with my daughters about the color of their skin and how they may be treated. And what's breaking me even the more is the response of the cold-hearted people on both sides.
Yes, Alexander. Alexander, go for it.
Yeah, I think I hear what you're saying when you say that poets kind of live for moments like this. These are the moments when, I don't know if we live for it, but these are the moments when we matter to society. I heard a great poet say that that poets have always been the priests of the poor. That we're the ones who take what folks are going through and take it to the voices that need to hear it. Sometimes in a way that they like, but often in a way that they don't.
Yeah. October Blue.
I think I've been kind of living in embodying the after of a bang, you know, that ringing in the ear, that numb, like it's happened. I see things moving. I see people's lips, but I don't know what to do with that just yet. And I think it's the first time that I don't know what to do. Every day I'm just holding back tears and anger, being cynical. Like this is a new space for me.
Yeah. Joel.
I actually want to piggyback over what October Blue said. I think that's actually beautiful. I think in that space of unknown, I think that's where we can kind of find what we need to do. And I think what we're trying to do now, especially maybe even tonight, but like the work I've been seeing happening is how do we kind of reimagine these systems? How do we use like our collective action and language to decolonize these systems? And so the time feels right for like the not knowing, because I think the not knowing is really where the energy lies for like us to like really do something.
Yes. And the change in the system is definitely what we are fighting for. We're not fighting for white people to tweet a nice little Black Lives Matter or make an Instagram post or or even paint Black Lives Matter down the block all the way up to the White House. You know, that's not really what we're asking for. It's a nice gesture. It's a cute sentiment.
Right.
But honestly, what we're asking for is policy change. So I have to bring to light that after 3 hours of discussion, Louisville Metro Council's Public Safety Committee voted unanimously on Wednesday in approving what is being called Breonna's Law. Of course, we all know that Breonna Taylor would have celebrated a birthday today. So the proposed legislation that would regulate, it's a proposed legislation that would regulate no-knock warrants.
Wow.
So Breonna's Law would require officers to complete a detailed warrant application that must be signed off by the chief of police and also other high-ranking officers with the Louisville Metro Police Department. No-knock warrants could only be sought in cases involving a threat of harm or death to officers and civilians. And the proposed law would also require officers to use body cams. Now, I believe a law needs to be put into place that if a body cam is not on an officer and is not on, it should be tampering with evidence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Punishable by the law.
Absolutely. So when we talk about what can white people do, white people, you have white power to go in and fix the system that you designed and created against us. You now have the power to go in and readjust it so that it's also for us, just as it is for you. But enough of me talking. It's time for you all to do your thing. So I probably shouldn't keep going on and on and on and on. Instead of bringing you musical performances today, you all, we're honoring the lives of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and many others who've lost their lives to senseless violence. We're honoring them through the power of the word, the spoken word. So I've invited these spoken word artists to perform with us tonight, and they'll not only make you think about the true meaning of justice, freedom, and equality, but they will also pay tribute to the lives we've lost because of the injustice that Black people continue to face in this country. So how about we kick off performance number one, Alexander?
All right. I think it's also cold that you read your poem first. Having to follow you is not fair.
Oh, please.
All right, the title of my poem is Monster. I hear your names: Trayvon Martin, Terrence Crutcher, Sandra Bland, Michael Brown, Eric Gardner, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. I remember what James Baldwin said, that to be Black and conscious in America is to be in a constant state of rage, and I feel it this time. The protest in my pores, the march in my melanin, the picket line in my spine, my chest has become a NICU for my bitterness. What happens? What happens when those who felt like targets rob Target? The ones who were told to shut up and play, be quiet, riot. I'm not saying that things didn't get out of hand, but America asked folks of color to be bilingual, and we just thought that destruction was a language that you would understand. I try to calm down, read the paper, but every time I see black and white, all I think of is Freddie Gray, and my train of thought runs over a landmine. My veins flood with vengeance, and now even hashtags feel like handcuffs. Even though I feel that my anger is justified, there is a cost. If this rage costs me the Mahalia in my moans, if it costs me the mind of Frederick Douglass, if it pries the joy of Richard Pryor from me, if it drains the Duke Ellington from my fingertips, then I must pry open this fist, because hate ain't black. If I'm not too careful, if we are not too careful, my people, we may become the monsters we are trying to slay. I cannot drown in anger, because doing so will be the greatest insult to all of you. You who they took from us. If I let the sounds of your names make me want to fight, then I too am making you a weapon. And isn't that how this got started in the first place? When white people unearthed us from motherland, tried to convince us that we were not people, not human. And funny thing is, we're showing them now what human really is. So let us show them that it takes more strength to hold on to humanity. Let them see the monsters that they become in the reflection in our eyes. If my bitterness strips away the fact that Natasha McKenna was a person, was someone's daughter, and just make her a reason to destroy, just make her a reason to riot, then I've lost already. See, I pray we get to a place where y'all's names are like high fives and medical bags and not just ammunition. And I'm not saying don't fight. I'm saying at the end of the day, Black folk, remember to massage your soul with grandma's macaroni. Remind your soul of sweetness with your auntie's sweet potato pie. Bathe in hymns and Negro spirituals that were the flotation devices of our grandparents when they were drowning in Jim Crow. I'm just saying, take time to mourn, to heal, so we can show America how to fight like men. Because if we let this rage consume us, then we become the monsters we are trying to slay. So let the purity of our struggle be a mirror. And let's let America finally see herself monster.
Yes, 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 Alexander. Yes, I love it. From the Duke Ellington to my auntie's sweet potato pie. Every bit of that, felt it in my soul. Lakeisha!
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go for it, girl.
Okay. Woo, this particular piece is called Slavery. Slavery. The system under which people are denied the liberties of freedom and are held hostage as property. slavery. The system under which people are defiled and reduced to lackluster situations with no hope of liberation from poverty. Slavery. The cardinal spirit empowered by explicit orders demanding the building of lie-filled borders around the mind that God so graciously spent his time to create. And this day, slaves are what we remain because somehow grinding no longer means to disintegrate. It's now the mindset we have toward our promised abundant path of grace. We have been deceived and are now bleeding deceptive precepts to our kings that are soon to be princes, that being hood rich is the desired classification. An imbalance, disconnect in the mindset of the one who roars the streets with the fully loaded car from 2020, yet receives funding from the Federal Housing Administration. And at home, they sit with salt drips leaking from the slits of their optical confusion that began the illusion of the fusion between them and pig's feet, because master saves for himself the lean meat and throws to your newspaper-made plate the chitterlings. There is something malfunctioning, the function keys, I mean strings, the master puppet, puppeteering faster. He fears the keys he hears jingling from afar, afraid of how close we are with the truth to diffuse the web of lies he used to trap you. Silencing the shot, we bleed silence while silently letting science clone drones. Millions of miles from our homes, shooting pics that are aired and shared on images Google, but Mr. Freedom. Use that free very frugally, otherwise that tree right there, it will be used to hang thee. Shout out to Persia/Iran for bringing to this land the public spectacle responsible for the skeletal remains of our dreams hanging by the roots, tied to a noose, tied around our destinies. Her eyes should tell the story. They are the gateway to her soul that houses her multiple personalities that her master bought from his master and deposited into she. But because she's convinced that she can see clear, she made the decision to enhance her worth, her vision by hiding her beautiful pair of narrative eyes behind the biggest pair of Tom Fords she could find. Ain't she cute? But as for me, nah, I don't like liver or gizzards, and I'm supposed to quiver at the thought of you revoking my black card? How do you threaten to take from me something born into my genealogy? You can't take the essence of who I am, nor can you affect the majesty of the work created by these hands. In fact, your brain chained to a chair linked to one-way stairs going down. And the gall to look up at me with your list of contacts that won't contact you back because nobody wants to hire an indignant, bitter sister that spits in the face of her own race because they made it out the gutter. It makes you wonder. This is exactly why they want us to remain slaves to one another. From beginning, this has always been the plan, to make us turn against ourselves because they know that we are way too powerful to be destroyed by anybody else.
Woo! Girl, we are way too powerful to be destroyed by anybody other than ourselves.
Other than ourselves. They don't have the power to do that.
You said a word. You said a word.
Amen.
Why else would they pit us against one another? They can't. We've been here for centuries and they've yet to destroy us. So the only way to make it happen is to have us destroy ourselves.
Yes. That's the only way.
Woo! Joelle?
I don't even want to go.
You got a story to tell. I know you got a story to tell.
I don't even want to go no more, man. Y'all over here doing all types of voodoo, Orisha, all type, man. Listen, okay, so this piece is entitled they told us we had to make our own masks. I am waiting rather, bended knee, the broken glass beside the beignets, battered biscuits blown to bits, bitter and cold. We outside protesting. The armory is shut down. There's too much shit on the freeway because we got Bills, 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 they say. Bill Clinton on a sax, a cul-de-sac in a yardie, smoking all the politicos, stepping on what used to be a farmer's market, feasting on figs, feta by the former grocer aisle, birthday cards and receipts, Rip Van Winkles mixing with feeler laces. Birds of Paradiso by Howard and Halsey, we all got face masks, so we all looking guilty, looking shook. Crushed tomato paste, play behind the beat, play behind the beat, play behind the beat, they say, but for real this time, gimme I Can't Feel My Face concerto and B flat one time for the one time, please, because you see, I heard my homie Elizabeth say, we don't need the cannon, and I went, yeah, fuck the cannon, fuck Confederate cannons too, Nick Cannon, Cannon cameras, all the C's, cunts, computers, Congress, the cannon would not pay for diapers or my income tax return, did not keep drive-bys away, could not teach me how to jump rope or play stickball, could not get me into college or do my SATs for me or help me afford those expensive classes that prepare you for sitting next to white kids and writing better English to impress their parents, who would not save me from being a trope, a fantasy, a fetishized fairy tale for white girls who smoke weed liberally in front of police stations, could not show me how to bleed, how to crochet myself into rooms. The cannon did not teach me how to tie my Timbs, could not tell me how to cut both arms, to carry the revolution, would not grant me permission to break rainbows for freedom, could not sew my heritage together, would not help me learn Steve Biko's name. You see, I am wanting a riot. I know the history, it's trajectory, a mattress undone on a sidewalk, befriending the neighborly chalk, wanting the noise, jostling our ears for attention, filling the air of grenade smoke, smothered hibiscus and lavender, the bonfires ablaze. We are judging each other's pour now. Slumdog Olympics in our living room. Every day, my auntie's hands smell like chitlin grease. Why? Like plastic seat sofa cover, no matter how much money she rubs on them. We all make bad decisions with cholesterol and testosterone, with chicharrones and tostones, glass houses and thrown stones. Is not just on Bible. Don't forget where you come from, nigga. The calamity will make you bitter. Clam up around police, around news briefings, policies about keep away. Some of y'all been crossing streets, been using Moses to part ways with us. We ain't no better though. We stole a TV, some gas, made hoagies out of their rent checks, skipped class, skilled in long dick and division. And I mean, for all of that, where were the fireworks? What happened to the Sandman and rubbing the log? Where is the smoking gun, the scolding hot tea? The least they could do was give us a DNA test, a quick, you are not the father, a celebratory Popeye's chicken sandwich between a BET mid-roll for NBA Youngboy, NFL, don't shoot, it's a wallet, CBA, MBA, DSLs, all the acronyms for jump high, Negro, keep it wet, die young. They tell us the diaspora is dying for drowning for side B of the melodramatic minstrel show. It is a free stream of the lunch lady forgot her hairnet again today. So we say skip the General Tso's shredded beef. Nothing will ever be as was once the riot is done. Shit, we can't cough around each other no more. Shit still always the same. It is still not safe for us. Ashe. Tammy, you're on mute.
You can talk about the COVID all you want, but shit ain't been safe for us long before Corona came. Woo, K Brooklyn, let's get busy.
All right, so this piece is called Freedom, and hopefully you just catch everything what's in the poem. Pharaoh, let my people go, because we want freedom, freedom, where are you? Freedom, cut us loose, because I break chains. Yet I'm tied to these tired lies that are wrapped up in your mind and my mind combined, as the serpent pumps his poisons into our bloodstreams, traveling through our veins, attacking our hearts where the word of God should remain. Instead, you remain. You and your dead remains, with your soul tattooed on my veins that grew out to be chains, with this song stuck in my head that you used to sing. Blackbird, why you wanna fly? You ain't ever gonna fly, cause your mother's name is lonely, your Daddy's name is Pain. So they call me Little Sorrow, and Little Sorrow became my name. And I accept the name exchange with misery, stuck in an oppressed state of mind, wings held down, knowing that one day I might not be able to fly. They said, look at your father, you look just like him. Look at your mother, you act just like her. And with those words planted inside of me, a seed that grew out to be a tree of misconstrued identities. And I was programmed by your programs without even reading your programs. You just a 6-month soul, accusing me attacking your white supremacy when you ain't even pure to me. It's like ISIS in this crisis holding me hostage to the thought process that I can never be free. Now I know why the cage bird sings. All I want to do is be free. All we want to do is take these chains off, because it's a cold world. Now it's raining in the storm. You told me to dance in the rain, but it's been storming too long and my feet are sore. Climbing off the slave ships into your shores. We used to dance for you for entertainment. Now we dance for them for entertainment. We went from thoughts to coons. I mean coons to thoughts. And never once in my 33 years did I ever think that somebody would crack me on the back with a whip that looked just like me. Common denominator, slave to slave master. Common denominator, us. And I'm not just talking about being slave to the system, but tradition and religion, toe tapping and hand clapping and praising your idols. You want to preach about having a blessed life, but never want to preach about the ones who blessed your life, Christ. Slave to that. Team light skin, team dark skin, team thick, team thin, team relaxed, team natural, team white girl, team this slave, this team that slave. Stop, because our lives matter. And when we scream Black Lives Matter, y'all say all lives matter, blue lives matter. And when we try to breathe, you choke us even tighter. You don't want us to be free. You want to bury us in the dirt and didn't realize you buried a seed. So we gonna be free. We gonna find a way to take these chains off, and we gonna be free.
Buried a seed, sow. Buried a seed, sow. SOW, sow. You buried a seed, sow. Yes. You don't understand. You don't understand. I done heard Moses a couple of times. I done heard about the chitlins a few times. And we done talked about how you can't kill us because you buried the seeds and you sow. October Blue, give us some more.
When there isn't enough religion or justice in the courtrooms, manhood in the nation, if it should require lynching to protect a woman's position and delicacies, I say lynching 1,000 times a week is necessary, because I would rather see a Negro die before he goes to the polls before a white woman. Rebecca Felton, the founding member of the suffrage movement. So regarding your pink kitty beanie, it doesn't quite match my RBG. We ain't never wore the same weary. You mad I won't force wear on the soles of my shoes for your tiled roads? Well, it's clear. Your privilege is showing. You expect me to brace body against your picket fences? Well, not today. I won't be marching in protest of your perceived mistreatment nor breaking glass ceilings in your glass house. We ain't never been sisters in suffrage. We nursed your babies and washed your floors during Seneca Falls, stood in the back of your lines during your marches. Your wins have never increased our stats, bettered our communities, equal, not even on the table, separate, always in order. You push naming rights and equal pay, strengthening your position in supremacy while we fight to be treated as human, to be educated, for the lives of our children, our men, to simply breathe. Our resistance is in our existence, and you turned a blind eye to the poisoning of our children, our wounds, our water, not allowed to whistle, walk on sidewalks, drink water when thirsty. Where were your pastel prints during forced sterilization? Or in the aftermath of Tuskegee, we are still birthing affected babies. Our wounds don't grieve the same. We weren't accepted in the now back then. We ain't never shared the same pain. Alice Walker said, womanism is to feminism as purple is to lavender. So you not seeing color won't ever clear the picture. Besides, your pink kitty hat gets lint in my locks. Me and my folks, we have to fight together. Our struggles are never gender specific. We need each other on them front lines, because I am reminded every day that I'm in these streets that I am a Black woman in that order.
In that order, my sister. October Blue, let everybody know where they can reach you and keep hearing your beautiful words.
All on the social medias, Facebook, Instagram, October Blue, BLUU on Instagram, BLU1 on Twitter. I'm there.
Okay, Brooklyn, where can we reach you, baby?
You can find me on Instagram _Keisha Burns, BURNS, and Facebook will be Keisha K. Brooklyn Burns.
Joel, how can we holler?
What's going on, sis? Joel, JOEL, aka MAG, Joel, aka Mag, on Instagram, Twitter, your local bodega, wherever else you need to find me.
Lakeisha Star Harvey.
Yes, ma'am.
Your IG, please.
Twitter, Instagram, it's *_Lakeisha, LAQUISHA, *_Lakeisha. And on Facebook, it's Lakeisha Star Harvey.
Alexander, where can we get more of your stuff?
My Instagram is Be Honest, so it's the letter B, and then the word honest / and I also have a YouTube, just Alexander James Poetry. I should pop up.
Thank you so much for blessing us with those words on a Friday, because we all needed something to fill us up and something to gather us at the same time. And I promise y'all did both of that. Thank you so very much. I'm right back at you on Monday at 8 p.m. All you have to do is download the Fox Soul app or go to foxsoul.tv to reach us. And until Monday, it's a blessing to be in your box. Bye, y'all.
Would you let someone look through your phone on a first date?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, no!
It's some X-rated things in there.
That's a butt. Welcome to Phone Swap. It's a super awkward dating show. We have 3 dates ready to find love, but will what's on their phones get in the way of making a connection? Let's meet our first blind daters.
We kind of match.
We do. Hi guys, I'm Daka and I'm a personal trainer. I'm really goofy, weird, and really ambitious. Yeah, I can say that about myself. In a girlfriend, what I'm looking for, someone's really caring, family orientated, smart, really educated. Wow. Wow.
Okay, we can start with the wows. Let's get to business here. Hi, I'm Vivian, and I'm a writer. I want it all. I want to get married. I want to have kids. And those are, well, the kids thing, that's like non-negotiable for me. I don't want to be this powerful career person and then I look around it and I have no one to share it with. So like, what are you pursuing?
I just be on the street. Yeah, I bees in the street.
That's not a job.
No, it's not.
Give me something to work with, Daka.
I'll stop clowning around it. I'm a personal trainer, and I got a lot of different ideas in this head that, I'm trying to put together. Can you be with a person that's building yourself? Or do you like a person that's already established?
I mean, I'm building myself too, so like, who am I to judge? I like to think of myself as sophistiratchet, so...
Whoa, sophistiratchet.
Yeah.
Never heard that.
So sophistiratchet, I, myself, and people who hang out with me, they have to be classy and sophisticated, but not to be a little ratchet.
Now, the moment of truth. We just let them know they have to trade phones.
I don't want her to go through my phone. She's not going to want to talk to me after that. She's really gonna walk out. There's a lot of stuff you're gonna see in the phone. I'm just gonna tell you now.
Oh God, okay.
Yeah.
I hope there's nothing that's that racy or crazy, but like, I don't know.
After snooping through their phones, these two get to decide if they want a second date.
Let's see what Daka has hiding in this phone of his.
Oh, all right.
I'm gonna look for his photos. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, I see. Oh, that's my little nephew.
Maybe that means he's good with kids.
Of course I am.
Oh, partner in crime, that's so cute.
He is my partner in crime because he helped me get girls. Yeah, duh.
Wow, that body though.
The body's nice, oh. Num, 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 num.
Okay, yes for the abs.
Oh!
Okay, no more abs, no more abs. Wait, what is this?
No, don't click the video. Just click the video.
Oh my gosh. It's like one of those throwback 90s R&B videos. Like, I'm just waiting for some candles to appear and like Jodeci to play.
Oh my God.
Okay, 42 messages. That's a lot. Why is he naming someone Fat Lip? That's rude.
What you mean?
I would never want to be saved in anyone's phone as Fat Lip. Okay, let's see. Bae, you good? How's work, baby? Morning, baby. Why the hell is he here on this date with me then? Bae, you made it today at 12:47 a.m. 1, why are you texting anyone at 12:47 a.m.?
Because as a nice guy that I am, I want to make sure that you get there safe.
2, why are you texting Bae and then you're out on the date with me?
Because I have a lot of girls, duh.
So Doc is a player, okay.
Come on.
Is this her? Oh, it's Fat Lip. This is very coupley.
Coupley?
Very coupley.
That's what I do.
I'm not really a rebound girl. I'm like the girl you worked towards.
I got all types of girls.
So I learned more than I ever needed to know about DACA.
It's time to turn the tables. Our daters are going to switch spots.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's browse through her phone a little bit here. Click. Oh. She do party a lot. Yeah.
I literally, it was just last night. I had a good time.
She was out and about, flaunting that body of hers.
Shut up.
So let's check out her social media here. All right, there go that beautiful smile she has. Like, you know, I see her bending over here. I guess she forgot to tie her, no, but her shoes is tied.
Jeez.
But I guess she wanted to show her assets, you know?
You know what, my legs look great.
So let's see what's going down in her DMs.
In my DMs? Oh, shit.
Okay, who's Ben? Oh! Somebody get a little touchy Philly with Ben.
I look so extra. It was a moment.
That was today at 3:33 a.m.
Because I was out.
At first, she didn't seem like a party chick, like, you know, when I first met her, but now going through her social media, she's definitely get down with the party.
Okay, please look at something else.
She's worried about her status.
I'm not worried about status, dude.
All about looking good, gotta stay looking good, and having this and having that. That's definitely a turnoff.
That's not who I am.
I have a lot of questions that I want to ask her. How's it going, love?
Going. I feel like you were really judgy. I mean, my social is just, I don't get any gratification off of it. I'm a writer, I have to go out, I cover nightlife.
You wouldn't be capable of being with somebody that's not up there yet.
For me, it's not status, it's about a man feeling secure about himself. I do want to, of course, talk about your pictures too. Who's Fat Lip?
We'll find out soon. But first, it's time for our second date.
Oh my God, we got some racy photos here.
See?
Angel doesn't live up to her name, Angel.
Why is he still watching that?
And later.
I thought this was a picture of a tape measure. It's a condom. Oh, XL right there.
I feel like one size fits all.
We just had our first date.
Wait, what is this?
Oh, don't click the video. Click the video.
Oh my gosh. It's like one of those 90s R&B videos.
We'll find out soon if they want to go out again. But not yet. It's time for our second date.
Have you ever been on a blind date?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, welcome to your first one, I guess.
So is this not your first one then?
You know what? No, I think it actually is.
Well, welcome to your first one.
Yours too.
All right, we knocked that out.
Hi, I'm Al, and I'm a substitute teacher. I am gregarious, loyal, and pretty freaking hilarious. I just recently got out of a relationship, but I'm ready to rock and roll. Most embarrassing story.
I can give you an awkward date. I went to get the guy because I guess he didn't drive. So I went to his house. He had me take him to the grocery store first because we had to go to the coin star. So I was sitting there watching him cashing his coins. And I was like, where are we going to eat again? My name is Angel. I'm a service and support representative for a software company. Dating for me right now is kind of dry. I'm single. I think it's because I'm so picky. Yeah, I'm picky.
Have you ever broken a man's heart before?
Yes. Well, I didn't mean to. It's just, okay, because people fall for me very fast. So when I noticed that, I sort of started to steer away. And they've sent me songs and saying, I'm thinking of you. And I'm like, oh, nice.
Wow.
It's time to put this date to the test.
Holy.
We just let them know they have to swap phones.
Okay. But seriously? Oh, no.
Let's do it.
Can I delete one thing?
What?
After snooping through their phones, these two will decide if they want a second date.
Let's see what we got here. She has nothing on this phone compared to mine. Oh, it's a selfie. Surprise, surprise. Very seductive. Look at those eyes. She knows where to put the camera. How many more pictures? 4. This is the 4th picture of her.
Was trying to get the perfect shot.
And another one. She loves herself. She could be the one, because I like myself.
Aww, see, now he's getting the wrong idea of me.
She's a sexy babe. She has beautiful, luscious lips. Oh my God, I'm liking this babe more and more. Angel, what are you doing to me? I feel like she might be the type of girl that like takes a picture and she's like, check out my curling iron, but it's just like her booty.
Oh no, that's not me.
Okay, text messages. Oh my God, we got some racy photos here. Whoa, okay, wow. This dude is like going on her friend at like a social female gathering.
That's not for me though. They sent me that of a stripper.
Is this girl freaky? Wait, is she? Yes, homegirl got a damn stack of jungle gym, lol. Wow.
Why is he still watching that?
Maybe Angel doesn't live up to her name, Angel. She is naughtier than I thought. I think I got to know Angel a little bit better.
It's time for our daters to switch.
All right, let me see what I can find. I can start with text messages.
Okay.
Huh. Okay, so he doesn't have numbers saved like I do. He has people named by what they do. Cat Russian babe.
Excuse me, this is a beautiful conversation with me and this girl that I used to see.
This is all coming from her though, so there's nothing that's from him. Okay, so this is the girl.
Oh no, my God, let's chill with this.
Oh look, there's the girl's butt.
Oh no!
I'm gonna go to his pictures. Let's see, I don't know. Oh, what the heck is going on? Is that a handprint?
Keep going, Angel.
Jeez, is that his happy trail too?
Whoa, okay, past that one. Just keep flying. Keep going, Angel.
Oh, I wonder if this is the Russian girl. He has a lot of pictures of her.
Because I was in a serious relationship with her.
And this is her with clothes on, though. I'm glad to see that.
Oh my God, if she sees this, she's gonna
There's that girl again. She's on the monkey.
Can you get past this?
Let's see if I can find some search history. He's looking up Trader Joe's bacon wrap. Oh, maybe he likes to cook. Oh, that's nice. I like to cook too. Oh, free porn, sex, and tube.
Jeez, Angel.
All right, so there's something that he's looking for.
I have needs.
So I think I learned a little bit about this guy.
I'm glad it's over.
Hey.
How's it going?
I'm good. Your phone was interesting.
I'm sure it was.
So, who is Cat Russian babe?
She'll find out soon. Coming up.
I don't know if she's completely single. I'd say this guy's probably still in the picture. The pictures aren't deleted.
No!
And still to come, we find out if our first couple decides to hook up or hang up.
You are beautiful. Like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Wow.
Told you to embarrass me.
We had our first date.
Oh! Somebody get a little touchy filly with Ben.
I look so extra.
That was today at 3:33 a.m.
Please look at something else.
And our second date.
So this is the girl.
Nude. No! You don't want to look at this.
Oh.
Now, let's meet our third and final date.
I'm Dan.
Nice to meet you, Danny.
Nice to meet you too.
I love your jacket.
Thank you. It's Gabardine.
It sounds like a made-up word.
I know, right? That's the
Can I touch
fabric.
it? Is
Yeah,
that weird?
absolutely. Go for
Okay, because my dress is made of velvet.
Really? Can I
Yes,
touch your dress?
yes.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Allison, and I work for a digital media marketing company. Dating for me is kind of tough because I don't like meeting people in bars because it's way too dark. I'm looking for love, desperately. I don't care what he looks like. He could have 3 eyes for all I care. Okay.
So, if I may, you look very pretty.
Oh, thank you. Genetics.
Okay.
I did nothing.
Really, you're just lucky. You know,
Exactly.
I don't think you didn't choose
didn't get to
it.
choose
It was
that.
a crapshoot.
Hi, I'm Danny, and I wait tables. I'm a server. I absolutely believe in true love. Dating for me is going pretty badly. Pretty bad. Because I come from a big Italian family, we're very blunt, and we have strong opinions.
Why are you single?
I think I was single because of work and stuff. I just don't have time to meet people. And then I firmly believe that we should be equals if you're like dating someone.
Oh my gosh, that's so nice. I feel the same vibe.
Here comes the twist. We just let them know.
What is it?
They have to swap phones.
That sounds great. It should be fine.
Okay, yeah, I don't have a lock on my phone. That's really dumb. I have a lot of banking apps in there. She could steal everything and ruin my life.
The thing I'm most worried about is him finding awkward photos of me, trying to get that perfect lighting for a selfie, and hopefully all the embarrassing stuff he will find endearing.
After snooping through their phones, these two will get to decide if they want a second date.
Oh, dear.
Let's check out her text messages. I'm searching sex.
Oh, no. Why are you doing that?
Find any dirt.
Oh.
Ooh, good God. Someone said, get that sexy tush of yours.
No.
Oh, man.
Get out of there. Oh, no.
I guess these are pictures of her and Aaron interacting. This is their text relationship. I thought this was a picture of a tape measure. It's a condom.
It's a condom.
What does it say? Oh, XL right there.
It was a joke because I feel like one size fits all.
All right, I want to look at some of her pictures.
Okay, this is also gonna be awkward.
I wonder if I could find any of this Aaron guy.
Oh no, this is an ex.
That might be Aaron right there.
That's not Aaron.
Certainly an attractive guy. Look at those pecs. Jeez. I don't know if she's taken. Yeah.
No!
Now we're going into her search history. Room for rent, large bedroom, seeking a flatmate. So she's looking to move. Room for 2 girls. That's interesting. If she is looking to move, why is she on a blind date? Maybe she just wants to have a quote-unquote good time.
Haha.
Well, that was educational.
He's so sweet.
I wonder what she might find online.
Oh.
It's time to switch.
Okay.
Photos? Let's do that. Colon cleanse. Oh.
No, wait. I'm not doing the cleanse. I just screenshot stuff so I don't forget it. I'm not. My body's fine.
Everyone goes through digestive issues sometimes.
I'm not going through digestive issues. I'm not.
Socials.
Oh God, no. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Sometimes I like to invent characters.
Who are you?
Who am I? I don't know.
Being goofy is definitely a turn on for me.
It's a turn on that I'm goofy.
Oh! Who is she though? We don't know.
I don't know.
Well, he searched sex on mine, so I want to search it on his, but I'm kind of nervous.
Find my sex life.
Oh no, it sounds like an angry text.
No. That wasn't angry at all.
Do I have to? I don't really want to. Okay, I don't want to.
Go for it. Fine, go, look.
I also genuinely thought there would be boobs. I can't believe I was the subject of a cruel joke. 3 years since I've had sex and you do that to me. That sounds sad.
It is sad. It's a joke.
Now I wish I hadn't looked up sex.
Man, I didn't really think that was still there. Yeah, I know.
3 years since you had sex?
What?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, stop.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I don't know. How about,
What?
Yeah, it's been a while.
So,
Yes.
how's your colon?
It's fine.
Is it better now?
I'm not on the
So
cleanse.
it's not better.
Well, I'm eating a lot of fruit these days.
Okay. I mean, 3 years, your colon.
Oh, God.
No.
I look bad. I look
No.
bad. But, are you moving?
We'll find out soon. Up next, let's find out which blind dates are hooking up and which are hanging up.
What makes you think that?
I don't know what else to tell you.
I'm not self-absorbed, first off.
We just watched 3 totally different dates.
How's work, baby? Morning, baby. Today at 12:47 a.m. Why are you texting anyone at 12:47 a.m.?
Because as a nice guy that I am, I want to make sure that you get there safe.
Be gentle, sweetie pie.
Oh, I wonder if this is the Russian girl. He has a lot of pictures of her.
Just keep flying. Keep going, Angel.
And this is her with clothes on, though. I'm glad to see that.
Going into her search history. Room for rent, large bedroom, seeking a flatmate. If she is looking to move, why is she on a blind date?
Let's check in on date number 1.
I do want to, of course, talk about your pictures too. Who's Fat Lip?
Fat Lip is an individual that I entertain.
Okay.
You know, so I haven't hit yet, so, you know, we just chilling and talking.
So, do they want to go on another date?
She said no, I don't think we have any chemistry.
And you said no, I would not, but we can be friends.
We're definitely on the same page, and I definitely feel that and everything like that. You are a great person. I just feel you're not that girl that's right for me.
That's valid. I feel the same.
You are beautiful. Like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Wow.
I told you, it was embarrassing.
Our first date was a no. Let's see if our second date has better luck.
Your phone was interesting.
I'm sure it was. Yours was as well.
I'm not self-absorbed, first off. I take a lot of pictures because I'm not photogenic, so it's just I have to
You're
get
not
the perfect.
photogenic. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, who is Kat Russian Babe?
She is a girl that I'm no longer seeing.
The one that you recently broke up with?
Yeah, recently.
Because you have a lot of pictures of her.
Yeah, we were seeing each other, and that was a problem for you. Like, I would delete it because if that really bothered you.
Will they go out again? It's time to trade back phones and find out.
He said yes.
She said no. I said yes because I think that you're very funny, really pretty, and I think you're very smart.
I said no just because I feel like it's too soon, just because of the cat and all the pictures. I mean, I'm not saying you have to delete everything, but it's just a lot of memories right there, and I think you need to move on from that first before you jump into something else. So I don't want to jump into it and you're still lusting for someone else.
Okay.
I don't think you're ready yet.
We got 2 no's. Can we turn this thing around?
Are you moving?
Yes.
When? Where?
I'm moving next month to Vancouver. Yeah.
Canada.
Yes.
Wow. So why are you on a blind date?
Because I figured that I might be able to find something good before I leave that'll make me want to stay.
All right. Well, I mean, it's a little early to tell.
Yes, it's very early.
But would you be interested in some more time to develop if I am that person?
Do they want a second date? They now have to type up their answers and trade back phones.
What? She said, yes, I would, exclamation point.
And he said, yes. No punctuation.
I have punctuation. You seem like really funny and like down to earth and like you're not putting on any like, I want to be a pretty girl. I want to be a, you know, like you're just like, I'm me, and you better appreciate me for me, and like, and you're a very pretty attractive person.
Genetics.
Genetics again. But yeah, I would love to spend some more time with you.
Okay.
2 no's and a yes. Well, better than 0. Will you be ready when love calls? See you next time.
And get up out your seat, jump up on your feet, hug somebody, love somebody, sing along with me. We don't wanna wait, we don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now, we ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait, we ain't gotta wait, just go and get it.
And now, here's the host of the Q, Quincy Harris.
Today on the show, we have Hidden Talents of Fox 59. We have Lauren Johnson, anchor, reporter. She'll be here to show us her hidden talent. We also have a good song by Just Frenchie, because we all need to feel happy. And I have a co-host today. He has finished the 3rd grade. He is now entering the 4th grade. My son, Jordan. Come on in, Jordan. Come on in.
What's up?
Up there. It's up here. They're looking up there.
Okay.
All right, so this is what I want to do. I want to, what do I always tell you? What do I always tell you?
To
Listen. Let's show them what you did. So we go. No, why not? No, you already on TV. So we go bike riding. I'm going to do a little something different today. Come on, get on.
Stand up on this?
Yeah. Look, bend down. Right. So we go bike riding every day. And do you see what he did to his face? Because he wasn't listening. He was trying to ride on the street.
No, I was trying to. So I was trying to. I was riding. We were riding up this hill. Then Kobe, my little brother, he cuts in front of me. So I tried to get my friend and get back in front of him. There was
What did I tell you about riding on the street?
Nothing. You didn't. I mean, you. That was. Okay. So on that bike ride, you didn't say anything. Right there. You didn't say anything about riding on the street.
So I have to tell you every time, don't ride on the street?
No, you don't have to tell me every time. I just forgot. It was an accident, okay?
Okay.
It was a freak accident.
It was a freak accidident. Okay. Only reason why I tell you because I've had a freak accident like that when I was a kid. Are you excited about the show?
Yes.
What do you think about Just Frenchie's song, I Want to Be Happy?
It was good.
It was good, right? You said you want to hear it again. All right, come back down here. All right, so what did you learn in the 3rd grade? This is what, look up. You gotta, come on.
I'm trying to get this on. Okay. Well, I learned
in the 3rd grade. What did you learn in the 3rd grade? Because you're done 3rd grade. You're a big dog now. You're going to 4th grade. What did you learn in the 3rd grade?
I learned. Wait.
Come on.
I learned.
Can you look into the camera?
3-digit multiplication.
Okay.
2-digit multiplication.
Tell them. Okay. Egypt.
Yeah, ancient Egypt. Ancient China.
Talk to them.
Ancient China. Let's see.
Okay. What do you? Okay. COVID-19. We've been in the house all the time.
Yep.
I've been like assistant principal. Mommy has kind of been, really like running the
teacher.
show.
She's been the teacher. You have been the. You're not working at the school, really.
I'm not working at the school.
I mean, you're the. Let's see. You're the recess watcher.
Yeah, we know. I do recess. Like we go outside.
You do recess.
We go outside a lot, and that's what I kind of do. I'm like the recess. I'm the gym teacher.
Yes, you're the gym teacher.
I'm the gym teacher. So I'm the gym teacher. What do you want to do this summer?
I want to play Roblox, play Minecraft. Let's see. I want to go to the pool, go to the beach.
We're in a very serious time. I showed you the video of George Floyd. I showed you, all of that stuff. I want to hear from you. How has this affected you?
It's affected me by trying to stay safe.
You gotta talk into the television camera so they can see you. How has it affected you? Okay.
It's affected me by it made me scared.
Okay. What would you like to say to the people that
stay safe.
Stay safe.
Watch your back.
Watch it. Okay.
Save yourself.
How do we change it? How do we change the things that are going on?
By let's see.
Oh my gosh, dude.
The president can do it. I don't know what I can do to protect the whole. I'm not the president.
But you don't have to be the president. You can make change, and you can make,
how?
You can make change by being a good person. You can make sure that other people are good people. If you see people doing bad things, you tell.
If I see people doing bad things, I'm running for my life.
What happened?
If I see people doing bad things, like right across the corner, I'm running for my life.
Okay, guys, that wasn't what I expected. It's really late. This dude stayed up all night. He's my co-host on the show. This is what we're going to do. Just Frenchie. We have Lauren Johnson, and we'll be back right here on
The Q. Peace out.
We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait. We ain't
Welcome back to The Q. We're in the kitchen. This is my co-host for the day,
Jordan.
This is my son, Jordan. Okay, we're about to do...
The other two are asleep.
Yeah, the other two are asleep. We're doing the hidden talents of Fox 29. What we do is we learn about the hidden talents of people that we work with. One of your favorite people that I work with is
Miss Lauren.
Miss Lauren. Why do you like Miss Lauren?
Because she sometimes comes to our house and brings us candy, and she also has a dog and she lets us play with her.
Yes. Okay. So, without further ado, it is time for...
It's now time for the Hidden Talents of Fox 29.
Hidden Talents of Fox 29. We have Lauren Johnson, reporter. She's an esteemed colleague. She's a Pulitzer Prize winner. That'll happen a couple years down the road. Lauren.
Thank you for big upping me. I like this.
I haven't seen you in a while. You know, everybody's been on here. This is just a way to talk to coworkers and find out their hidden talents.
I love this idea.
Yes. Well, you know, we want to know, because you're not only a track star. You went to Furman University in South Carolina?
Greenville, South Carolina.
You not only are the president of your Jack and Jill Association in Atlanta, Georgia. You were president of Jack and Jill.
Stop. No, I did have friends that were in Jack and Jill though, but I have never been a member.
Really? I thought you're very Jack and Jilly to me.
Jack and Jill-ish. No, I went to a couple of events and I had friends that did it, but I never was in Jack and Jill.
Okay, because I see some of your old pictures that you post on Instagram, and I'm like, oh, she definitely was in Jack and Jill. If you guys don't know what Jack and Jill is, it's just an organization for very, very affluent, wealthy African Americans. Yeah, you have to say it like that. So I thought, okay. Anyway, first of all, before we get into your talent, how have you been dealing with the pandemic? How have you been dealing with COVID-19 and just, you know, the adjustment of everything in life?
So I think the hardest part for me is not traveling, because you know how much I love to get on a plane and go to another city, have a change of scenery, and just get an escape from Philly. So I think the hardest part for me has been just to be still, which I think we all need to do anyway. I miss my family, but thank goodness and God for technology. So I've been able to like call home, Skype, FaceTime, Instagram, whatever we're doing these days, every platform possible. But I've enjoyed the downtime. We're always on the go, and it's like this meeting and this event and this and like got to meet this friend, and you have to keep up with so much stuff that like the calmness of life right now has me in a good place. I know it doesn't feel too different for me because we're still working. So it doesn't feel different in that way, whereas a lot of my friends are stuck at home, and it's like you're waking up, you're being a mom, you're being an employee, you're being a wife, you're being a teacher, you're being a cook in the cafeteria, you know, you're doing tutoring, you're the coach after school, like, and then you're the bartender when it's all over because you got to handle yourself. So I don't have those same challenges, and hats off to all of you mothers and fathers out there pulling double, triple duties. But yeah, it's been nice. I enjoy it.
Please, I think they were at level orange or yellow. I don't know what please, meaning my kids, you can take them, please.
Well, pre-pandemic, I was coming over and doing like fun house visits, but we can't do that kind of stuff anymore.
But we can drop them off and they can be at your house, please.
We can't have any visitors where I live. No outsiders.
My gosh. Okay, well, thank you for that depressing news. Lauren Dawn Johnson, can you please tell us, what is your hidden talent? What is your hidden talent?
I had to think so hard when you asked me this. I was like, do I even have one? The one thing that came to mind immediately though is my handwriting. So I'm at my desk at my house. And so this is really funny. I have a bunch of sermon notes that I was trying to figure out, what do I do with all these? Because they're old. Yeah. But I don't know, can you see them?
We'll take pictures. We just took a picture. We see the,
okay.
Let me tell you this, right? So I have to let you guys know, and not to bring down the mood. When my mom passed away, Lauren wrote my dad, and I think, you wrote my dad a letter.
Oh, I did.
And we were looking at your handwriting. We're like, who wrote this? It looked fake. You guys ever get those things in the mail? It's like, Dear Quincy. It's like, oh, this is a message from somebody. And then you see how perfect the handwriting is. Like, oh, this is like trash mail. That's how
this
you
is the
write.
thing, Q. My mom told me all the time, she's like, I would hand you a book and tell you to read it, or I'd sit with you and you'd some kind of way find a crayon, find a pencil, find a pen, and start writing. So I guess it's just something that I've always done from a young age. And people say it all the time. They say they'll open a card I get them and it'll have no lines on it, but they're looking like super close to see, like, is she writing on lines? How did she write this well?
Yeah,
that's my hidden talent.
You are an impeccable writer. If you guys want a handwritten note from Lauren, please reach out to her on Instagram. She's active there. She's active on Twitter. Anchor, weekend anchor, reporter, Pulitzer Prize winner coming soon. The best handwriter you'll see thus far. Thank you.
You're too kind.
No.
I'm so glad I got to see your face.
No, it's great to see you. And listen, handwriting is a lost art. Can you please write my boys a letter? Write us a letter as a family and send it?
Oh, I can do that. I definitely can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
This is Lauren Johnson, the best handwriter.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
Yeah, good seeing you. We'll be right back right here on The Q.
We don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait.
Welcome back to The Q. This is the portion of the show where we have a musical guest. This is my co-host of the day, Jordan. I told him, I said, if you have a good report card, because school is over, I'll let you co-host one of the shows by yourself. He is here. Jordan, you like music?
Yep.
All right, who are some of your favorite artists?
Jordan Lucas, The Baby, and Drake.
Okay, that's cool. I just played this song for you that we're going to go into by
Just Frenchie.
Just Frenchie. She is the sister of Bino French. They have a French connection going on. And this song is called
Happy.
Let's go into Happy, because I feel like we need to feel happy right now, right here on The Q.
Happy, 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 happy dance. Happy, happy, happy.
Make sure you pat them boys down, pat them down, cause we don't want no choice about love, no. You know we don't want no drama, no, cause we don't need them boys up in the club.
Ooh, they got me out the house.
I'm out this joint.
Now I'm finna turn the city out. You already know what the fuck going on. You know what this night finna be about. I just wanna look good, feel good. The outside waiting, call me Holly, cause I'm always late. Had to do the mirror check, make sure I'm straight. Then we pulled up to the function. So I stepped up in that joint with the best slate. Feel like Lucy Bad, you can wipe me down. You already know that first to play around. DJ turn the ears out so can't nobody put their hands down. I just wanna feel good. Just wanna feel good. Feeling good like I should. Yeah. Feeling good like I should.
I just wanna feel good.
Right now, I am feeling blessed. Looking good, no stress. Right now, I am feeling blessed. Looking good, no stress.
Baby, welcome to the party. I'm up here. Hold on. I know you. Yeah, you on a grand, little light skin, little tasty. I know you. Frenchie. You Frenchie.
Like that.
What's up with you? Y'all trying to come to the party?
Yeah.
All right, come on now. We had it. Let's go. Let's go. We should take that hat off, too. Hold on, my man. I need $10 from you, player.
What you mean? Like,
yeah, it ain't that easy.
Come on, bro.
Boy up in my face, asking can we link later? I'm like, hell no. He said, shorty, stop playing with your methods. Hell no. He said, take mine. I told him that I promise that I won't call. I swear to God. Promise that I won't. My folks pulled up with them big bucks. They walk their heavy like they carrying them bricks trucks. Alright. I said, shorty at the bar, waiting on the free drinks. I hope that she ain't waiting all night. I'ma hit the floor, I'ma get right. Ain't no drama, ain't nobody trying to fight. Boy, pick me and said this my first time seeing you from the gram. Damn, it's nice that you look good in real life. I just wanna feel good. Just wanna feel good. Feeling good like I should. Yeah. Feeling good like I should. Right now, I am feeling blessed. Looking good. No, we don't wanna wait. We don't wanna wait another minute. The time is now. We ain't gotta wait to party. We ain't gonna wait.
Welcome Welcome back to the Q. Ending the show, my co-host of the day, my son Jord. All right, Jord, you're out of school for the summer.
Yes.
Okay, what do you want to do this summer?
I want to go to the pool, go to the beach. Let's see. I also want to I want to go riding bikes.
We go riding bikes. This is what happened with the scrape.
No, I mean I want to go riding bikes I want to go riding bikes on the beach.
Okay. Wow. Okay. What beach do you want to go to?
Ocean City, Maryland.
Okay. You like eating crabs? We can have some crabs?
Yes, I will.
Those crabs, I don't know. They're amazing. Okay. I don't like to bring it down, but we've had to talk. We've had to have some tough conversations in the last couple of days with everything that's going on. You've been in the house for a long time with the coronavirus. Mr. Mark has not been able to cut. I don't know what this is.
I'm happy that I didn't get a haircut.
Because you want to get braids.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I did get a haircut, this would all be gone.
Okay.
This would be gone.
Yeah. All right. So we've been having some tough conversations. And what would you say, or what could we do, with all the tough things that are going on? We talked about George Floyd, and how can we make this a better world? That's what I really want to know from you. Hurry up. It's not a 30. It's only a 30.
What do you think?
That was good. That's like a politician.
Because I don't know.
Honestly, I think we should treat people good, and I think we should really work hard at being great and good people. I think we should educate ourselves about our history. I think our history can kind of teach us where we're going. I know that kind of sounds cliche, meaning people say that a lot, or you hear the answer a lot. But I think we should try to be good people. And if I become or try to become a good person, then hopefully that will rub off on you, And we have to spread love to people. That's what I think. And you also said, I know the George Floyd situation makes you,
it makes me feel some sort of way. I feel like I get like a tingly feel in my body.
Yeah. Well, we got to make sure that we don't have that tingly feeling, and we don't give other people that tingly feeling, and we got to give love. And you got to start loving your brothers, because sometimes you get evil.
Only because they started.
How did they start? First of all, can I tell you? No. How did they start it? And I'm gonna say what I have to say. How did they start it?
Okay. Kobe always is getting up. So one time I was over there. I was drawing. Mom told me I had to move to different spots. I said I was moving here.
They have no idea what you're talking about. Can I tell you can we talk about what you did earlier today?
What?
They're in the basement. I say, hey, watch your little brother. He's 9 months old.
Oh, yeah.
They've watched their brother before.
He didn't go up the stairs. He literally teleported.
This 9-month-old baby, he climbed up the stairs by himself. Me and my wife are in the kitchen, and we see the baby crawling towards us. We like, how did he get up here? And then he was about to lie and say, I don't know. It just kind of happened. It just kind of happened. You have one job. Just please watch your brother. Make sure he doesn't eat things off of the floor.
He didn't get hurt. In my defense, he didn't get hurt.
Okay. Jory, in my defense, it's time to go. Okay. Any last things come on, you can't just leave the show like that. Any last things you want to say to the people?
Stay safe, stay healthy, and
look right here. You gotta look right.
That's pretty much it. Peace.
Okay, guys. I will see you next time.
Next time on the Q.
Right here on the Q. Check us out. Follow us on Instagram at Quincy Harris. Follow us on Instagram at the Q.
Instagram page?
When did I get an Instagram? Like 9 years ago. Before you were born. I think like right before you were born.
Oh.
At the Q on Fox. At Quincy Harris. We will see you guys next time. Thank you for the support. And check us out on Fox Soul. All of our shows are on Fox Soul, the app. Download it. See you next time.
Fox 5 and Hot 97 present Street Soldiers with Lisa Evers.
Hi, I'm Lisa Evers. Thanks for joining us on this Friday night for this episode of Street Soldiers. The coronavirus pandemic has put much of hip-hop on hold. Shows are canceled and clubs are closed. But still, some artists and DJs are finding a lot of new ways to stay creative. Because of the coronavirus, there won't be a Hot 97 Summer Jam this year at MetLife Stadium. Concerts are canceled worldwide, and music makers are hurting.
It's a tough place for us all. I've been in the music business for going on 20 years now. I've never seen or witnessed anything that's happening right now ever in life.
I lost a Canadian tour, and then I'm also on Royce the 5'9's album, and he was about to go on tour, so I was gonna be on that tour as well. So all of that was just like out the window.
Artists are doing what they can.
Since I can't be in the studio because of the 6 feet and the quarantine and the coronavirus thing going on, I'm just writing the records at home. They send me the beats, I write the records at home, and I actually have the project done. All I have to do is go into the studio and record it.
We good, right? Social distance correct. We good. Proceed.
Some of hip-hop's biggest names have turned to the internet to stay in touch with their fans. Tory Lanez performed a social distancing concert for YouTube, and D Nice is spinning DJ sets on Instagram Live.
It's been really cool to see how hip-hop has been able to adjust during these crazy times.
Before we get started, anyone has any questions?
Then there's Hot 97's DJ Drewski. Since he can't be out in person looking for up-and-coming artists, he's producing a weekly online showcase for those hoping to be future hitmakers.
I just transform and go on the rappers like Megatron 6, kill all the vibes, they sinister sense.
Drewski, great to have you with us on this new version of Street Soldiers.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Like everyone else, I'm sure you know we're all stuck in the studio or stuck at home. But I'm just blessed to be healthy and still here. Times are rough, and especially as a DJ, it's been a little difficult. But we're getting through it.
Drewski, what are the biggest things you notice? Of course, the loss of income has got to be huge, but
right.
in terms of your workflow, because you would usually be on the air in the studio, in the main studio, and then jumping off to a show or to a recording session in a studio or promoting some new music. How has your life changed because of this whole thing?
It's definitely took probably a full 180 because I was in the clubs and at the radio station about 6 days a week, and now I'm emailing in my radio shows. I'm emailing my mixes to the radio. The clubs and events have came to a complete stop. So that, financially has affected us in a major way. Majority of our income as DJs, we make from these events and these nightclubs. And for everything to be closed and we don't know when they're going to open, we definitely took a major hit. So that's been difficult. And as far as, getting new music, I'm always first on the music. So
yes, you are. For
right,
sure.
So I would get it from the clubs and get it from the different neighborhoods and just being outside and around people. And I feel like now I'm searching online. I'm looking at playlists. I'm looking at streaming sites. So it's definitely, it takes time to adjust, but it's been a big change for us.
In terms of because you're one of the people that is one of the groundbreakers of a lot of new music. But in terms of what people are listening to right now, do you feel like the music that people want to listen to or want to hear right now is different because of everything we're going through?
I feel like the way they're getting the music, like on these playlists and these apps, these are placements. These are records that, people are placing, curators. So you're not going to get everything that's out there because you have certain places now you can go hear new music. So it's changed a little, but even on the radio, on my Sunday show, I try to get as much new music on there and break it on Hot 97. So, it's slowed down in a sense, but we're still able to get the new music. It's just in a different place, basically.
But do you think the fans are looking for anything different or more of an escape or more of a message, or it's just whatever's hot?
No, I feel like, people are going through an emotional time right now, and music is like the playlist of our life, you know what I'm saying? So when you're in your home and you're going through these different emotions, you're definitely looking for different types of music that set different moods. So I think right now is a great time for music because everyone's locked down and there's not much to do. So we're all searching for new music. So I think it's a good thing, but the turnover is so much new music coming out that, you know, it's hard for artists to keep up. You feel like you gotta, you know, I'm talking to my friends and these artists that make music that, you know, big artists, and they're like, bro, we got to keep up because there's so much music dropping and people, we don't know what people want right now. Everyone's confused. So they're just, you know, if you do have a studio and you're blessed to have that access, you're just in there cooking up and just dropping music. So yeah, you know, it's been a lot of music coming at us and everyone's just emotionally, you know, in different places. So they're searching for what works for them.
Right, and what's going to be next? But what about like the cancellation of, you know, Summer Jam is canceled. There's like the festival season is probably going to be canceled during the summer. A lot of the summer touring is not going to be happening for these artists. How much of a hit are artists taking, do you think?
Oh, they're taking a big hit. So I know I heard the Baby, who's right now one of the hottest hip hop artists, mention that in just this short time frame, he's lost over $7 million in show money and in event money. So I can only imagine like some of those top tier artists. And there's artists that had tours that were locked and booked for the rest of the year that now, you know, they're canceling the whole tour, the whole 2020 tour. And, you know, we'll pick back up next year. So as a DJ, I know I'm taking a major loss. So I can only imagine what these artists are getting hit with. And it's just not just for the artists, for the people too, the fans. You know, your favorite artists, you're used to going to see perform live in Summer Jam. You know, everyone is excited about Summer Jam every year, you know. So for our fans and for our listeners, I feel like they're taking a loss too, not just the artists, but, you know, the people.
And then what about for yourself? Because you've always looked at your career as a businessman and as a business, you know, DJing is fun, yes, but it's also a business. What are you doing to try to make up for that lost income from all those shows that you can't do, all those club dates you can't do, all those special events?
So what I've decided, you know, I know we're in a digital world and a virtual world and everything's online. So I started creating some like fun, cool music projects straight from my studio that we can do live online. I got the New Movement Live, I called it, where artists could submit music and we review it, we play it, we get feedback. And that's been going pretty well. Like I set the time date every Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern. And we get so many submissions that like there was a point where I had to put a cap on it and say, listen, no more submissions because we get so many. The show turned from a 1 hour segment to 3 hours of music. But it's been helping balance that income. It's not what I could get, you know, DJ nightclubs, but it's bringing some stuff in. The DJing live online just to keep, you know, the brand going. I do virtual online showcases because I know artists are locked in the studio making music, have nowhere to perform it. So I created like live Zoom and Facebook groups where they can perform live. And I do that on Wednesday nights. So it definitely sparked some new creative ideas, but financially it's not making up for what we're losing, but it's definitely a new way I can see things are going to start going even after the quarantine, which, you know, I think is pretty cool.
We're joined right now by Carl Lamar. He's the hip hop editor for Billboard. Carl, great to have you with us.
Thank you for having me, Lisa. Appreciate it.
Listen, you are talking to artists, you're interviewing artists despite the shutdown and the quarantine and the pandemic and everything. What's your sense about what is going on with hip hop right now?
Oh man, I mean, I think initially, like everybody else in the world, it was a state of shock, state of confusion, a sense of, okay, how are we going to try to make these things work with, you know, us being quarantined and us trying to deal with the changes. And I got to applaud, you know, everybody in hip hop for being able to adjust and be innovative. You know, I think we've seen it so early on with a DJ Nice that just reemerged, you know, legendary DJ Nice that reemerged with his club quarantine show that was able to do, I think, over 150 within the first 2 weeks. The versus battle that we've seen with Swiss Beats and Timbaland, that's really brought, you know, hip hop and people not even totally in love with hip hop closer to the genre. You know, it's making us feel like we're still outside, being, you know, dressing up, going to the club, you know, it's given us that kind of joy and excitement. So it's been really cool to see how hip hop has been able to adjust during these crazy times.
What about in terms of all the cancellations? Because it looks like for a lot of the concert tours, a lot of the shows, you know, through this have been canceled straight through the entire summer, which is a big time for the artists. What effect is that having on them?
And it's tough because now it's a matter of, you know, touring and doing concerts and shows. That's pretty much, you know, how artists are able to make their money. So it's like, okay, what are we going to do now in order to get these funds back? So it's like, okay, we can release a boatload of music, but that's not going to necessarily go into our account so quick. I mean, shout out to Tory Lanez, who did a deal with YouTube last week. I think this was the first official hip hop concert with a major company, and he did it viral. It was like a real viral kind of thing. I think 1.1 million viewers tuned in. So I think people might have to go that route, try to team up with some corporate companies in order to do these kind of concerts. But up until, I mean, as far as like the immediate, he got lucky and fortunate. I don't know how it's gonna work out for other artists. I know Young Thug said he's been losing money. Other artists been saying they've been losing money, missing out on shows. So it's just a matter of trying to be innovative.
We're just getting started. Still much more to come from the music makers Jeniski and Graf, plus producer Amadeus. They'll all tell us where things stand right now with hip hop.
We're joined right now by Graf. He's a hip hop artist. You've seen him on Street Soldiers before. He's joined us many times. He has an album that's out called Oracle 3 with Green Lantern. It's his latest work. Graf, great to have you with us.
Glad to be back, man. I'm glad to be back all the time.
Yeah. You know, Street Soldiers, even the pandemic can't keep us down. We just have to come back, however we're doing it, you know?
Home soldiers, you say now. We home soldiers.
That's Drewski's name for us. Graf, your album, you were working on this for a really long time, Oracle 3 with Green Lantern, and it dropped like right before everything just shut down. What did that do to you and all that hard work that you guys have put into this?
Well, I mean, it was like a double-edged sword because when I put the project out, it was well received amongst like the hip hop community and all of that, which I was blessed for. And I got a lot of tours and shows booked behind that. So the quarantine came right as before payment for the damn shows came through. The quarantine hit.
No.
So I lost a Canadian tour, and then I'm also on Royce the 5'9's album, and he was about to go on tour, so I was gonna be on that tour as well. So all of that was just like out the window. You know what I'm saying? So I lost a lot of exposure and a lot of money. But yeah, on the flip side, everybody's on their phone at home streaming music, looking for new content. So I just keep dumping, and my numbers are going up, and I'm making new fans every day because people are looking for new stuff. So it's a double-edged sword. It helped in that aspect, but I lost a ton of bread.
Oh my! And so many artists have, so many DJs have, so many people in the industry have. That's why we wanted to do this show. You know, what's the state of hip hop? So, do you feel in terms of you and your fans and building that fan base, because you've been doing this for a while and you've been working very, very hard, and you have like a really hardcore. Do you feel like new people are coming in to understand you and get to know you and your music? Because we're not at people. A lot of people just aren't in a rush because they're on lockdown.
Yeah, it's a gift and a curse. It's a blessing in disguise in terms of finding the time to find yourself, find what you like, redefine your brand, who you are, experience new things. So with that additive, it was a blessing because I made a whole lot of new fans and got closer to the ones that I do have already. You know what I'm saying? Because I put out new music, I talk to them all day, we get closer, we live stream. So like everybody's live changed at the same exact time. So we had to adapt together. So we grow together, get closer together, and find out about new stuff together. So in that respect, all my numbers went up.
So that was a good thing, but it's the money. You had all the money that was about to come in from the shows and the tours, right?
Yeah, that's painful. That's painful. But you know what I did do? I took all this time and created so much more music and so much more content. Like I wrote like probably 2 or 3 more albums in this time, just really working, honing in on my craft. Yeah, no lie. I made so much new stuff that I'm not even mad. I'm like, it was a blessing for me because I would have never had this time to put into my craft or the time I even spend with like my kids and my family, just chilling and hanging. It's like I put the time where it mattered. You know what I mean? So I'm not even as mad, to be honest with you. But we lost people. People are dying. People that
That's the real thing, right?
Yeah, like we lost a lot of people, man, and I got like rest in peace, my brother Frederick Godson. What's crazy is me and him were about to drop an album. We were working on an album to put out. It would have came out right about now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
That's
we shot
so
we did a
sad.
freestyle. We did a freestyle together and shot a video right before he caught it. And the day he actually posted the picture of himself in the hospital, I just recorded a record to send him. I sent it to his phone. He was texting me back. I'm like, damn, you got the text? You got it? And I checked on his gram. He said he's in the hospital. I was like, oh, damn.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it really went like that. And then,
Was
you know, I'm
that
just
fast?
here praying, rooting for him. And I thought the prayers was going to be enough. And they weren't.
We're joined right now by Jenna Ski. She's a hip hop artist and entertainer. You heard her song Ski on Hot 97. She's quarantined along with everybody else. Jenna Ski, great to be with you again.
Thank you for having me, Lisa. You looking bomb.com.
Thank you.
Oh.
You're looking pretty good yourself there, girl.
Oh, girl, I look crazy.
No, you don't. Listen, tell us, because the last time we talked with you, you came into the studio for Street Soldiers, and you, Ski was on Hot 97 playing in rotation there and everything. And then this whole, you were on doing shows, you were doing had all kinds of things going on, and then all of a sudden, boom, for everybody, things shut down. So
Right.
what have you been going through like these last couple months?
Well, it's kind of been, the transition's been super hard as far as in like getting used to being booked up and moving around and then having to just be home. The transition was just like so crazy for me. I can't say it was fun at first. I was like getting a little bit depressed at first, but then I was just like, I had to like think, okay, what do I do on a daily basis? And that's music. So since I can't be in a studio because of the 6 feet and the quarantine and the coronavirus thing going on, I'm just writing the records at home. They send me the beats. I write the records at home, and I actually have the project done. All I have to do is go into the studio and record it. So that's great. Like, you know, I've been in a space where I'm able to be a little bit more creative than usual because I have to think outside the box, because I literally feel like I'm in a box. Like, but like, all in all, it's been okay because I get to hang out with family more. It's been a great experience. I'm learning to appreciate the no makeup, the fuzzy hair, not fuzzy hair, but like the crazy hair. But I'm just learning to like accept myself more in a natural state, which is pretty cool.
We're joined right now by super producer Amadeus. He has worked with some of the biggest names in the music business, including Chris Brown, J-Lo, Dave East, Diddy, you name it, he's probably worked with them. Amadeus, great to have you with us on this new version of Street Soldiers.
Yes. Hey, Lisa, how are you, Queen? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're safe. I hope you're healthy.
You know, on the grind, we're doing it, working,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
making shows, reporting news stories, doing all that. But I want to talk with you about our topic this week, which is the state of hip hop, because we've seen concerts canceled. You know, our Summer Jam was canceled. We've seen a lot of concert tours for artists that just dropped albums right before this whole pandemic shutdown happened. Where do you see hip hop right now? What's going on?
As you mentioned, it's a tough place for us all. I've been in the music business for going on 20 years now. I've never seen or witnessed anything that's happening right now ever in life. I've never seen, you know, with me being a touring musician, touring the world for the last 13 years with Trey Songz, I've never seen places shut down. I've never seen Las Vegas, you know, with no lights on and no one on the strip. I've never seen, you know, moments where there's no concerts, there's no sporting events. Like when the NBA shut down, you know, I knew it was serious. And then following the NBA shutting down and all of the sports shutting down, Major League Baseball, you know, the music business and entertainment world kind of shut down and did the same thing. So we're learning each and every single day of how to cope with it, of how to move forward. And I must say, I'm grateful, me personally, grateful for the social media platform that we have today, because you know, Lisa, we've been doing this for quite some time, and we didn't always have the internet. We didn't always have social media. It was us being out there in the streets and shaking hands and kissing babies. And now we've grown with technology to have computers and tablets and iPhones and, you know, the technologies for us to be able to talk and communicate and stay connected with one another. So I'm grateful for, you know, the social media platforms and technology.
The great thing about music is that it helps us get through these tough times. There's more to choose from than ever before. So to all the artists, the DJs, and their teams making those beats and sounds we love, we thank you. Remember, use your mind as your best weapon. I'm Lisa Evers. Let's push for peace, love, and health.
The Isaiah Factor Uncensored starts right now.
And welcome to The Factor Uncensored. As people continue to seek justice for George Floyd, there are also people out there looking for justice for Breonna Taylor, hoping you don't forget about this case. Now, it's been almost 3 months since a Louisville EMT was shot to death in her home after police barged in. You may remember they were looking for a suspect who was already in custody and didn't even live in the same neighborhood. There's still no charges in her death. The FBI is now investigating the case. And today also was Breonna's 27th birthday, and we talked to some of our guests about the case. And joining us now here on The Factor Uncensored to talk about this situation, Breonna Taylor, and how her case has been in limbo for months now, is Dr. Karishma Murray from the University of Houston downtown, defense attorney Jolanda Jones, and Charles Adams, former judge, former police officer, attorney, and now talk show host. Glad to have you all here on The Factor Uncensored. So jump right in. We have been waiting and waiting for justice in this case. Will we ever see it, guys?
Yeah, I don't think we will. And unless public pressure amounts to, you know, a lot of times law enforcement thinks that they're doing enough by dropping charges, like the charges were dropped against Kenneth Walker, her boyfriend who was shot. Who was the one that shot at the officers. When I say shot, fired a single shot when people that didn't knock used a battering ram to get through the door. But the issue is when you return fire, you have to return fire in a manner that's not going to be a danger to other people. They fired through doors so many times, killing this young lady who was a public servant. And I do think obviously there's some national attention to it, but it has been very muted. And if they are not charged with murder, because this is murder, they had the culpable mental state to pull the trigger, which they know would kill someone, then it's a failure in Kentucky. I mean, it's heartbreaking.
So my question is, we know he shot first. How? They didn't have on cameras. So we're just taking...
Right, but I think he agreed that he shot first because he saw someone was going through his door. But you have every damn right in the world to do that when you don't know who it is.
But that's not even my point,
yeah.
Right? So they didn't have body cameras on. They were undercover, so they weren't even in uniforms. They busted into a house. They were in bed. So I don't trust the police. And when the police lie, people die. And there is pressure. Oh, and by the way, happy birthday to Breonna Taylor. She would have turned 27 today.
Absolutely.
But I'm bothered because the police chief was run off. He resigned. He'll be resigning as of June, at the end of June.
No, he's been fired.
No, well, they took him off post and he resigned. But apart from that, just right. Charles, let me finish, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just bothered because it's so rampant. The police are not protecting and serving. They're arresting and setting us up. And I'm tired of it. And I quite frankly don't know why we're not talking about Breonna Taylor. I mean, she was in her bed.
I'd like for us to just take a second and just pause. Jolanda brought up a great point that today would have been Breonna Taylor's 27th birthday. But I would also like to pause and think about the other Black women that have been murdered at the hands of law enforcement that we never have had an opportunity to have justice served. In particular, Tatiana Jefferson, Yvette Smith, Miriam Carey, Sandra Bland, Black women who we have not had an opportunity to say their names. And I agree that a charge is better than nothing, but we have to keep their names in the news the same way that we have kept the names of Trayvon Martin and George Floyd in the news. And so before we get into this back and forth about whether or not who shot first, and we know that it is her boyfriend's right to guard his home, I want us to make sure that we say these Black women's names.
Dr. Murray, why are, in so many instances, are we not keeping their names in the forefront? Why do we have to remind people? What is it about Black females that's less valued when it comes to their deaths at the hands of law enforcement officers?
Isaiah, it's an issue that Black women face all the time when we think about that double bind of gender, that double bind of racism. And we think about the fact that Black women have had to carry the United States. We've had to carry this country and others on our backs our entire lives. And many times we're the ones that are behind the scenes. If we think about George Floyd, we would not have even seen his murder had a Black woman not recorded the officer putting his knee on his neck. And so it's the issue that Black women oftentimes fall to the back of what's happening in the movements. We're often left to be victims and to carry these burdens by ourselves. And that's why we're not hearing these names.
Really,
We're just not
Charles,
valued.
why have we not heard more on the more activity on this case? The criminal investigation, no arrests, no charges, nothing.
Well, one thing, the law enforcement and a complicit district attorney's office across this country has been getting away with this for decades, right? And this murder was downstream. I think both women make a very good point about the failure to recognize this. You know, Ottawa and Jefferson, what a horrible story that is. But this is really downstream from the very disparate war on drugs. And I don't know about Jolanda's experience. I have never represented a case where officers serving a drug warrant had body cameras on. Never. Narcotics officers want to hide everything they do. So these officers, it's par for the course. And then how do you solve this? What's the solution to prevent another Breonna Taylor from being murdered and us having to celebrate her birthday posthumously? Is you end the war on drugs. You make every officer wear a body camera every moment they're at work that they cannot control. There's officers with their body cameras taped over at protests right now who should be fired the moment someone sees the tape on the body cam. It's disgusting what happened to her. It's murder, and I think we should mourn her and mourn the others, but we need to find solutions. And the first solution on this is you end the war on drugs yesterday, and you change that paradigm.
The first solution is having officers do their jobs. They were at a house 10 miles away from where they should have been. These officers were sloppy. They should have never been at that house in the first place.
They shouldn't have been at that house. I agree.
Actually, they had two different residences. They literally arrested the people at the other residence whose names were actually in the warrant. They arrested them and they knew they were arrested. It was the same agency. But apart from that, they did a no-knock warrant. No-knock warrants are, I believe they're constitutionally illegal, but that's what they did with her. So they busted in. So someone's busted into your house, nobody's identifying themselves, you're gonna defend yourself anyway. And let me be clear, they have been killing Black women by the police long before the names that the doctor just mentioned, long before that.
Out of time, guys. Thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored. We should demand answers in the Breonna Taylor case. And once again, happy birthday to her posthumously. Thank you guys for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored. We'll be back with more Factor in just a moment. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Joining us now on The Factor Uncensored is Houston City Council member Carolyn Evans Shabazz. And of course, Mrs. Shabazz, you're here on The Factor Uncensored talking about census, and people don't realize just how important census is when it comes to situations like George Floyd, COVID-19, because the key component is having good representation for you in Washington, D.C., at the state level and at the city level. So tell us the role, the important role that census plays in all of this.
Well, certainly, so very much do I appreciate this opportunity. And hopefully people will realize, especially with what is going on, how we need great representation. And when we are undercounted, then we do not have the numbers that represent us on different levels. And so I want people to, you know, kind of bring it home and realize that the status or the statistics of all of this helps to provide the fight for discrimination. The federal government looks at the census and determines what we need, and that's how they monitor discrimination and implement civil rights laws that are protecting us. And so I want people to catch hold, but I certainly want them to bring it in on a local and a personal level. You know, we have a lot of issues, you know, street repair, schools, healthcare, and those are the things that are also impacted. When we are underrepresented and undercounted, then we don't get the opportunity to get the funding that we need. Because, you know, I hear all the time about the streets, the sidewalks, the healthcare, the housing, the food and insecurities and income insecurity. And so certainly that is why it is so very important that we take the census. And it only takes a couple of minutes to do it. Right. And they're not being really, really invasive and all of that. It's just some questions so that they can count you and make sure that you are counted in a household, not in several households, but in the household where you currently reside. And so it's very, very important that we do this. You know, we are social distancing. This is the perfect opportunity to sit down at your computer, or you can make a phone call, and you should have gotten a card that tells you a number, but certainly you can call in and get the number so that you can complete the census.
And of course, make sure you complete the census so that your voice can be heard in Washington, D.C., here in the state of Texas, and in the city of Houston, or wherever you may be around the country. Still ahead on The Factor Uncensored, Paul Wall will be at George Floyd's funeral services along with Lil Kiki. We will talk to them next here on The Factor Uncensored. Make sure you don't go away. Welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. As a result of the death of George Floyd, many people have been going out around the country protesting. They want their voices to be heard. They don't want any more police brutality in this country. That's why some cities are looking at getting rid of their police departments. But in this case, there was a use of what they call less lethal ammunition in the city of Austin. A 20-year-old, Justin Howell, found himself shot in the head by mistake by police while protesting, or at least his family's trying to figure out if he protested. We had a chance to speak with his brother today in Austin. Take a look. And joining us now here on The Factor Uncensored is Joshua Howell, the brother of Justin Howell, who may have been shot with a beanbag by police in Austin. We're not sure if he was out there protesting or just watching the scene. His brother's here now to give us some clarification and how his brother is doing. I understand that Justin is still in the hospital, right, Joshua?
Yes, sir. He's still in critical condition. He's still in critical condition. He's taking it day by day, you know, like the rest of us really are.
Obviously, it's tough, and you guys are still trying to piece it all together. You're not quite sure why your brother was out there, right?
Exactly. Information is sparse. I wasn't able to talk to Justin before he went out there. Obviously, I haven't been able to talk to him afterward. All that we know is that he's in the hospital right now, and so clarity has been difficult to come by.
And this is described by police and law enforcement agencies around the country as a non-lethal approach to crowd control.
Mm-hmm.
But today, your brother is in the hospital.
Right. So some have called it non-lethal, some have called it less lethal. I should say that what we do know comes from Chief of Police Brian Manley, as well as a video that was circulating online, as well as an interview that I conducted with the person who shot the video that was referenced in the opinion column that I wrote. My understanding of what happened is that Justin was near police headquarters someone is alleged to have thrown someone at police. Everyone seems to agree, including the police, that Justin was not the person who threw it. And in the course of reacting, the police shot my little brother, and then Justin, fell to the ground. And what happened after was that protesters noticed what had happened. They told the police, and the police said, "Bring Justin up here into police headquarters." As they were following those instructions, police fired on the protesters. It's unclear, it's unlikely that the police who told the protesters to come bring Justin to police headquarters were the same police who fired on the protesters. That strains credulity, obviously, but at minimum it shows a lack of awareness of one's surroundings and an inability to control the situation. With respect to your question about non-lethal versus less lethal, I think the real question is less lethal compared to what? If we're talking about less lethal as compared to a bullet, that's a low bar to clear.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. I think anything that, these beanbag rounds, as I understand them, are shot out of shotguns at 90 miles per hour. Anything, no matter how quote unquote soft, and these beanbags certainly aren't soft, but anything shot out of a shotgun at 90 miles per hour has the potential to be lethal. And if the only conversations that we're having with respect to the police, with respect to how they police, with respect to the weapons that they use are only the lethal kind, then we're seriously hobbling the conversation about how police do their jobs.
That is definitely a conversation we need to have when it comes to the police department and police law enforcement around this country. Well, Joshua, we want to thank you for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored, and we send our best to your brother and wish him well.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, and we'll be back with more Factor Uncensored in just a moment. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Joining us now on The Factor is none other than Lil Keke and Paul Wall. They have a new single coming out, and we're going to talk a little bit about George Floyd and slab riots for justice. So first of all, guys, before we get into the new single that you have coming out, tell us a little bit about your feelings when it comes to George Floyd that has gripped the entire nation and in some instances the world. Paul?
This has been a tragedy that's been felt around the world. I think being that we have cameras that's put in front of our face and you can't hide from it or run from it, but it's just the combination of feelings of oppression that have never really truly been addressed as a country and over across the world. But definitely him being here from Houston, we have a special connection. Also his connection with the Screwed Up Clique, of course, who he was, growing up listening to him being on there on the different screw tapes and things. He's become an icon before his passing, and now after his passing is of course the Houston community definitely feels it for many reasons, not only the reasons of oppression that some we have going on here in our own city or surrounding areas we saw went on in Baytown, but also, just because his connection to the Screwed Up Clique as well.
Keke?
Well, everything happens for a reason, man. I know George Floyd. I know him personally, and I know he probably didn't think that he was going to Minnesota to bring together the world like this. But this has probably been the biggest that we've probably ever seen with this type of all the publicity and everything that goes to it. And I just think, man, that this is probably for America to stand together. This is probably it. And who knew that a person that we knew? I've never been that close to it. You know what I'm saying? Like all these people that has died and police brutality, I've never been this close to it. As far as having to march, really having to stand, get ready for one of the probably biggest funerals of my life. You know what I'm saying? I've never been that close to it, and I think that we should take advantage of that moment. Don't let this moment go away. Let's make some change out of this moment. And I'm just hoping that he didn't die in vain. You know what I'm saying? We able to make some change and make some effort towards the future.
Absolutely. I mean, this guy has changed the world with his death. Unfortunately, he died, but the world is changing, and hopefully we can see a better future as a result of this. Now, you guys, you're hoping to change the music charts with your latest release. Paul, what do you guys have released to the public? What can we expect, and when can we expect it?
We just released it today. It came out. It's called Slab Talk. Of course, myself and Lil Kiki, we've collaborated on songs throughout my career. I always looked up to him. He's always been one of my favorites, somebody who's led the Houston community as well as the rap world. So this being our first collaboration album together, joint album together like this is something I've been waiting on for a long time. But it came out today. It's called Slab Talk. We got a few features on there. We got Slim Thug as well as Big Pokey. And it's mostly just just songs about the culture we got. It's not all just songs about Candy Cadillacs with the Texan Wild Wheels, just seeing my background. It's not just it's about the culture that we got here in Houston.
Kiki, so it's not just a single, it's a whole album.
Yes, the whole album. We actually, man, we had a great run planned for March, April, and May. Then we got hit with the COVID, so we kind of had to switch up the game plan a little bit. So we dropped 3 singles. We dropped one in March, April, May. The most recent single is called Left Right, and we dropped it maybe a week ago, and it was to debut the album today, June the 5th, to come out this weekend. And it's more than a single, it's a whole album, it's a collaboration, like you say, it's for the culture. It's for how we just do it in our city, from a riding standpoint, from a going out standpoint, hanging, washing your car, taking the kids to the park, driving your drop top. It's just a whole culture album. Me and Paul Wall, and it's great to do some feel-good music during this time anyway.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Paul Wall, Lil Kiki, thank you both for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored, and we'll be back with more Factor in just a moment. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Now, he's a filthy two-wheel riding bastard who picks on little girls, and now his ass is in jail. Now, there was a family, a group of people out posting pics of George Floyd in Maryland when this idiot approached them and began assaulting them. Take a look.
Away from me.
Hey, leave her alone.
Do not touch her. Do not touch her. She has nothing. Do not touch her, sir.
Leave her alone. Sarah, just
Got his ass. He's in jail now. That scuzzball is 60-year-old Anthony Brennan III. After Twitter got his ass, he was identified and arrested. They even searched this clown's house and found more evidence of the attack. He was charged with 3 counts of assault, as his old ass should be. Keep your nasty hands off of other people's kid, you lowlife. And that'll do it for The Factor Uncensored. We'll see you back here Monday night at 10:30. Join us.
Dish Nation.
Welcome to Dish Nation, everyone.
What up, y'all?
Oh, yeah. Of course, Atlanta is here with us, as well as Heidi and Chewy are all here.
Hey, what's up?
It looks like Halsey's facing some backlash, and Leah Michelle's being called out for being a mean girl. And also, Brat is speaking up in a very revealing interview. I'm hoping there's pictures.
Oh, God.
Yes. And Head Crack chats with actress Drea De Matteo.
Oh, I love her.
You know her from a bunch of great shows, including the classic The Sopranos.
Yes.
She has a new podcast coming out called Made Women that looks back at that amazing show. But first, Chewy, what you got?
Well, we are all still dealing with the anger, shock, and sadness over George Floyd's death. And now the young daughter of George Floyd has paid a beautiful tribute to her father. In a touching video gone viral, shot by Scripps, the 6-year-old Gianna Floyd, sitting on the shoulders of her father's longtime friend, former NBA star Steven Jackson, has really warmed our hearts. And you guys just take a look.
That's right. Daddy changed the world.
Wait.
He did what?
That changed the world.
Daddy changed the world.
Oh, my God.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Beautiful.
He will always live on. But yo, Portia, how did this video make you feel? And do you think when she gets older, she's going to carry her father's legacy and change the world?
Seeing this video, it literally broke my heart. It really did. It was heartbreaking and beautiful all at the same time.
Yes.
And it was very chilling to see her on Steven Jackson's shoulders because he looks so much like her father, and you can just remember her having those type of moments with her own dad, and he did have a good relationship with her. And listen, I do believe that young girl, the way she spoke, and they say it comes out of the mouth of babes, and what did she say? Her father changed the world.
I agree, and I think there are already a lot of people, you know, Portia's supporting her because Steven Jackson started a GoFundMe page for her, and it's already over $500,000
Nice.
for this little girl.
Wow.
Well, you know, being in an interracial relationship, it can be really difficult, and you got to have these hard conversations. And especially right now in the wake of everything that is happening around the world and what we're dealing with here in America. Well, earlier this week, Eve spilled the tea on her talk show, the Talk at Home show. And she basically talked about how she had to have a very tough conversation with her husband, Max Cooper, about everybody protesting to have justice for George Floyd. Take a look.
I am in an interracial relationship. I am having some of the most difficult and uncomfortable conversations I think I've ever had, and vice versa with my husband. All he can do is try to understand and try to ask the questions. And he wants to understand. And that's what the nation, that's what the world has to do. It's gonna be uncomfortable, but we have to be okay with being uncomfortable so that we can get to a solution.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Now, Heidi, are you surprised that it seems like from what we're getting from Eve that they're just now having this type of conversation with them being in an interracial relationship?
Yeah, see, I think that's the weird part. I mean, when you're dating, and then if you're dating and you're talking about we're going to have kids, and you talk about all that stuff, is like, and I was talking to a friend of mine last night about this, who is, my friend is white. She married a black man who had a 2-year-old son at the time, and she's been his mom. He's now 35 years old, so she's been his mom for a long time. And she said she had to learn, like when she's out with him, like having to teach a little boy things she never thought she'd have to teach them. And even being out, she would be out with her husband and get stopped by police. She just told me this last night. It's mind-blowing. She would get stopped by police, and police would ask her, "Ma'am, are you with him on your own volition?" And she said she got pulled over. They got pulled over by the police at least 20 times over the course of their marriage.
Doing nothing wrong. Just being a black woman.
I just think even dating, she should have had that conversation. I find it's weird. I mean, I'm glad they're having it, but I think it's kind of weird to have it right now.
This is making everybody have to have a conversation, you know?
All right, y'all. So Halsey has been on the scene representing for the cause, providing first aid assistance to injured protesters in the streets of LA, which is a great thing. But after this comment was made in response to a fan, some people are giving her the side eye now, y'all. So apparently a fan called Halsey out saying she's biracial, but she doesn't claim her black side. They wrote in a now deleted tweet, "Notice how Halsey never claims her black side, but she supports. Stop being ignorant. She's never claimed her black side. This is why I will never support her." On her post, she says, "Let black people speak, not let our people speak. Nah, her."
Damn, that's pretty aggressive.
Wow. Did she respond, Brad?
Yes, y'all. Halsey responded. She said, "I'm white passing. It's not my place to say we. It's my place to help. I'm in pain for my family, but nobody's going to kill me based on my skin color." She said, "I've always been proud of who I am, but it'd be an absolute disservice to say we when I'm not susceptible to the same violence." So, Portia, are you surprised that she admits to passing?
I just want people to not be so quick to attack people who actually are trying to help in the movement.
Right, exactly.
Listen
It's
to what she
counterproductive.
said. What she said was, "I'm always proud of who I am, period." That's the fact is she's a black woman and she knows it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I can appreciate her being open and honest, and I appreciate her being active. So please stop canceling people who are actually out here trying to help humanity, help people be treated equally. Please don't do that.
I mean, I understand why people would be upset because people dig and dig and try to find something wrong with everything. But the bottom line is this lady is helping the cause. She's not sitting back.
And listen,
she's
you
speaking
need
out.
those people. You need those people who are pouring milk on your face and water on you because they are getting more and more aggressive. And if you didn't have them, honey, your eyes will burn until you found your car.
Well, you know what? It doesn't get any crazier than this. Meal kit company HelloFresh, we know them well. They dropped Leah Michele after her former Glee co-star, Samantha Ware, claimed that Leah Michelle bullied her on the show. Now, it all came to a head after Leah addressed George Floyd's death on Twitter. And let's just say that all hell broke loose after that tweet. So in response to Leah's tweet, Samantha said she made her life a living hell and once even said that she would in her wig.
Damn, that's personal.
Not my wig.
Yeah, and wait, it doesn't stop there, kids. It doesn't stop there. Another actor, Dabier, who had a guest role in the series, claims that Leah didn't let him sit in a lunch table with the other cast members when he was on the set. Now, for the record, Leah did issue a public apology for her co-star. She said, quote, "I don't remember ever making this specific statement, and I've never judged others by their background or color of their skin." She then added, "That's not really the point. What matters is that I clearly acted in ways which hurt people. I apologize for my behavior and for any pain which I have caused."
Listen, Samantha Ware is a beautiful person inside and out. She is a friend of mine, and she is an absolute sweetheart and beautiful spirit. On the other hand, I've interviewed Leah Michelle maybe 10 times, and she's one of the rudest, condescending people I have ever met in my entire life.
No way,
Call it out, Chewy. Call it out.
Leah, you remember saying that. You know what kind of person you are. I know how you navigate. You are rude and disrespectful, and I'm glad you got called out.
Wow. Say that again. Wow. Chewy. And Chewy is one of the sweetest people ever.
Yeah.
Well, coming up next, find out how Tom Cruise is making his mission possible and trying to stay corona-free while filming MI7. We'll tell you after the break.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
All right, so it looks like no mission is impossible for Tom Cruise.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's been reported that Tom is building a corona-free village in England. It's on an old Royal Air Force site. And it's basically because he wants to get the crew back so they can finish filming Mission Impossible 7.
Right.
Rumor has it that the cast is going to live in VIP Winnebago trailers.
Okay.
So they can all work through this scenes and inside a bubble to protect the crew and avoid everybody from getting COVID-19. A source said it's pricey, but Tom always does things bigger and better than anyone, and there's a hell of a lot of writing on this film. The Mission Impossible movies are all massive box office successes, and the studio is right behind getting this back on track.
That's dope. You know, Tom Cruise has always been a get-it-done kind of guy, and that's why he stays on top of his game, and he's not the only one doing this. Tyler Perry also has a situation where he's having a bunch of people hunker down at Tyler Perry Studios so they can knock out a bunch of shows.
Wow.
Figuring it out, evolving.
I want to see Medea hanging off the side of a plane. Tom Cruise.
I actually rather see
Medea in Mission Impossible 7.
Medea Impossible.
All right, y'all, everybody, I want y'all to just get excited because we got some breaking news right here on Dish Nation, honey. That's right. Our girl, the Brat. Yes, Brat, you, boo. Girl, why you didn't tell us that you had this write-up in Variety magazine? And they even have a wonderful, sassy, beautiful, bossy picture of you, too. But they also spilled the tea about you being in love. Yeah, your love life, honey. They talked about you and your boo, Kaleidoscope Hair Product CEO Jessica Dupart, aka the real Big Booty Judy. And they also really asked you some questions about how does it feel for you to come out after 25 years in the game?
Wait a second, Brat, you're gay? You told me Judy was your roommate.
Oh my God. You stupid Heidi. She's not her roommate, okay? They in the same room, but not her roommate, all right?
I got you.
Now, here's a quote from Brad. This is what she said in Variety, and I'm going to read it for you even though you still sitting there, okay? Now, you said, I've always felt like being private is a better way to go because then you don't have to worry about so many people in your business. I was fine staying quiet, but my partner is a social media mogul. That's how she became who she is. And when you get somebody, you have to meet them in the middle. So to me, the middle was just letting everybody know, hey, she is the one.
Yeah.
Love it.
Love it, baby.
I'm turning red.
Speech, speech.
You know what? I have never had anybody make me feel the way she makes me feel. I mean, I feel super duper loved. I love feeding off of her in more ways than one. And she loves feeding off of me. So
you better eat, bitch. You better,
yes.
She said feeding.
Invite me to the party. party. Come on.
Hey, nah.
Brad, you know, you also have a track you just released called Quarantine with You. We're going to play it right. Can we play this right now? Listen to this, yo.
I never had nobody make me feel quite like you. In a spotlight with you. I was sitting, I'm sitting here quarantined and I need you. Let's make a movie, I'm your feature.
Oh, that's what we doing? Yes, we got the rights to it.
Yeah, Brad.
Yo, the song is dope.
I love it, Brad.
Thank you.
Come through, Brad, with them vocals, too. We hear you harmonizing.
Wow.
Yes,
Man, we are so
we
happy
love
for
it.
you, Brad, though, because you look
Thank
happy.
you, guys.
We love you.
Absolutely.
I love y'all too, man. I appreciate the love.
Dish Nation. Dish Nation.
What up, y'all? Welcome back to Dish Nation. Now, you know my guests from shows like Desperate Housewives, Sons of Anarchy, and Shades of Blue. She even won an Emmy for her role on The Sopranos, and she recently started a Sopranos rewatch podcast called Made Women. Give it up for the queen from Queens, Dre Day Mateo. Let's get it.
Queen from Queens. That's the only girl I ever need. Thanks.
Now, I would imagine, like, you know, even in the Hollywood world, there are like famous stars and celebrities that are big fans of The Sopranos. Who shocked you the most that was like a fan of the show that you would have never guessed?
We were backstage at a Rolling Stones concert, and Mick Jagger told me that he would have all of the episodes flown into him on the tour bus. Before they were even airing, they were sending them to the Stones so they could watch them, like as they were airing, I guess, because they couldn't get HBO or whatever on the bus.
Where do you keep your Emmy?
You know, I was afraid to win the Emmy. I was afraid that when you win an Emmy for playing a New York character with a heavy accent, that you'll never work again. This is where my mind went, because now you are emblazoned in people's psyches and memories as someone who can only talk like this. You're going to be typecast. You're only going to play in Italian. You're going to be typecast as stupid and as Italian, and all these different things that came with it for someone who was a kid. I was still young. I still took my career in this like precious kind of serious way. So I was scared. I left that in the bathroom in my house for a long time.
Has it been upgraded now? Is it now like at least in the nice bathroom, the master joint?
I left it in the bathroom for years, man, and now it's finally in my. Now that I'm a mature adult and mother of two, it's in my office, but it's not propped up anywhere. It's actually down on a small table on the ground on some books. It's on some books
now. Rewatching everything over again, what has been the biggest shocker or revelation to you, like since you started rewatching The Sopranos?
The biggest shocker that I let them dress me up without a bra on was the biggest shocker for the first season.
Now, for years, they've been talking about the possibility of some level of a Sopranos reunion. I know it's kind of hard to do because we have lost some key players. But if they did do one, would you be a part of it?
Oh, I mean, if they would have me, of course. I mean, I will chase him down myself, David Chase, begging at his doorstep. I'd have to play, I don't know. There's really no one for me to play.
Like, how would you write, like, maybe you survived in some weird way?
Well, you never know.
Now, the podcast is called Made Women. If people want to go check it out, where can they go?
Anywhere you get your podcasts. It's called Made Women. You can check us out on Instagram to find us at Made Women Pod. And the main reason to come to the show for a lot of the younger folks is we're filthy. We're not just some normal, like, blah, blah, blah. Let's talk about it scene by scene. We go through it hardcore, and we analyze it like crazy people. It's like Dr. Phil and Betty White.
Yo, I love it. I love it. Dre Day Mateo, God bless, continued success. And I can't wait to see where you put your next Oscar and Emmy and the next thing that you do. We throwing that to the universe, okay? Well, God bless, man. Have a great one. Thank you for giving us your time.
Bye.
Back to you, baby.
Hey, don't forget to hit us up on social media. We're on all these platforms at Dish Nation. We'll see you there.
Dish Nation.
Well, even dating apps are making their voices heard. Gary, the popular gay app Grindr. You know it.
I've never been there.
They're joining the movement in the fight against racism by removing the ethnicity filter, which allows users to pay to exclude certain ethnicities on the Grindr app.
Ew.
So they released a statement via social media saying, "We stand in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement and the hundreds of thousands of queer people of color who log into our app every day. As part of this commitment and based on your feedback, we have decided to remove the ethnicity filter from our next release."
But aren't there other options as far as the algorithm goes? I mean, what if you want somebody's a certain height?
Right.
Like, are they going to exclude short guys with small penises? Because I'm asking for a friend.
For a friend.
Yeah.
I mean, the filters are there because it's a dating app and it's who you want to date. Like, what if I don't want to date, someone who is not religious or not Christian? I should be able to say so. So,
what do you think, Chewy?
I don't know. Isn't sexual attraction like a subjective thing, though?
Right.
I can't get mad at you if you're not into me. I can't get mad at you if you don't dig Latin guys or big cute guys with beards. I'm not going to hold that against you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
Now, Gary, do you think all apps should remove the ethnicity filter?
No, they shouldn't remove. Could you imagine these white queens, honey, that want a nice big black buck, honey, and they can't get them? They got to leave that on there. So
they want to start with the right nationality.
They got to leave it, so they can't.
Because basically a dating app is that you're shopping. You're shopping for a mate. So if you're going to go to the store, there's certain segments of the store that's everything segmented out.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for shoes. Well, they're in here someplace. I'm like, well, wait, what?
Can you narrow it down? Right.
I know.
Today on Divorce Court, today's couple believes fate brought them back together after a one-night stand 10 years ago. After a whirlwind romance, they got engaged and blended their families together. But now, his excessive drinking and chronic unemployment are causing her to press pause on walking down the aisle. Let's find out why she's still considering marriage.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toller presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Quinetta Green and Carl Edwards. The two of you have been together for 4.5 years. Can't quite get to the altar, so you've come to see me. Ms. Green, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you can't decide whether or not you should walk down the aisle with Mr. Edwards?
Well, we've been together for 4.5 years, as you said, and recently he started to excessively drink. And with his excessive drinking, it's been causing all kind of problems. For an example, when we go to when I wake up in the morning, he goes to the store. When he goes to the store, then he comes back home, he has a bottle. By the time I get back home, he has another bottle, which is a pint. In the morning, he buys a half a pint. And by the time I go to work and I come back, he has a full pint. And I even bought an example of the full pint, if I could
You got
show
the full
you.
pint? Let me see the pint. Now, this is a pint of alcohol. He goes through 1.5 a day.
Yes.
According to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Edwards, is that an accurate recitation of the amount of alcohol you drink?
Yes.
Are you concerned about that at all, sir?
Yes, yes. I am concerned. I mean, I drink because, I don't know, I think every time I get stressed, when I get, feel overwhelmed or I get real mad, anything like that, it just, I don't know, it's like a stress reliever.
And I understand that because that's what people do, that's what alcohol does. My question to you is, it happened just a couple of years ago. You're not a long-term drinker.
No.
Did something happen that caused your life to be more stressful or uncertain?
I've had a couple of discriminations with me getting a job, and so I've just been, kind of worried, back and forth about everything. It's a lot of things.
When you say a couple of discriminations, why don't you explain the circumstances to me?
I've been called the N-word by one of my bosses and never came back to work after that. One of my employees told me I need to wear a patch over my eye because I guess the customers don't want to see it, you know what I mean? So, it was just, it takes a toll on you when you, so. And I get stressed and I started drinking.
Ms. Green, do you agree that the drinking occurred around the time that he lost those last 2 jobs? You can have it. I don't want, people flipping stations and see me with a pint.
The excessive drinking, I believe, started once, you know, the things with the jobs. But before then, he had been drinking, and I can admit, sometimes he'll try to stop, but he can't completely stop. It'll go to two half of pints, which equals up to 1 pint.
Right, right. What have you done about that? You know, discrimination occurs, and job circumstances occur. What have you done about them? Have you filed lawsuits? Did you go to the EOC, whatever?
I'm currently in a lawsuit right now.
With both or with one of them?
One.
With one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you just waiting that one out?
No, I have been finding like little side jobs on Craigslist, you know, things like that, like, you know, little jobs here and there, just to make some money. But I am waiting it out. I mean, I have a lawyer and everything, so
yeah.
I'm just.
You know, the busier you are, the less time your mind has to mess with you about what's going on. You know, work is its own solution sometimes, and just for the anxious mind.
I can understand.
Putting that out there.
Because when I was working, I didn't really drink until I got home, and it'd be late at night, and then I'd have a shot and go to bed or something like that.
Yeah, but you know, anxiousness, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, explodes on time. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You say, though, that not only is he drinking, that he's mean, he's not a happy drunk, he yells at the kids, there's always some problems. Give me some examples of some unpleasant behaviors Mr. Edwards has engaged in because of his drinking.
Well, like when he first started drinking, he's the nicest person. Like, he'll give you the clothes off his back. He's so sweet and nice. But then once he gets on into the date and he gets mean and he just started making up stuff. For example, like, we could just be sitting there and we could be talking. I'd be like, babe, look at this on my phone or something like that. He'd be like, what are you doing looking at that? And it's just, if I would have told him earlier during the day to look at it, he'd have been like, oh, that's fine. Mm-hmm. But because he's excessively drinking and it makes him so angry. And I'd be like, why are you so angry?
What happened when the kids called you to tell him that you would be late instead of him? And
he got real angry. Like, usually, like, if they'll tell me that they're just going somewhere, then it'll be okay, and I'll tell them later on because I be at work all the time, so I'll tell them later on. But this particular day, I could tell that he had been drinking because I can always tell that he had been drinking. So one of the children wanted to stay late for a game or something like that, and I told him, yeah, but I was so busy I didn't have time to tell him about it because I was at work. You know, I'm a cook, so I was cooking or whatever, and I didn't have no break. So he texted me, why didn't you tell me that she was going here or that they were going here? And I was like, well, I thought as long as they told one of us, it was okay. And when I got to it, I would have told him. He blew it out of proportion. When I got home, he was extra mean and angry.
And carrying on. Yes, certainly, Mr. Edwards.
Okay, well, she making it seem like if she at work, and I'm at home waiting for the kids to come home from school, why should they call her? What is she gonna do for them? Like, if I'm at home waiting for y'all to get here and nobody's showing up, and she know they not gonna show up, and I don't know that, but I'm at home, am I wrong? Am I wrong for...
You may not be wrong in theory, but in response, you were wrong. Hey, next time, you should call me because I was worried and I was the one home. Period, end of story.
And that's what I said.
See what I'm saying? People make mistakes. They do illogical things. And all that anger doesn't help. Go ahead.
I mean, it's not like one time. It's not a one-time thing. They do it like every day before they come home. So when they start coming home late, I'm like, who is this? Where's this? Where's that? They gone over here. And I call her. I forgot to call you and tell you. But if you keep doing it, how am I supposed to know and keep up with them and
find out? Do you think that maybe they have problem calling drunk daddy?
They don't know if I'm drunk or not.
Yeah, they do.
No, they not.
Yes, they do.
How would they know if I'm drunk if they're at school?
Because you're drunk every day.
But I don't drink that much every day.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You admitted it, she said it, and the kids live there. They know. They know when you're drinking. They know when you're drunk. They know when you're mean because you're drinking. It's not a secret. It seems like that to you, but they know.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I don't want him to think that we just, be just on him, that I'm always on him about it. But I'll be like, it's a problem. He'll be like, you just trying to be my mom. I'm not trying to be your mom. I'm actually just trying to, let you see what everybody else see. But he has a problem with it. He can tell everybody else their problems, but he can't never accept his own.
That's not true.
All right. I want you to tell me your concerns about his contribution to the household, given the current circumstances. That's what we're going to talk about next. Did you go on the man's job and start a lot of who shot John and got him fired for show?
I don't feel like I did. He tries to blame it on me, but I feel like
well, what did you go and do? What did you do?
Well,
Mr. Edwards, your wife is complaining about your contributions to the household, but you say that part of the reason you got fired was because of her on the last job. Explain those circumstances to me.
Okay, well, I got suspended from my job for 2 weeks. And like a week until the suspension, well, I didn't even know I was suspended, but I got suspended for 2 weeks. And my boss told me to come up there to talk to her about my suspension. And when I went up there, she was like, well, we're not gonna fire you. You're suspended for 2 weeks. I said, okay. I left, I walked out. She was like, so what they say? I said, they suspended me for 2 weeks. She gets mad, goes in there, asks the lady, can I get the manager's number? Can I get the, like the head office number and this and this and this? And they getting back and forth into it. Her girl get to arguing with her. She get to arguing with the girl, telling the girl she gonna beat her up and all this stuff. And I've never went back to work since that day.
Yeah, what's the point? Yeah.
And then
what did you get suspended for in the first place?
I didn't get suspended. This goes into the lawsuit that, you know, she called me.
About the N-word?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay. And that's the one that the lawsuit is about. You don't have the lawsuit about the eye.
The eye. Well, I got, yeah.
Because you have glasses on now because you have light sensitivity.
But I only have one eye.
One eye. I got you. And they were trying to cover that from a previous accident?
When I was 16, I got shot in the eye in Chicago.
No kidding.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm so glad you survived. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah.
Blessed.
Did you go on the man's job and start a lot of who shot John and got him fired for show?
No. I don't feel like I did. He tries to blame it on me, but I feel like
well, what did you go and do? What did you do?
Well, I went in there and I was like, can I have your corporate's number? And she was like, no. And I was like, well, I'm a customer and I want your corporate's number. She said, I know who you are. I said, I don't care who you think I am. I asked you for the corporate's number. I'm a customer and I want the corporate's number. She was like, get out my store. He should have wiped off the handle. I was like, that's not the reason that you suspended him or anything. You suspended him because you called him the N-word.
Let me tell you something about how you handle business. When somebody else is wrong, you don't get wronger.
But she made me mad.
So? She was probably mad when she called him that word.
But that's just an excuse.
But you shouldn't. No. Anger is rarely the solution to anything. It makes things worse, but it don't fix nothing. Lawsuits fix things, but you went in there and made sure he couldn't get, he could have stayed on the job, he could have worked something out, they could have settlement, whole lot of things could happen. Because you lost your temper, he didn't have access to any of that. You see what I'm saying? You were satisfying your current need to hurt somebody.
Because she made me mad.
Yes.
You just can't do stuff like that.
Yes, she made you angry. Are you going to let everybody who doesn't like you or says something against you run your life?
I've been working on that.
Take paychecks out your house? A woman that thinks you and ain't going to take the paycheck out your house? See what I'm saying? They win when you let them do that to you. They win.
But I just don't know how people can get away with stuff like that. I felt like
she didn't get away with it. She didn't get away with it. You could have pursued it, but you didn't pursue it in the right way. See what I'm saying? And he is, you can pursue it legally. You do it quietly and comfortably. You could have found out what corporate was on your own. You can Google that. But you were mad. You weren't resolving things. And when they poke at you and make you mad, they got your number. Always be cool.
Oh, you've been drinking. You've been doing this. And then it's a big fight between her and me. And
I surrender. What would you do if your partner got you fired from your job? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All
right, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question for your judgment call. My fiance still holds resentment for me cheating 5 years ago. Is there anything I can do to help him get over it?
If it's been 5 years, then that's a deeply seated issue. And I don't think there's a lot you can do personally without getting some professional help. Because if it's a deep issue, it's a long road back, and you're gonna need help getting there. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Is it an issue in your marriage, her level of anger? How often do you see it? And can you give me an example of something other than the employment situation, which we've already discussed, that she just went way west of reasonable on?
The DVDs, that made a big argument.
Oh, tell me about that.
DVDs made a big argument because I took them out the room and I brung them in my room and I told them not to mess with the movies because they was leaving them all over the house. And so I said, that's it. And I have like 200, 300 DVDs. So, and they leave them around the house. So I said, oh, don't mess with them unless you ask me. As soon as she get home, they just get the DVDs and go in the room, and I take them from them. Now she arguing with me, talking, why are you taking them from them? Why are you doing this? Why are you acting like that? And I'm trying to tell her because they had them all over the floor. She'll say, no, it's because you're drinking.
Movies.
She say you're drinking. She say because, no, it ain't. It's because you're drinking. But no, it's not. It's because I'm trying to show them that you can't just have my stuff all over the floor. I mean, even when they got DVDs, yes, they only $5 for $1. I get deals for them. So what? But they my deals. It's my movies. I mean, I just want them to be nice and taken care of. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they can't watch them or whatever the case may be. I just want them to be taken care of. If somebody give me their stuff, I will take care of that stuff and give it back to them like I got it from them. You know what I mean? So that's why instead of me arguing with anybody, I just took all the DVDs and put them over here like, okay, no one touch the DVDs. But as soon as she come home, everybody can do what they want to do and touch all the DVDs they want. And then when I say something about it, now it's, oh, you've been drinking, you've been doing this, and then it's a big fight between her, me, and okay.
I surrender. I do. But I let it go on that long for a reason. Do you see how agitated you still are about some $5 for $1 DVDs? Do you see? No. I know she got an anger problem. She told me she got an anger problem. But part of the problem is she got a drunk guy at the house with anger issues too. And she's trying to deal with the kids, make sure they're where they're supposed to be, make sure the money's all good, and then get home and deal with the guy who's 10 miles east of Rational about some DVDs. Because you're still 10 miles east of Rational right now today. So I know you were lit up. Today's question sponsored by... What is the worst kind of partner to come home to after a long day at work? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. You're done. Say it.
I'm done.
Solid, here, divorce, that's it. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good with it. Well, not good with it, but you get it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, on a personal level, Ms. Frida, I like you. I think you're good-hearted. I think you're a nice dude. I bet you're a great father. I just think that you're untethered. You're just out in the water, bobbing about, and you never really rowing in any direction. That's why life happens to you. If you got your motor on or you got your oars in the water and you're rowing, even though the current's against you, you can still at least stay in place. But the current takes you off because you're never doing the work. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
You can be in charge of your life. Don't let your life be in charge of you. You couldn't help about the fire, but there are other things that you could have done, you know, stacking your work, stacking your... you know, what you need to do and handle your business. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And now that your wife is gone, you're really gonna have to level it up because you got no backup. Or do you?
Nah, you know, that doesn't bother me. I was the only child, so, you know, having no backup is
I think
I'm not
too
worried.
much doesn't bother you. And I think that's part of the problem. You get bothered way too late. You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you to be anxious. I'm not telling you to worry. But I want you to be interested in your life and all that kind of stuff. You're going to be good about those kids, though, right? Because they think he's wonderful.
He definitely is a cool dad. If he could get his priorities.
I said, are you going to be cool about those kids?
Yeah.
It's no if and no matter what he does, no matter how jacked up he is, no matter how bad his bank account is, he gets to see those kids.
I don't have a problem with that. He has never hurt the kids.
There's no preconditions.
I have no problem with the kids.
No preconditions.
No. Because they're big. They're not going to listen to me either. They big.
Yeah. But don't say nothing bad about him. Don't badmouth him. Don't down-talk him. He's their father. He loves them. Always talk about that. Always teach that. Never say, but your daddy if, or he couldn't do, and none of that. Ever, ever, ever. Yep. And don't let anybody else do that in their presence, because it damages them, not him. You understand that?
I understand that.
Mr. Freeman, pull it together. Bring it in.
Yes,
ma'am. Head up.
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
So 15 years, 4 kids. Are you sure this is something you want to walk away from?
Yeah. I think we've had our time. It was good and bad, and I think we both learned what we needed to learn from each other.
Are you okay with her moving on and potentially starting a life with someone else?
I probably will never be okay with it, but it'll be something I accept, though.